2 of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. I'm Jared Werner. Thank you so much for joining us here as we're getting ready for about 7 hours of coverage on UCCS Network. Wall-to-wall action, all finals today as we get ready to hand out some team trophies later today. Coming into today, already some team scores calculated. It's UCCS and Colorado School of Mines leading 1 and 2 on both the men's and women's standings. But a lot of action here today. We're looking forward to some great competition. Some of it you're not going to see any better competition until the national championships in 2 weeks, especially later today in the mile and 3,000 meter runs for both the men's and women's. As we get ready for action later today at 10 o'clock in about just a few minutes, we're going to get started with the heptathlon 60 meter hurdles. And then we're going to take a little bit of a time. In about a half hour, we're going to talk to Commissioner Chris Graham, get his thoughts on the some developments in the league as well as some news at the national level. And then when we come back at about 11 o'clock, we're going to start with field events with men's shot put, women's triple jump, and women's high jump. And then at high noon, running events get started on the track with the finals of the women's 60 meter hurdles. We got a lot of action here in Colorado Springs on the campus of the University of Colorado Springs. A couple of years ago, this was just a grassy field, and now 2 championships later for the Mountain Lions, they're hosting the conference championships. We come back, we're going to take a look at the first of 4 heats in the heptathlon for the 60 meter hurdles, and then we get set for the start of the field events at 11 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break. We come back, and we're going to get you set for the start of the second day of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on the UCCS Network.
There is a place that gives you the freedom to find your frontier, a place to explore and surpass boundaries, a place where you can be yourself and discover your potential, a place where ideas are as open as the land surrounding you, a place where you can rise above to see the possibilities in what lies ahead. Chadron State College. Follow your frontier. Start your journey at csc.edu.
As the flagship Christian university at the base of the Rockies, Colorado Christian University consistently ranks in the top 2% of colleges nationwide. For over 100 years, CCU has offered top programs in business, education, music, pre-med, and youth ministry, Division II athletics, and a one-of-a-kind campus community, all centered on Jesus Christ. You won't find the same college experience anywhere else. To learn more, visit ccu.edu/gobeyond.
What is a junction? It's an intersection, a connection of rivers and roads, ideas and opportunities, and of people. In Grand Junction at Colorado Mesa University, we live at these crossroads between today and tomorrow, of academics and adventure, because this is where it all comes together. The best minds, the best ideas, the best paths forward, they all start here at Colorado Mesa University.
Come to Colorado School of Mines and explore new frontiers.
We know there's water on Mars, and we're building a system to extract it.
Find community on a mountaintop.
We're about to split the atom, only at Mines.
Earn the rewards of a world-class engineering education.
I wanted to set myself up for a good future. I knew the degree would be more than a piece of paper.
Colorado School of Mines. From here, anywhere.
I was not taught a work ethic. That was instilled in me in the military. Growing up, I wasn't the most calculating individual. I don't think anybody really thought that I was ever going to graduate college. I'm happy to prove them otherwise, daily. I'm getting a top-rate education through my veterans benefits. I'm Benjamin Buckland, and I'm a veteran.
At New Mexico Highlands University, you're more than a student, you're family. Whether you're taking courses in Las Vegas, Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque, or Farmington, you'll get that one-on-one attention to inspire you to reach your goals. Let New Mexico Highlands help take your passion and accelerate it into a career and fulfilling life path. Find out why New Mexico Highlands is the right choice for you. Log on to newmexicohighlands.com today.
Things don't fall into place. They take root where you choose to dig. With drive and diligence, nerve and heart, risk and unwavering resolve. This is Westminster College, where opportunity is really just energy and direction and you.
And back here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, day 2 of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships, as we're getting ready to start the 5th of 7 events in the men's heptathlon, the 60-meter hurdles. And we're running into a few technical difficulties. We're going to be right back here. We'll get you caught up on the 60-meter hurdles. And just missed his first heat of the 60-meter hurdles as the men's heptathlon back underway here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Tristan Hepp of Black Hills State taking that first heat in 8.36 seconds. Hepp second in this event in the RMAC. He'll be in the finals later today. Connor McLean from Mines, 8.44 seconds. He is 5th in this event in the RMAC. Also coming in as the RMAC and national leader in the heptathlon. Finishing 3rd in that heat, Spencer Jarr of Colorado Mesa, the NCAA champion in this event 2 years ago. And then 4th in that heat, Chase McLean of Colorado School of Mines, 8.87 seconds. And Chase coming into the heptathlon just shy of 5,000 points. Coming up now, the second of 4 heats in the men's heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. We have 4 lanes in action. Each one has a little bit of breathing room. Lane 2 will be Casey McDaniel, a freshman from Colorado Mesa. Lane 4, as you see him going out of steps for the blocks right now, Sam Rebscher of UCCS, NCAA Divisional Qualifier in the heptathlon. And lane 6, Hayden Sather of Colorado School of Mines, coming in with a seed time of 8.79 seconds in this event. And on the outside of lane 8, Wyatt Ewer of Western Colorado, 10th in the heptathlon, coming into this championship with 4,420 points. Sam Repsher coming into day number 2, third in the conference standings in the heptathlon, 2,907 points. We saw in the first heat Spencer Jar, he's currently leading through 4 events, 2,966 points. Also in that first heat, Connor McLean, Colorado School of Mines with 2,956 points. Also Tristan Hepp, he's in 4th right now, 2,902 points. 60 hurdles, a very strong event for him. We should expect to see him move up in the standings going into pole vault. Looking at this heat, Hayden Sather in lane 6, 5th in the heptathlon standings with 2,845 points for the Orediggers. As athletes are getting into their blocks, heat 2 of 4 in the heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. And here they come down the track. Clean start for these athletes. And even it's going to be Repsher and then Sather going 1-2 and collecting more points here in the heptathlon. Coming in through times right now. Repsher finishing at 8.55 seconds. Sather in second, 8.71 seconds. McDaniel for Mesa, 8.84. And then Ewer for the Mountaineers, and 8.89. Coming up to the third of 4 heats to get action underway here in the men's heptathlon. Coming up in lane 2, as he's walking back to his starting blocks, Eric Sierra of UCCS. In lane 4, Graham Butcher of Western Colorado, 9.05 seconds on his seed time. In lane 6 for UCCS, Seth Richmond, seed time of 8.93. And Seth Hills on the outside in lane 8, Black Hills State, coming up to fastest time in this heat, 8.88 seconds. And comparing who's in here with where they come into the standings coming into today. Graham Butcher is 6th in the standings right now, 2,653 points. Sierra for the Mount Lions in 12th, 2,387 points. Hills from Black Hills State, 2,297 points. And Richmond for UCCS in 11th, 2,388 points. From your right to left, Sierra, Butcher, Richmond, and Hills. Heat 3 of 4 for the heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. Here to kick off the second day of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Championships. After this race, after the 4th of 4 heats, we'll then move on to the pole vault competition of the heptathlon. And then these athletes will close out the day with the 1,000-meter run as they start getting into their blocks. And clean start for heptathletes here in the third of 4 heats in the 60 hurdles. And Richmond was looking good, took a tumble there on the last hurdle. Looks like it'll probably be Hills just barely getting it out. We'll wait for the official results. It will be Hills, 8.87 seconds. Richmond, as he is going across the tumbling, 8.89 seconds. Sierra for Mount Lions, 8.92. And Butcher for Western Colorado, 9.08. You see Coach Fellows there for the Mount Lions, talking to his heptathletes, Sierra and Richmond for the Mount Lions, and now Associate Head Coach Schrock coming over to give feedback as well. And here we are for the 4th of 4 heats in the heptathlon 60 hurdles. 3 athletes scheduled for competition in this heat. Lane 2 will be Pete Brown of Chadron State College. He's coming into this event 13th in the standings, 2,301 points, has a time of 9.27 seconds in this event. In lane 4, Nick Apps of Western Colorado. Apps 10th in the standings right now at 2,412 points. C10 with 9.17 seconds in this event. And then on the left side, Hayden L., also from Western Colorado, coming in right now. He would score points at 2,521 points, 8th place in the standings right now. Top freshman in the heptathlon this season, but comes in with a time of only 9.46 seconds. As these athletes getting ready for competition here in the 4th and 4 heats in the heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. As athletes start getting into their blocks, as we close out the 5th of 7 events in the men's heptathlon. Clean start for these athletes, 2 Mountaineers and an Eagle here to wrap up the heptathlon hurdles. And it looks like it's going to be the middle lane, Nick Apps, and then close between Brown and L. Apps, 9.12 seconds for him. 500ths off his season best. Brown, 9.35 seconds, and L, 9.53 seconds. And that wraps up the hurdle portion of the men's heptathlon. These athletes in about a half hour will begin competition over at the pole vault on the east side of the field house. We'll try to get you updated standings as soon as we can. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break and get set up. Here you're watching the day 2 of the RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on the UCCS network.
Come to Colorado School of Mines and explore new frontiers.
We know there's water on Mars, and we're building a system to extract it.
We're pushing the limits of optical laser technologies to revolutionize brain imaging.
This is what Denver to Vail in 7 minutes looks like.
Find community on a mountaintop.
We're about to split the atom, only at mines.
Inspire the next generation of women engineers.
Teaching these girls how to think like engineers is so fun. We really need more girls in STEM.
Create new tools for everyday heroes.
We engineer equipment to dramatically improve quality of life.
Earn the rewards of a world-class engineering education.
I wanted to set myself up for a good future. I knew the degree would be more than a piece of paper.
Colorado School of Mines. From here, anywhere.
I wanted to be around people who understood me. Just being able to sit next to someone in class who has seen the same things I've seen, being a woman and Hispanic in the United States. Different people, different backgrounds, different cultures. Diversity, it helped me find my identity in who I was. I'm Caitlin Broadwell. I am a student at Colorado State University, Pueblo.
From the metro to the mountains.
So anyone who recreates in the backcountry, you need to be aware that avalanches are a possibility.
Beneath the surface and above.
I just like to see the world in front of me spin around.
Behind every data point.
These students are staying in shelters, living in cars.
Every diploma.
I will be fulfilling the promise that I made to my mom.
Every dream.
He cuts to the left, he takes a shot, and first goal by Javi Sarayana.
There is a story that informs.
There's going to be 2,000 or 3,000 pilots retiring each year.
Engages.
And the leader cannot abandon its responsibilities.
Inspires.
I mean, people just want this to be fixed. They don't think kids should be hungry.
That is relevant to essential Denver.
Things don't fall into place. They take root where you choose to dig. With drive and diligence, power and spirit, nerve and heart. It's about effort, strength, intent, risk, and unwavering resolve. So leave your bubble, find your element, make your way. Clear a path for one, for some, for many. This is Westminster College, where success comes to those who don't rely on chance. Where you claim a life of consequence. Where opportunity is really just energy and direction. And you.
And there you see the heptathletes warming up right now for the pole vault competition. That'll get started at roughly 10:40, 10:45. Got updated standings through 5 of 7 events in the men's heptathlon. Right now in the lead, Connor McLean, Colorado School of Mines, with 3,830 points. Expect him to take a big lead after this event. This is one of his specialties that he's warming up for right now. Connor McLean, third in the nation, first in the event in this pole vault. He holds the facility record in the open pole vault set a few weeks ago and during the Mountain Lion Open. In second place, the national champion from 2 years ago in the heptathlon, Spencer Jar. He's in second, 3,812 points, only 18 points behind McLean. But looking at Jar coming in with a season best mark of 15 feet 1 1/4 inch, but 2 feet lower than McLean. In third in the standings, Tristan Hepp, the third straight senior, 3,795 points for Hepp. Season best mark of 12 feet 10 inches for him. In fourth, the first non-senior on the list, Sam Repsher for the Mountain Lions, 3,755 points, scoring 848 points in the hurdles. Third best in the point total for that event behind Hepp and McLean. Repsher coming into this competition, the pole vault competition, 14 feet 8 inches on his best. And sixth, Grant Butcher from Western Colorado, 3,381 points, so not quite 300 points behind. I'm sorry, I skipped Sather. Sather in fifth for Colorado School of Mines, 3,656 points, 811 as he tallied up in the hurdles. And sixth now, Grant Butcher, not quite 300 points behind, but with 3,381 points. Chase McLean in seventh, 3,352 points for the Ore Diggers. Wyatt Ewer and Western Colorado rounding out the top 8, 3,290 points. So looking at the standings right now, you got a pretty defined top 4, all within 75 points of each other. That's Connor McLean, Spencer Jar, Tristan Hepp, and Sam Repsher. And then about a 100-point difference between Repsher and Sather, and about a 270-point difference, give or take, between Sather and Butcher for the 5 and 6 spots in the standings. Once again, you see there, pole vault competition getting underway here in the heptathlon in about 25 minutes. And then at top of the hour at 11 o'clock, we have men's shot put, women's triple jump, women's high jump. And then at noon, running events on the inside of the track begin with the women's 60-meter hurdles. This is day 2 of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm going to step off for a little bit, but we're going to keep the camera stationed here on the pole vault as our heptathletes get going. We're going to just have a little bit of background music playing as we get ready for men's pole vault action in the heptathlon. And as we see there at the pole vault back here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse for the day 2 of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. 6th of 7 events about to get ready with the men's heptathlon, the pole vault section of that competition. Bar looks like it's going to be starting at 2.75 meters, 9 feet, 0 1/4 inch. And this one, they're expecting to take a while because they're not expecting, at least tentatively, the 1,000-meter run section of the heptathlon to get started until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Going to expect some big performances later in this pole vault competition. Connor McLean, as we kind of mentioned before, a little bit of a break, currently 3rd in the nation and 1st in the RMAC in this event for the open pole vault. He did not compete in the competition yesterday because of the heptathlon. But looking at Connor McLean, runner-up in the RMAC championships last season, 4th at the national championships a year ago, runner-up 2 years ago in this competition for the Division II pole vault, separate from the heptathlon, which he's competing in today as well. As we get ready for competition, once again, we're getting initial word. Pole vault will be set at 2.75 meters, 9 feet, 0 1/4 inches. Getting ready in about 20 minutes, we're going to have the start of field events going on. Men's shot put, women's triple jump, and women's high jump. And then at noon will be the start of running events, starting with the women's 60-meter hurdle finals. Looking at team scores after all the events scored from yesterday. On the men's side, UCCS with the team lead with 51 points, 5 points ahead of second place Colorado School of Mines. And 3rd on the team side, Western Colorado with 31 points. 4th, the Thunderwolves of CSU Pueblo with 19 points. In 5th on the men's side, Chadron State College with 13 points. And 6th, the Mavericks of Colorado Mesa University with 11 points. 7 points, 7th place is Adams State with 10 points. 8th, Black Hill State with 7. 5 points for South Dakota School of Mines and MSU Denver rounding out the teams with points with 2 and 10th place. Again, very early competition after results yesterday. Most of the running events were prelims. There'll all be finals today. On the women's side, UCCS with the team lead, 53.5 points. A strong lead for the Mount Lions ahead of second place Colorado School of Mines, 35 points. But again, it's easy to make up those points quickly. 3rd place, Adams State with 28 points on the women's side. 4th place, Black Hill State with 25. And 5th, New Mexico Highlands, the Cowgirls with 22 points. And 6th, South Dakota School of Mines with 21.5 points. In 7th, Colorado Mesa with 15 points. And 8th, Western Colorado with 12 points. And 9th, CSU Pueblo with 10 points. In 10th, Westminster of Utah with 8 points. And in 11th, Colorado Christian University with 4 points. Those are your team scores on the women's side of the competition as we're getting ready here to start the heptathlon pole vault section of competition. They have moved it up and down a few times in the last few minutes. Competition got done at roughly 10:08 a.m., so it means we're within that half-hour window for us to get ready for competition here in the pole vault section. So as we try to keep an eye on everything that's going to be going on here in about 15 minutes now. Shot put over to our right from the camera bay. Women's triple jump will be straight ahead of us, and women's high jump will be on the far side of the competition. You see high jumpers right now getting warmed up over in the far corner of the track. As we're about to get really busy here very quickly, we're going to do our best to keep coverage of everything for you. As you get now a jump shot at the triple jumpers getting warmed up. On the west side of the track, you see the start-finish line there on the left side. As we start getting ready here. As back over to pole vault, where we're getting ready for the heptathlon to get underway before too long. Expecting a lot of great competition, several athletes either leading the nation or close to it. And there's a future track star right there. He's crossing the start-finish line. We'll see if we can get a time on him. probably no better way to start practicing. Probably never too early to start practicing for track and field competition. There at the triple jump, first of 2 flights will be going here in about 15 minutes. Top athlete in that heat would be Audrey Bloomquist for UCCS as we go back over to high jump. A lot of these same high jumpers we saw yesterday in the pentathlon, several of them were competing yesterday in 5 events, if not more. And on the men's heptathlon, waiting competition to start there as standards are coming back down. We'll see if it's for the last time of warm-ups. And looks like it is. Looks like we're going to go ahead and switch out the bar. And we are. So action getting underway here at the men's heptathlon pole vault. We're trying to keep action there. 15 minutes left to go right there in the northeast corner of the track with the pole vault. As we get ready to get underway here, the 6th of 7 events in the heptathlon competition. As we get ready to go, again, we've kind of mentioned it, we expect Connor McLean to expand his lead in the heptathlon. This is one of his many specialties. Right now, he's leading Spencer Jar of Colorado Mesa by 18 points in the standings. McLean clearing 5.23 meters, 17 feet 2 inches in this field house 3 weeks ago. That mark currently good for third in the country. Did not compete in the open pole vault yesterday. So this will be his first time as we start looking at. We can probably expect to see probably Pete Brown of Chadron State and probably Seth Richmond, and Eric Sierra of UCCS probably going at this height if we are starting at 2.75. Pete Brown, no height recorded for him coming into today's competition. Sierra, 2.9 meters as his best mark. Might also see some action early on from Casey McDaniel, a 3.10 meter mark for him. Possibly Seth Hills of Black Hills State. He's got 3.2 meters coming in. Just make sure he gets a height in before it gets too far beyond his reach. But again, we're expecting this to take a while. We've got one vaulter above 5 meters, multiple above 5.5. As you can see there, the first 8 competitors in the men's pole vault competition. In no particular order, based at least what on the heat sheets we'll be able to provide us. Because as you can see there, number 12, Connor McLean, we would expect pole vault later on as it gets going. He's got quite a bit of rest time before he will have to get started. 10:49, about 11 minutes from the next round of field events getting started. As you see pole vaulters waiting for the bar to be set for competition to begin. Looks like that might be Casey McDaniel from Colorado Mesa. A little bit bunched up on the bib number, but that's what we're gonna, enough matches that that's what we're gonna go with for the time being. And looks like Sam Repsher of UCCS getting his mark set. And then you got the back of Eric Sierra for UCCS over on the left side of your screen. Bar is getting there. And 10 till 11 here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Day 2 of the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Commissioner Chris Graham will be getting out some hardware here in just over 6 hours to the top men's and top women's teams in the RMAC. This is the last weekend of qualifying for the National Tour Championships. It'll be held in 2 weeks. We should know national qualifiers here early to mid next week. Field event judge at the men's pole vault, giving the athletes the final instructions and going through the order of jumps, as we're just moments away from the heptathlon pole vault getting started. As we are just a few minutes away from a bunch of other action getting started, we're going to do our best to keep you as updated as possible as we bounce around with our cameras. Big thank you to Media Services at the University of Colorado Springs for their great work yesterday in about a 9-hour production. As we see heptathletes, again, a few moments away before we can actually get competition back underway. 6 to 7 events for these gentlemen. They will close out with the 1,000-meter run, 5 laps around this track. Later today, close out there's 7 events. High jumpers, looks like they're about ready to go. That might get started a few minutes early. Bar is set, looks like based on the standards in the background, just right at about 5 feet. That should be enough to give at least most of those jumpers something to start it with. Over in the women's high jump, top mark belongs to Sarah Cerrone of Colorado Mesa, 5 feet 6 1/4 inches. She's first in the RMAC, and right now the only provisional qualifier for the national championships, but right now would probably be outside the cutoff depending on who declares. Back over at pole vault, bar is now set. Just working on administrative details to get action going on over there. Once again, resetting the field for you a little bit. You got pole vault right there. Final instructions. Just off frame to the left of them is a high jump pit. They're getting their final instructions. Triple jump. There looks like they're about getting ready to start. Pit is now closed, so it looks like they're getting ready to get competition underway there in the triple jump sooner rather than later. And men's shot put currently getting it away. Heptathlon, they have broke their meeting, so we should be getting started. We're trying to get you at least an idea of who is jumping. High jump meeting also has broken up as we get ready for competition. 4 events going on at the same time. So it looks like that's Colorado Mesa. Be the first vaulter. I believe that's Casey McDaniel, a little bit bunched up on the bib number, but based on what we can make out from some of the numbers, that's what we're going to go with, make Casey. And pole vault starting at 9 feet confirmation as we get ready for competition. First vault of the day now for McDaniel, and he's able to get over without any problem. Came in with a mark of 10'2", so not too big of a surprise for him, but still definitely want to get something in. Without playing it too close. Eric Sierra, though, 9'6 1/2", 6 1/4 inches for him. He's getting ready to go on the runway as he makes his way down to the vault. And he's able to get it over as well. So first 2 heptathlon pole vaulters able to make it over without any problems. And then getting ready as well, another mount line. Looks like probably Seth Richmond. Try to confirm with a bib number if we can. He is able to make it over. And yes, Seth Richmond is over for the Mountain Lions. 3 vaulters over on their first attempts at 9 foot. As high jump looks like they're getting ready to get underway. Triple jumpers getting their final instructions for the first of 2 flights into prelims. Bar at high jump looks like it's set at about 5 feet even. And shot put will be getting underway here momentarily as well. Running events begin at 12 o'clock. (10:56) as we get ready to get started. Seth Richmond right there for UCCS. Successfully over at 9 feet. Right behind him, teammate Alexander Anderson. And looks like it'll be Black Hill State going over to shot put. They're getting their final instructions. We're able to get a little bit of definition on the distances for those arcs. Roughly every 10 feet, starting at 40 feet there for that first mark. So you got 40, 50, 60, and 70 approximately. But that should give you a pretty good idea of what these athletes are working with as they're about to get started at the men's shot put. Women's pole vault pit is open. Men's as getting ready to come down the runway here. It looks like that'll be Seth Hills. As we're going to try to get an update on where the pole vault is moving up to. And right now, men's shot put, Jordan Spencer looks like he's kicking things off for Chadron State with a foul. Trying to get you updates. Here comes Seth Hills of Black Hill State, able to make it clearly. Would assume that's probably at 9.3 or 9.6. As we're going to do our best, keep track of everything. Four events in action right now. That's Warren Minerick of South Dakota School of Mines. He's going to scratch that one as well. He comes in with the best mark of 44 feet, 8.5 inches. So if we're looking at 40 feet as that, he was just shy of that for his expectations. Coming back in as Wesley Seabath of South Dakota School of Mines, 10th in the conference, coming into this meet. RMAC All Academic Honor Roll in Civil and Environmental Engineering. He's going to scratch that one as well. As pole vault. Looking for information there. Justin Loper of UCCS now in the ring there at men's shot put. Very good mark for him. Looks like at about the 44, 45 foot range for him. Coming in with a season best mark of 47 feet, 5 3/4. As we're waiting for competition, high jump, first competition underway. Can't quite see who that was at the high jump. As over at the pole vault, looks like it's going to be Casey McDaniel going for his first attempt. As we wait word on where the bar is moved up to. And high jump. Getting underway on the far side of the track, that's Henry Fritzer of South Dakota School of Mines. Just past the 40-foot arc. Coming out with the season best mark, 43, 6.5 inches as we get underway at triple jump. As Mackenzie Krupa getting her first jump in. And now over the bar is Casey McDaniel. Over in the heptathlon pole vault. Adam States, James Hockendander. Looks like just going to base it based on distance, roughly 43, 44. That's right around his season best of the year. He comes in at 44.4 and 3/4, 13.53 meters. There's Anderson from UCCS over at the high jump. She gets over at 5 foot there to open up competition for her on the far side. And in the meantime, there's Eric Sierra moving back to the starting point. He's able to clear his second height at the pole vault. And now we get a look at Sully Mack of Black Hills State University coming in 13.98 meters. Translates to roughly 45.10.5. That's going to be a little bit short of that season best mark for him, but a good opening throw for the Yellow Jackets over at the men's shot put. 1 of 2 flights for them to get competition underway down there. Trying to keep an eye out. If that was McKenzie, we're trying to keep an eye out. Looks like based on who's coming down the runway at triple jump, if that's a Mountaineer last jump on the triple jump, 10.31 meters. That's for Mackenzie Krupa. That's a good opening vault for her. There's Casey McDaniel on the pole vault. Scrapes the bar with his back, but rolls off, and he'll get that to go for him as well. And looks like 10.31 is official for Krupa on her first jump, as Sequoia Kellogg makes her way down the triple jump pole vault, or triple jump runway. As we look over at, and now we're back over at triple jump, Kaylee Patterson for Colorado Mesa. Now gets final clearance to go down. For Kellogg, 10.25 meters for her on her first jump. Here comes Patterson for the Mavericks. And a foul for her on her first attempt. Hopefully she's okay. Looks like she just barely got into the pit. Second throw is now underway at the men's shot put. That was Jordan Spencer. As now back over to the pole vault, it is Pete Brown for Chadron State, making his first attempt here at the pole vault. He gets over without a problem, and he will be on the scoreboard here. Back over to high jump. Bar is still at the opening height of about 5 feet. Looks like that was Faith Noves for the Mount Lions getting in there. Going back over to shot put, Warren Minerick for South Dakota School of Mines. We'll take a legal throw for him. He scratched on his first attempt for the Hard Rockers here in the first of 2 flights. And Clank can't make it over the bar. That is Seth Richmond for UCCS. He does have a height already in the pole vault heptathlon. Going back over to men's shot put. That is Wesley Seabraff, South Dakota School of Mines. About a foot or two short of that 50-foot mark. Good performance for him. He fouled on his first attempt for the Hard Rockers. As over there, that is CSU Pueblo. We'll see if we can get a number on that, but it looks like Seth Hills at Black Hills State able to get over at the pole vault. Gone up at least 2 heights since we started at 9 feet. We're trying to get a word on what the new height is as we get ready to get back underway here in the triple jump after an injury. Kaylee Patterson just short of the pit a little bit. Athletic trainers for UCCS there to help her out as Black Hills State. That is Samantha Bates getting a legal throw back over to pole vault. There's Eric Sierra. He can't quite clear that height. As action continues here, we got 4 events going on at once. And that is, I believe, McKenna Worrell. Oh, no, sorry, Maggie Rensburg for the Mount Lions there. Can't quite get over at 5 foot or the opening height. That is Fritzler, South Dakota School of Mines, just past the 40-foot mark there on the arc. As we continue action here. Getting word on Bates, 11.2 meters on her first jump over at the triple jump. That's a season best mark for her. And here comes Richmond again for UCCS. Second attempt at this height. He gets over safely. As we continue down at the triple jump, that is Audrey Bloomquist for UCCS. Legal jump for her to get the prelim started on the women's triple jump. And high jump, that is Mesa's. Looks like that is Micah Jenrette. Can't quite clear at 5 feet. As we are continuing action here underway. Getting word, Pat Bloomquist will take a scratch. A foul on that first attempt over at the women's triple jump. Back over to the men's shot put. Black Hills State Sully Mack, he will foul that one for the Yellow Jackets. As men's shot put currently in the second round of the first flight. Black Hills State now on the triple jump runway. That is Katie Campbell, 35 feet 11 inches is her season best mark of the year as she sprints her way down the runway. Fair mark for her. She'll go ahead and take that. We'll keep you updated as we see those results coming in over at South Dakota School of Mines for the shot put. That should be Ian Cohn. But over at high jump, we're looking at a good clearance. That is for, I believe that is Remsburg, and it is. As Cohn will wrap up the second round of throws here in the first flight of the men's shot put. As we're doing our best to keep everyone updated on competition here at the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Spars still sit at the opening height of 5 feet. That is Jenrette for Colorado Mesa. I believe that was her second attempt. Over at the women's triple jump, that is Alexis Carroll for the Mountain Lions coming down the runway. And that will be a foul for her. And getting updated, Campbell of Black Hill State, 10 meters even, looks like on her first attempt. On her first attempt at the triple jump. Tanika Ellison, we saw her quite a bit yesterday in the pentathlon. She was third at the RMAC Championships 2 years ago, coming with a season best marker of 11.13 meters, 36.25 inches. As looks like we're moving up over at the high jump, 1.53 meters now for these ladies. And back over to pole vault, heptathlon, that is Casey McDaniel, but here's Ellison of New Mexico Highlands. A fair jump for her to get action underway, and that is the first round of jumps in the women's pole vault. There's over at men's shot put. That is, looks like, I believe that is Wesley Seabraff. We'll see if we can get an update. McDaniel on the runway at pole vault. We're trying to get an update. I know the bar has moved up a few times already. As we're doing our best, keep everyone updated. Ellison opens up 10.99 meters for her, as that is for Colorado School of Mines. I believe, I'm trying to see, looks like that was Lexi Wood. Second jump now for Mackenzie Krupa of Colorado Mesa, as also for the Mavericks, Casey McDaniel scratches or fouls off on his first attempt. I believe that's Jenrette, but we'll have to see if that bib number ends in 2. That could be Megan King as well for the Mavericks. As looks like the bar is just shy of 5.3. Well, we got a time. We got to mark what am I talking about. 1.53 meters for the women. That is 5 feet and a quarter, unless that was the old height. As we can see, open the background, here they come. For Sequoia Kellogg of Western Colorado, a legal jump for her. Looks like Krupa took a foul on her first attempt. As back over to high jump now, as action continues there on the second height of the day from what it looks like. That is about ready to come down the high jump. Oh, I'm sorry, the pole vault. That would be Eric Sierra. As we continue, 4 events going on. We're doing our best to keep you updated on each of them. Sierra for UCCS, getting call. He had it, but caught it on the way back down. And that is Sully Mack stepping out of the front. That'll be a foul for him. As we continue action here over at the pole vault, as Anderson from UCCS able to get it safely over. As we continue action here. That's Bates for Black Hills State. 11.02 on her first jump. And she makes it safely into the pit. And over to high jump. That's South Dakota School of Mines. Believe that's Morgan Thompson. On the quick look that we got, that's Seth Hills of Black Hills State. And that'll count. They knocked the bar off, and the judge rules that it's not going anywhere. So Seth Hills gets to move on in the heptathlon pole vault. Back over at shot put. Looks like first flight is complete. Second flight is getting underway. They are warming up, so we got a little bit of a break here. But we can just focus on the 3 events on the inside of the track. That is pole vault for the heptathlon, women's triple jump, and women's high jump. As you see over at the far side, that is Miranda Gilkey of Chadron State. Come down to runway now for UCCS. That's Audrey Bloomquist. I believe she fouled in her first attempt, just basically basing it on the zeros that were on the performance board. As Mavericks continue to move up in the pole vault, back over at the high jump. As that is for UCCS, that is bib number 2813, that's Faith Noves. That is Seth Richmond for the Mount Lions. Can't quite get over, frustrated himself about that. Richmond coming in with a season best time mark of 11 feet 1 3/4 inches. This is Alexis Carroll, I'm sorry, not Alexis Carroll, that's Katie Campbell of Black Hills State University. I believe she jumped 10 meters even in the first attempt. We'll do our best to get as much as we can. As we're underway here, 3 events currently in action right now. Men's shot put warming up for the second flight. And that is for CSU Pueblo. Only jumper in this event. Cameron Stakey, a freshman, clearing 5 feet 1 3/4 inches on the season. Looks like we're in the final stages of this height over at pole vault as Richmond back on the runway for the Mount Lions. Here in the heptathlon pole vault, they got the 1,000 meter to close out, and we get final results of the heptathlon after that. Richmond plants his stick, and he gets over for the Mount Lions. As now down the runway is Alexis Carroll of UCCS. And over at high jump, that is Lexi Wood of Colorado School of Mines. Missing on that attempt, we believe at one, and got confirmation, 1.53 meters, 5 feet 0 1/4 inch over at high jump. 3.15 meters is where we're at on the pole vault competition at the moment. Also good for 10 feet 4 inches over at the heptathlon pole vault. So we got 10'4" at the pole vault. We got 5 feet 1/4 at high jump. As about to come down the runway, Tanika Elliston of New Mexico Highlands over in the women's triple jump. As she makes her way down the runway here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Good mark for her. I believe she was at 10.99 meters if we saw the performance board at the right moment. And looks like they are going to update 10.89. So if we're looking at it right, her first jump was a little bit better. And now women's triple jump in the third of their jumps here in flight number 1 of 2 in the triple jump. 10 foot 4 inches over at the pole vault. It's back on the runway. That's Mackenzie Krupa of Colorado Mesa. We've got her for 10.31. But there's Casey McDaniel. He hits it on the backside. And now for the Mavericks as well. Trupa able to get into the pit. Again, we have 10.31 in a foul, but we're not 100% sure if that was accurate. We're going to do our best to get what we can. 1.53 meters over at the high jump. That is Remsburg for UCCS. Can't quite clear that one for the Mountain Lions as we continue action here. And just clips it, falls on the right side. That is Chadron State's Miranda Gilkey for the Eagles. Over at pole vault, that is Pete Brown making his way down at 3.15 meters. Came in without a height. He gets that one without a problem. As over at triple jump, Sequoia Kellogg gets a fair jump. At least based on the performance board, looks like Makrupa maybe 10.31 and a foul and a foul. There is Sequoia Kellogg after her jump. See if we can get a mark reading. As it's back over to pole vault. That is Seth Richmond for UCCS. 3.15 is where the bar sits. And over at high jump, as Cameron Stakey can't quite clear that. Bar is at 1.53. That is Sierra for UCCS. Having a good performance for him. Came in at the mark at 2.90. So if we assume that the last one was at 3.10, he's 20 centimeters past his best over at high jump. That is Lexi Wood getting over at 5'0.25", coming in with the season best mark of 5'3", as on the runway now for Western Colorado. See if we can get an idea on who that is based on bib number 2897. That'll be Wyatt Ewer for the Mountaineers. Big thank you for the crew for giving us all these looks as we got simultaneous events going on right now. Black Hills State, that's Samantha Bates for her third jump at the prelims. Fair jump for her as she steps out of the runway. There's Hills for Black Hills State. He gets able to get over. If I remember right, he was the one who just barely made it pole hip but didn't knock it down. As now at South Dakota School of Mines, that is women's high jump. That'll be Morgan Thompson for the Hard Rockers. On the runway back over at the triple jump, Audrey Bloomquist for the Mountain Lions. And we're getting a reading now, 11.11. One's across the board. We believe that is for Samantha Bates. As there's, I believe, McDaniel. And back over to triple jump as Bloomquist getting the clap going for the fans over in that area. Barely bumps it, but the pole's going to stay over there. There's Bloomquist for the Mountain Lions, a fair jump for her. As it looks like on the far side, I believe that was Gilkey getting it over. Could be wrong about that. Bar bounced quite a bit, but stayed on, so it was a good jump for her. And here's Richmond over at the pole vault. And he gets over on his first attempt without any problem. .53, looks like that's what Bloomquist will have. Here's a little bit of a crowd go up as they rotate the performance board around. That's a season best mark for Bloomquist for the freshman for the Mountain Lions. And just clips it. There's Black Hills State's Katie Campbell. Good mark for her. They're going to score that one. As we're going to keep you updated, high jump is now at 1.58 meters. Over at women's high jump, 1.58 converts over 5 feet 2.25 inches for the high jumpers on the far side of the track. And now at the pole vault. Get confirmation on who that is. McDaniel had been in quite a bit for the Mavericks. Not Katie Campbell, Alexis Carroll. Now on the runway for UCCS and the third jump of these preliminaries. We got our remote camera there on the ground. Looks like it'll be a good jump for Carroll. And Lexi Wood can't quite clear the bar. Getting an update, Campbell 10.84 meters on her third jump. As over at pole vault, that is Ewer clearing for the Mountaineers. .58 is where the bar is at for high jump. Looks like that is Megan King from Colorado Mesa. And on the runway now to round out this first flight in the women's triple jump, Tanika Elliston from New Mexico Highlands. Believe her best jump of the day is 10.99. And she will mark that one. Last jump for Alexis Carroll, 11.31. That'd be a season best mark for her. As now women's triple jump, they'll be warming up here. So we got in the middle of competition right now between the two fights for men's shot put, women's triple jump. Bar for Anderson as she's able to clear that a high jump at 1.58 meters. Bar at pole vault is at 3.15 meters. So things are starting to come into play here as we continue action here. Tanika Ellison, 11.29 meters. That would be a season best mark for her. So quick from what we can piece together from women's triple jump. From the first round, it looks like Bloomquist, 11.53 meters, and Tanika Elliston at 11.29. Carroll, though, in second, 11.31 meters. Again, unofficial results as we try to keep an eye on multiple events at once. But that's at least an idea of what we're looking at for the first flight at the women's triple jump. Second flight will get warming up here in a little bit. 1.58 meters on the far side. I believe that was McKenna Whirl. We've got for pole vault, that is Pete Brown from Shadron. Clips it with his foot on the way up at 3.15 meters. And that is, I believe, Gilkey. And that is bar at 1.58. I believe on the conversion 5.225. There's Richmond on the runway now at 3.15 meters, 10 foot 4 inches. It gets it over, it bounces around, but it's going to stay. Over at high jump, a good jump. I believe that's King from Mesa. So we can get, but a good jump for Richmond. Bar bounces around, but it stays up. As looks like final instructions over on the second of two flights at the men's shot put. Once again, looking at those marks, the first ring is about 40 feet, and then it goes up in 10-foot increments after that. Good vault for Wyatt Ewer of Western Colorado for the Mountaineers. And we're trying to keep an eye over at men's shot put, but right now 2 active events. Right now you see one of them, women's high jump in action. Novus had been jumping off that side. We're going to try to see if that's heard. There's Seth Hills from Black Hills State. Almost got over that. He had it, and he knows it. Shot putters getting their final instructions in the second flight. As We are definitely keeping ourselves busy here. 11:30 on Leap Day, February 29th, as we see a Mines jumper getting ready to go. 1.58 meters, hits it with her arm on the way up. Looks like that is either Hannah Martin. Looks like that was Hannah Martin. Could have been Lexi Wood, but I think she was good. We got over at pole vault. That is Pete Brown for Chadron State. As we are continuing to progress here in the men's heptathlon. First shot put of the second flight, just shy of the 50-foot mark for Hoyt Nicholas, 8th in the RMAC coming in. He comes in with the best performance of 49 feet, 8 inches, 15.14 meters. And that is Wood of Colorado School of Mines. So we did see before that Hannah Martin for the Ore Diggers. Back over to the pole vault. As Seth Hills, I believe that was his second attempt. We'll have to get word as we continue to progress here. And Mount Lion Fieldhouse, 1.58 meters once again. And that is Megan King for the Mavericks. I believe that's at least her second attempt, if not her third. And now over at the heptathlon. Oh, we just got the tail end of that throw by Rise Reba. Crowd goes up there as now we go over to Abigail Butler in New Mexico Highlands. Go over at the high jump. Can't quite clear it, 1.58. Looks like we're back. I believe this is third attempt now for Pete Brown for the Eagles. And he's able to get over. So I believe the pole vault bar will be going up probably at 3.20, but we're going to have to get a check to see. I believe that's Faith Novis. So I'll look at all my papers here. I'm sorry, Maggie Remsburg. My apologies, Maggie Remsburg for UCCS. Seth Hills now at the pole vault. We go back over to the high jump. And both of those athletes not able to clear the bar. Back over to the shot put. We've got Shane Collins of Chadron State. Again, each of those marks is starting at 40 feet, 40, 50, 60, 70. For Shane Collins coming in with a mark of 15.53 meters. He's not going to let that one stand. And going over at high jump, good performance there for the Eagles. That is Miranda Gilkey. And I'll continue the action at 1.58 meters. That is Martin for the Ore Diggers. And back over at shot put, this is John Hawkendale of Adams State University. Looks like I would take a guess, 46, 47-foot range for him. His season best coming in today, 49.10. Believe the bar is at 3.2 over at pole vault. As we have back up to the runway, Pete Brown of Colorado Mesa University. We're in the middle of flights at the women's triple jump. We're at roughly 3.20 meters right now at the men's pole vault for the heptathlon. As a good clearance by Pete Brown. He prays for that thing to stay. It looks like it's going to stay. And he gets the ruling that he's good to disembark. A foul for Parker Bays on his first attempt. Fourth in the conference coming into this meet. As we get a look over at the high jump. That is for Mines. Lexi Wood back over to Adams State. Just about the 46, 47-foot mark for Breck Van Wees. Ninth in the conference coming in. Season best throw of 48 feet, 8 3/4 inches. Back over to heptathlon pole vault. That is Richmond for UCCS. Catches it with his knee on the way over. And that is, I believe, Megan King for Colorado Mesa getting over the bar over on the far side. And you can see over on the left, that's Con Marshall, I believe, Chadron State's longtime SID. They named the football press box after him. As we go back to action, New Mexico Highlands, Abigail Butler can't quite get over there. The man, the myth, the legend, Con Marshall, as we go back over to shot put. That's Colton home move, just shy of the 50-foot mark. We got a good clearance over at the heptathlon. I believe that is Wyatt Ewer. Good clearance for him. And back over to high jump. That is Remsburg for the Mount Lions, competing in this event yesterday. And up into the ring, that's Arvid Wiedmark. He is currently first in the RMAC, 19th in the nation. Good throw over on the right side. That's going to get past the 50-foot mark comfortably. He's got 56 feet 2 inches. 19th in the nation. Will probably want to get a few more centimeters and inches on that if he wants to solidify his shot with all the other competition across the nation today. That jumper right there, who just went for Chadron State, Miranda Gilkey, as we're back over to Seth Hills for Black Hills State. My apologies that we got a new jumper in. That's Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State. Getting in action over at heptathlon pole vault. Back over to the shot put. Looks like we're back to the top of the order. That is Hoyt Nicholas with his second throw here in the second flight. And he will take that for a scratch. As we're about ready, it looks like, get underway. Oh, we still got warm-ups over at triple jump, so we've got a little bit of time left there. Richmond catches it over as he goes across with his body. And 1.63 confirmed. High jump moving up to 1.63. That is Rise Reba for the Mountaineers. And his second throw, third in the conference coming in, provisional qualifier, but wouldn't make the nationals right now. Finished 7th in this event last year. We're back over to high jump bars now, moving up to 1.63 meters for the conversion. For those who don't speak metric, 5 feet 4 1/4. As we get that measurement. As we are back over at the high jump, that is Seth Richmond for the Mountaineers. As high jump getting ready to continue competition. Just shy of 5.5 feet there. There's Richmond from UCCS and heptathlon. Bounces around. We're going to keep an eye. It looks like it's going to stay. As King for Mesa fouls on her first attempt. High jump, that the bar is staying. They're going to mark it. As we're back over the shot put, I believe we just saw either Shane Collins or Hayden Riley. That was Collins who just stepped out, and now you see in the ring Hayden Riley for the Mavericks. Here in the second round of throws in the second flight of the men's shot. 11:35 here, 25 minutes away from the start of running events here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. As Collins steps out, can't quite get that. That looks like that's Kaya Crow on the far side for the women's high jump. Championed this event 2 years ago for the Mount Lions. Just picked up her third straight win in the pentathlon yesterday. Right there on the runway for the heptathlon pole vault. That was Pete Brown, but we're going to go back over. Anderson can't quite get over as we go to Adams State's John Hawkendale. He will take that mark. Again, looking at those rings, starting at 40 feet, every 10 feet is where you can expect those measurements to be taken. Obviously, everything's in metric. Looks like mid to high 40s for Hawkendale for the Grizzlies. As we try to keep you abreast of all the action here, looks like women's triple jump getting their final instructions in the second flight. We're trying to keep you updated over there. As let back over to high jump, just barely grazed it. That is Sarah Cerrone of Colorado Mesa. Second throw now for Parker Bays of UCCS. That's going to be right, just looks like the 46-47 range for him. That's Brown for the Eagles over at the heptathlon. But first back over, also for the Eagles, I believe that would be Gilkey. Trying to get a good look. That is Shadron's uniform. Back over to pole vault and Pete Brown for the Eagles. And he grazes as he goes over, a foul for him. And there is Adam States just shy at the 50-foot line. That is Breck Van Weiss. For UCCS, Faith Noves can't quite clear at 5'4.5" or 4 1/4", 1.63 meters. I believe that's still Richmond on the runway for UCCS in heptathlon. He was part of the opening height at 2.75. I believe the bar is set at 3.20, but we're trying to get confirmation on that. Here comes his vault. Grazes it with his left thigh. And there is Megan King for Colorado Mesa. Can't quite get over the bar at 5'4 1/4. As looks like, I believe that is Ewer for the pole vault for the Mountaineers. Going back over to high jump. And it looks like that was Crow. Just based on the wrappings on her knee. That is Ewer. He can't quite get over on that. And yes, that is Kaya Crow there, who missed, I believe, at her second attempt here at 5'4 1/4. Here comes Anderson for at least her second attempt. Hits it with her left arm. She can't quite get over. Here comes Arvid Wiedmark for Colorado Mines, the conference leader, coming in well over 50 feet from what it looks like. Gonna see if we can keep it here just to get confirmation. Good throw for him. He came in with 56.2.5. And it looks like that'll be close to it. As we look at other action from across the field house, women's triple jump about to get underway for the second flight. Good clearance there for Cerrone, and a good clearance there in the heptathlon. Pole vault for Pete Brown. So athletes clearing bars all over the place, and we're about to get ready to get started over at the women's triple jump. So we got 4 events in action once again. So we're trying to keep everyone updated. Seth Richmond on the runway right now. And the heptathlon pole vault. At the end of that runway, you see Maya Keller for UCCS. 8th at the conference championships last year. You just saw the throw there for Hoyt Nichols to start the third round of flows there. There comes down the runway Keller for UCCS. A legal throw for her to get the second flight underway over at the triple jump. It looks like we're on the second or third jumps now at 5.63 meters at the women's high jump on the northeast corner of the track. Count 13. They're going to go 11 on Keller's triple jump, 11.50 on her first attempt. And a good clearance over at high jump. And back over to pole vault. I believe that's Wyatt Ewer that is Ewer. Can't quite get there. That is Rise Reba, his third throw. Looks like that was a little bit past the 50-foot mark. He came in at 53 at 10. Here comes Jessica Blahnik, the freshman for the Mountaineers. Her first attempt here in the second flight is good. And a very excited performance there by Megan King. She clears at 1.63. She's now 5 centimeters past her season best. She came in at 1.58. Back over to heptathlon pole vault. This, I believe, is Seth Richmond still for the Mount Lions, on either his second or third attempt at what I believe is 3.20. And over at Blahnik, 11.17 meters for her. Richmond can't quite get over for the Mount Lions. That is Richmond indeed. And a foul for Shane Collins over at the men's shot put. Wrapping up the preliminaries over at men's shot, we got CSU Pueblo coming down the runway, Reagan Andrews, and that's a foul on her first attempt in the opening jump at the second flight. We've got over at pole vault. Now let's jump over to women's. Oh, back over to pole vault. Okay. This is Western Colorado, and that is, I believe, Ewer. You saw the throw there. Looks like that went out on the left side. He was going to scratch anyway. I believe that is Shane Collins. And I'm sorry, that's Hayden Riley of Colorado Mesa. Now stepping into the ring, John Hawkendale of Adams State University. Going to see if we can get an update. That was a foul for Andrews. Hannah Meek now on the long jump, triple jump runway. As you can see, currently the first top time in the RMAC, 5th best in the nation. Here comes Hawkendale, just over the 40-foot mark. Hannah Meek about to come down the runway for the Mountain Lions. 5th in the nation, runner-up in last year's RMAC championships, as she gets a legal jump on her first attempt. Saw her yesterday in the long jump. Gonna see if we can get. They're doing a much better job with the performance boards. We appreciate that from up here. Here comes Colton Holmuth of UCCS. At least have a little bit of better idea. That's just shy of the 50-foot mark for him. He came in with the season best time of 54 feet, 8 inches. That is at the heptathlon pole vault. That is Pete Brown of Chadron State, CSU Pueblo's Emma Summer. I believe 11 even mark jump for Hannah Meek on her first attempt. Legal jump for Summer. We're going to see what we can get as Adams State's Brent Van Ways will take that one just at about the 50-foot mark there on the turf. And that looks like that could be a season best mark for him. 11.27 meters for Erica Summer to start off the second flight for her in the women's triple jump. As Pete Brown from Chadron State gets over and hits it with his legs going up, we believe at 3.25 meters. And down at the shot put ring, that's Colton Holmuth. Third throw for him here in the shot put. Low to mid 40s. He will not take that mark. As we just see there, New Mexico Highlands, that's Annie Topol, 2-time defending RMAC champion in this particular event. 5th in the RMAC is a provisional qualifier, but we need to improve if she wants to compete at nationals. Right now, I believe that is going to be at the pole vault runway. I believe that is Butcher, as we're over at the high jump for Mesa. A good clearance. I believe that was for Cerrone. And that was the last throw, the second flight for men's shot put for Arvid Wiedmark. So we got finals coming up here in the men's shot put. We're trying to get you finalists as we can over at heptathlon pole vault. And a good clearance. That is Butcher for a Western Colorado, 4.10 meters. Back over at high jump, 1.63 meters, 5.4 1/4. Looks like it might have gone up a little bit. Looks like that's over at 5.5. And a good jump there for the Mountain Lions. I believe that's Faith Noves. We just caught the tail end of the jump for Xian DeRoche. And we were missing 11.64 meters for Annie Topol. That would be the best so far in this flight. Back over at Pete Brown. Hits it on his legs, going up. And back over at the triple jump runway. That is Christine Bailey getting ready to go. We've got warm-ups going on at the men's shot put. We're going to try to get an idea on who made the finals. But in the meantime, we've got Christine Bailey coming down the runway. And she will scratch that first one. I believe Sharon DeRoche, 11.98. If that's the case, that's a phenomenal jump for her, just shy of her season best to open up here. And we are through the first round of jumps here in the women's triple jump. Whew, we're keeping busy up here. Okay. So right now, current action right now, you got women's high jump. Just south of that is the men's pole vault for the heptathlon. And to the west, we got the second round of the jumps getting started for the women's triple jump. And a good clearance. Very excited for Megan King. She's continued to go up. I believe we're at 1.68 on the high jump. She is now 10 centimeters off of her season best. So Sharon DeRoche now on the runway. And this will now be the end of the second flight in the women's triple jump. You see Pete Brown can't quite get over. I believe that's at 3.2 or 3.25, trying to get updates there. But Sharon DeRoche, currently the fourth best jump in the conference, tied for 17th in Division II. May want to get a few more centimeters on that time. Currently coming in at 12.03. Great shot of her coming down. And that'll be a good throw. That'll be a good jump. And there goes the flag. As we are continuing action underway here in Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. That should be Sarah Cerrone now of Colorado Mesa. Hits it with her left arm going up. And looks like we're going to look. I believe that's 11:22 for DeRoche. We're trying to the performance board just a little bit difficult to see from our angle. Let's say close enough. We're going to count it for our purposes as we're back to the top of the order. There's Mia Keller for UCCS, 11.5 meters on her first jump. Here she comes. And that's going to be a good mark just based on where she jumped off from. And they're going to count it. And so, yes, 11.22 for DeRoche as back over at high jump. That is over on the far side. That is Faith Noves. Back over at pole vault. It looks like that is Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State getting ready to clear the vault. Been a little bit of a while since we've been able to get an update at pole vault. I believe the bar is a 325. But we'll see what we can do. Easily clears it for a Hepp. He came in 3.91. As for the Mountaineers, that is Jessica Blahnik. Looks like Keller looking at the performance board. 10.79, not an improvement for her. Back over to high jump. I believe the bar is at 1.68. Good clearance for Megan King. She made that look easy. Trying to get a good eye to see exactly who that was for the Mavericks. Either way, that's a good performance. Sarah Cerrone. So that matches, I believe, for season best. If we are indeed at 1.68. And easy clearance, very excited over there for the Mountain Lions. And over for the Mountaineers, another clearance, now down the triple jump runway. And that will be a foul for Regina Adams. And as you can see, 11.64 for Blahnik. That improves her season best. As we're getting ready for the finals in the men's shot put, looks like still warming up since the tape is still down. So let's go ahead and focus our areas into a few of their places. Here comes, I believe now that's going to be Megan King. Hits it with her back on the way up. If we are indeed at 1.68. Yep. And so still in warm-ups there for the finals of the men's shot put. Down at the triple jump, here comes Hannah Meek for her second jump at the triple jump for UCCS. And a fair jump for her. And we are indeed starting finals here in the men's shot put. See if we can get a good look at that number, 36. So that's Colton Homemove. He's made the finals for UCCS. And over at Hannah Meek, they have the score. They have it posted. We'll see if they turn it around. 11.67 for her. Big improvement for her over her first jump of 11 even. As now back over at shot put, that looks like that is Brent Van Wex. No, that is not Brent Van Wex. That is a UCCS thrower. That is Parker Bays. So we already got two throwers in, just shy of the 50-foot mark there. Over at the triple jump, that is CSU Pueblo's Erica Summer. She jumped 11.27. This one will count. As now we got about 10 minutes left to go before we start throwing running events into the mix. So right now, active competition, men's shot put finals, second flight of the women's triple jump. On the far side, we got high jump on the women's side. I believe that was King for Mesa, who can't quite clear it. And I believe we're at 1.68. Over at the pole vault pit, we got Western Colorado up to the runway as heptathlon action continues. And pole vault, he can't quite clear it. We know that's Adams State thrower. We can probably assume either Hockendale or Van Weiss, but we'll have to see. As Noves can't quite clear that. We believe that bar is at 168. Here comes Topol for New Mexico Highlands, two-time defending champion in this event. See if we can get an update. We missed the reporting for Emma Summer, and that will be a foul for Topol. She had 11.64 on her first one. Looks like 11.42 for Summer. Oh, 10.94, I'm sorry. As right now, finals going on in pole vault. Looks like that's Justin Loper, who qualified out of the first flight. I believe we're at 1.68, and I believe we're in the third round of attempts now. But trying our best to keep track here. As over at high jump, looks like the bar is at roughly 5 feet, 7.5 inches. And that is Noves, who can't quite clear it. That is for Chadron State. That is Shane Collins for the Eagles, the freshman, fifth in the conference coming in. He's in the finals. Back over to heptathlon high jump. As we continue action here. As we missed Keena Jackson earlier in the high triple jump, 11.93. She doesn't improve for her. Right there at Adams State. Now that looks like Brent Van Weeks, based on the bib number. Christine Bailey now coming down the runway. She fouled on her first attempt here. This one's going to be a good jump. And she's able to get in. Like I said, bars right now looks like it's at roughly 5'7" and a quarter. We're about 5 minutes away from the finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles. And a great performance there. That is Faith Noves. Big reaction from the Mount Lion home crowd there. As Noves coming in with a season best jump of 5'5" and a quarter, so a new season best for her. Just past the 50-foot mark there for Western Colorado. That is Rise Reba. And on that last jump for Bailey, looks like it was 10.70. Her first mark of the competition. And it looks like we're about to move up in the high jump. As we pause here, national anthem being performed here by Mark Israel, director of the UCCS Pep Band. Mark Israel, instructor of music at University of Colorado Springs, with the national anthem as we get set here for running events. Caught us off guard. We are caught up in the moment. Let's reset a little bit while we have a moment. Men's shot put currently in finals. Women's triple jump, second round of jumps and the second flight. Women's high jump, I believe, is at 1.68, maybe up to 1.73. We're going to have to get a good shot of that. Been a while since we've gotten a confirmed height at pole vault. We're going with about 3.25 or 3.33. Now on the triple jump runway, wrapping up this first round of jumps is Shion DeRoche. She had 11.22 meters in her first attempt. This one will count as well. We got a couple minutes. We're going to get you to the women's 60-meter hurdles, because why not have 5 events going on at the same time? So as we continue to go, it looks like we got a pause at high jump, which makes sense. We've got a couple of these jumpers in the 60 hurdles. 11.19 for DeLoach, just 3 centimeters off her first jump. As let's get you set for the hurdles as quickly as we can. About 90 seconds to go. These are the finals. As looking over at shot put and looking over at pole vault for the heptathlon. Let's get you introduced real quick to the finalists in the 60 hurdles. Lane 1 from UCCS, Cameron Tracy, qualified with 9.16 seconds. In lane 2, Kaya Crow, also from UCCS, also qualifying at 9.162 seconds. We got Mia Keller, a foul in her third attempt. I believe her best is 11.50 in this flight. In lane 3, back over at hurdles, Kennedy Brown of Colorado School of Mines, the junior, automatically qualified by winning her heat, 8.94 seconds. Lane 4, Oweneka Watson of Adams State, 8.53 on her qualifying time. Lane 5, Chelsea Murphy, Western Colorado, 8.64. Lane 6, Renee Denny from Adams State, qualifying at 8.95. Tara Valadez from UCCS. And we're off here in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Again, strongest competitor, Adams State, Oweneka Watson. Looks like she will win the RMAC championship. It's going to be close between second and third. Between Adams is Denny and Murphy's Western Colorado. Let's see as times come in. 8.50, that's a new fieldhouse record. She breaks her own that she set yesterday. 8.72, that's the runner-up for Grizzlies at 8.72 seconds. That's Renee Denny. In third, Chelsea Murphy for the Mountaineers, 8.76 seconds. 1, 2, 3, West Adams, Western. In fourth, Cameron Tracy from lane 1 in 9.09 seconds. In fifth, Kennedy Brown for Mines at 9.12, also with 9.12. Lindsay Krupa from Mesa. And as you see there, keeping going down, Tara Valadez, 9.16, and Kaya Crow at 10.50. Your RMAC champion in the women's 60, Oweneka Watson. She set the fieldhouse record yesterday in this meet. And the prelims with 8.53 lowers it again with 8.50. As now we go back to field events from across the way. Just shy of 50 feet. I believe that's Justin Loper. Looks like he will improve on his season best. As we go over to pole vault, I believe that was Hep of Black Hill State able to get it cleared off. We got about 10 minutes until the men's 110-meter high hurdles, the 60-meter high hurdles begin. Over at the high jump, we believe we're at 1.73. As we continue to climb up, just shy, it looks like we might still be at 5.7 1/4, so it looks like we might still be at 1.68. If not a little bit higher as we continue action. Here comes down the triple jump runway. That's Reagan Andrews. As we missed a jump for Blondneck, 11.50. I believe her best was her second jump at 11.64. And looks like just shy of 6 foot now over at the high jump. As Reagan Andrews looks like 11.50. I believe she fouled her first attempts as a foul there at Adams State. And coming into the ring now for Western Colorado, I believe that's going to be Rise Reba. Warm-ups right now going on for the men's 60-meter hurdles. And correction, Reagan Andrews, 11.52 meters on her best jump. Up next on the runway, Hannah Meek from UCCS, 11.67 meters on her second jump. Right now we believe that's her best. National championship qualifier last year, but didn't get a legal jump in for the Mountain Lions in that competition as Meek comes down the runway right now in the women's triple jump. And there's Meek for the Mountain Lions. A legal jump in for her final jump here of the prelims. Wiedmark with a good mark down the right side. Looks like that's going to be in the mid-50s for him. But where he came in at for the coming into the championships with. 11.62 is the mark that's going to be credited to Hannah Meek. I believe her best was 11.67. And Emma Summer, I believe her best jump, 11.27 on her first jump. As looks like we're going to have a little bit of a break here. Here we are at the shot put. South Dakota School of Mines couldn't get a good look at that bib number. As a legal jump there, we just caught the tail end for Emma Summer of CSU Pueblo. The last round of jumps here in the women's triple jump, and then we're going to head over to finals for them. You see their warm-ups right now for the men's 60-meter hurdles. That'll get started here in about 6 minutes here at Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. As looks like they're adjusting the bar and getting warm-ups in for some of these athletes in the heptathlon. So we're going to try to get an idea on who is still in. Warm-ups going on right now in the heptathlon pole vault. That is Chase McLean for the Ore Diggers. So right now, women's high jump, women's triple jump, men's shot put. Here comes Topol for New Mexico Highlands. Has won this event the last 2 years. Is going to get a legal throw there. It looks like a really good legal jump there. We'll see where that stands as soon as it comes through on the performance boards. Looks like high jump. Looks like the 5'10", 5'11" mark range. And just past the 50-foot mark, I believe that was Parker Bays. Got the clap going for motivation on the north end of the field house. As that is Faith Noves for the Mountain Lions. Quickly talking to associate head coach Dylan Schroet. We missed Topol's mark. We're going to see if we can get it again. Still in the warm-ups at pole vault in the heptathlon. And here comes Keena Jackson of Colorado Mesa. Good jump for her. That's now back over in the throwing ring for the finals of the men's shot put. Topol, a fantastic jump. That's accurate. 12.68 meters for her. That's a new season best for her. New fieldhouse record in the process. Legal throw there for Black Hills State, just shy of the 50-foot mark, it looks like. As 11.89 meters for Keena Jackson over at the women's triple jump. About 4 minutes before we get started with the men's 60 hurdles. And still warm-ups over at the pole vault, over at the triple jump. As a foul there for Loper, but now coming down the triple jump runway is Christine Bailey of UCCS. 10.70 was her best jump, and she's going to foul that off, so she will finish with 10.70. Not quite sure that's going to make it into finals for her. Came in with the season best mark of 11.25. And so we got Sheehan Deloach right there, 26.07 bib number for Mesa. And she will close out this second flight of the women's triple jump. Then we're going to try to get finalists over at the triple jump and catch you up on finals at the men's shot put. As we've got several events going on right here. In terms of what's going on live, we got men's shot put, women's triple jump, and women's high jump. Currently in warm-ups, looks like they're about to restart over at the heptathlon pole vault. As the anticipation, we got Deloach coming down the runway here at the triple jump. And this will close out the preliminaries of the women's triple jump. They're going to mark that throw. Pole vault bar continues to move up as we get new jumpers coming in, as does high jump. Looks like that was Noves. And over at Adams State, that is, I believe, Brent Van Wyks. So in terms of who made finals so far, we've been able to see throws from Van Wyks, Holmuth, Wiedmark, Bays, Shane Collins, Reba, and Loper. That is 7 of the 9. We'll see who else we can try to find. In the meantime, so we've got 11.36 as the best throw of the best jump at his preliminaries for Deloach. As at pole vault, we've got action coming in. And a foul in the first attempt. I believe that's Chase McLean. And that is. It is Rise Reba past the 50-foot mark, about looks like mid to high 50s. And let's go and get you started. A minute away from the start of the men's 60-meter hurdles as they start to get into their blocks. Lane 1, Tristan Hepp of Black Hills State University, second in the conference coming into today. 8.44 seconds on his qualifying time. Lane 2 is Matt Hansen, a senior from UCCS, qualifying at 8.37 seconds. In lane 3, Nathan Hansen of Colorado Mesa, qualified in 8.37 seconds. In lane 4, Charlie Forbes, the defending RMAC and Division II national champion, qualified at a time of 7.96 seconds. First in the conference right now coming into today, 17th in the nation. Lane 5 is Seth Kovar in the green from Black Hills State, 8.23. He qualified automatically by winning his heat. Coming into this meet, he was third of the conference. In lane 6, Carl Schmidt from CSU Pueblo, qualified at 8.13 seconds, ninth in the conference. In lane 7 from UCCS, freshman Zaire Jackson, 8.40 seconds. And on the outside of lane 8, Cole Jaquette from Western Colorado, 8.47 seconds on his qualifying time. Came in at 10th, so he's already guaranteed to finish a little bit higher as we get ready here for the men's 60-meter hurdles. Lane 4, your defending national champion, Charlie Forbes. And right now, all action on the track has suspended. They are wanting to see this race. A clean start here, and it's going to be a tight one. Looks like it's going to be between Forbes and Kovar, but Forbes able to take the early lead. He will be the second, win his second straight RMAC championship. Charlie Forbes came in at the time of 7.96. He lowered it to 7.91. Automatic qualifying time was 7.90. Hansen from Colorado Mesa, second place. Schmidt from CSU Pueblo in third. Those are your podium finishes. Once again, 7.91, 8.23 for his teammate Matt Hansen. Schmidt from CSU Pueblo, 8.26, 8.31 for Hepp from Black Hills State, 8.32 for Hansen from Colorado Mesa, 8.39 for Kovar from Black Hills State in lane 5, Cole Jaquette in lane 8, 8.48, and Zaire Jackson, the freshman from UCCS, 8.59. Those are your top 8 finishers in the men's 60-meter hurdles. Charlie Forbes winning his second straight conference championship, 1 second off of the NCAA automatic qualifying time with 7.91 seconds. And only 0.02 of a second off of the conference mark last set in 2014 by Carl McFarland of Chadron State College. As we continue to make progress here, we're in between prelims and finals at the women's triple jump. We are wrapping up finals in the men's shot put, and it looks like we have a finished women's high jump as they have put the practice bar back in. That is from Colorado School of Mines, Chase McLean. I believe that was his second failed attempt at this height. We're trying to get update on where the height is. Looks like we are finished at women's high jump. Men will get started at 1:30 p.m. So right now we are waiting final results in the women's high jump, the men's shot put. We are still underway in the heptathlon pole vault, which got started just over about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We're awaiting finals in the women's triple jump, and we have about 7 minutes before we get underway with the finals in the women's 60-meter dash. So we'll see what we can get you for results. They still don't have official posted times yet for the women's 60 hurdles, as easily clearing that. That is Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State. Still going to see what we can get in terms of a height at pole vault. It's been quite a while since we've had an official height to report. We know it has gone up to the point where they allowed Chase McLean to come back in, so probably in the mid to high 3-meter range. As right now, our focus is on pole vault, since that's where the only action on the track is, since we're in between prelims and finals at the women's triple. Looks like that is Chase McLean. I believe this is his third attempt at this height. And clips it as he goes up. And my apologies, that's not McLean, that is Sather from Colorado School of Mines. My apologies on that. Just after 12 o'clock, let's welcome you back in again to Mount Lion Fieldhouse. You're watching the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships right here on the UCCS network on the campus of the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Shaping up to be a beautiful day outside for a Leap Day 2020, but we've got action heating up here inside Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Just got started with running events. We're still waiting for final results to be posted for the hurdles. And if you're looking online, they have only confirmed, at least online, the time for Charlie Forbes, although the interior monitors in here did give the full times for the rest of the athletes. So not sure if that's a technical issue or if we need to be reading more into that as we get started for warm-ups again at the men's pole vault. So a rare moment of break right now, as right now we've got the finals in the women's triple jump. They are warming up, and we've got more athletes coming in the heptathlon as they continue to warm up over at the pole vault. We have wrapped up action in the women's high jump, the men's shot put, the men's and women's hurdles, but we don't have final results, or at least official results, I should say, to confirm for you yet. We will let you know as soon as they do, as we should start seeing team scores really start to adjust right now. Right now, no team scores have been added in yet. So right now it is, oh, I take that back, they have. Let's see where we have final scores posted. Well, right now we're showing UCCS on the men's side in the lead with 70 points. Colorado School of Mines in second at 46 points. As you see, warm-ups continue here in the women's triple jump. And over at the pole vault, again, no word yet on where the bar is officially. And we'll see what we can get reported out for everybody. As warm-ups here continuing here in the finals of the triple jump. As we're 2 minutes away from the start of the women's 60-meter dash, well, we've got a shot there to starters. Let's go ahead and get you introduced there from right to left in lane 1, Brittany Fuchs of UCCS. She qualified at the time with 7.73 seconds. In lane 2, Sierra Arcano of Colorado Mesa, also coming in at 7.73 seconds. In lane 3, Brooklyn York of Colorado Mesa, qualifying automatically by winning her heat in 7.64 seconds. In the middle, Kayla Zink, 7.59 seconds, has the second fastest seed time coming into the championships. York in lane 3 had the top one, and she was 12th in the nation. Zink, 15th in the nation. As we get competition going back underway at the pole vault, a new jumper in for Sam Repshire at UCCS. Let's go back over to the 60 dash. So in lane 1, Fuchs, in lane 2, Arcano, in lane 3, York, in lane 4, Zink, in lane 5 from Colorado Mesa, Rachel Crutcher, qualifying for this qualifying for this event at 7.59 seconds. In lane 6, Kayla Waterman from UCCS, 7.70 seconds, came into the championships ranked 4th. And in lane 7, Kadesha Adams of New Mexico Highlands, and 7.73 seconds. And in lane 8, Brianne Fowler from Black Hills State, qualifying for the finals in 7.76 seconds, a 0.5 second improvement off of her seed time coming into this meet. As over at pole vault, action continues. I believe that is still Hep in the mix for Black Hills State. As heptathlon action continues, looks like the 1,000 meter run for the men's heptathlon, 10th will be scheduled for 1. We will not be hitting that quite yet. As we are about 15 seconds away, athletes for the sprinters should be getting into their blocks momentarily, and we just heard the signal given by the starter. Once again, right from left, Fuchs, Arcano, York, Zink, Crutcher, Waterman, Adams, and Fuller. Lane 3 and lane 4 is probably where the competition will be. Those are the top 2 times in the conference coming into the meet. They're both ranked in the top 15 of Division 2. But also can't discount Crutcher in lane 5. She qualified for the finals in 7.59 seconds, came into the conference championships at 3rd. And a safe start here in the 60-meter dash. And once again, in the middle, as expected, it looks like it's going to be Mesa, probably taking 1-2. I think that's going to be Brooklyn York in lane 3, taking the win. We're going to wait for official times. York, the RMAC champion, 7.53 seconds. Crutchers in second, Zink in third. But 7.53 seconds right there for Brooklyn York, 7.60 for Crutcher from Colorado Mesa. Kayla Zink, 7.65 seconds. As we see times finally posted online, Arkano, 7.66. Adams from Highlands at 7.72. We go back over to pole vault at the heptathlon. That's Nick Abs from Western. He's able to clear. Waterman finishing in 6th in the women's 60 and 7.73. And Fuller from Black Hill State in 7.77. But that's York, 7.53 seconds for her. That is 0.02 of a second improvement off of her seed time coming into today. She was tied for 12th in the nation coming into today with a seed time of 7.55. But congratulations, Brooklyn York, RMAC champion in the women's 60-meter dash for Colorado Mesa University. Got finally official word, 4.15 meters is where the pole vault bar is currently right now. But a good race, 18 points just off the top 2 finishers, and York and Crutcher. 5 points, another 5 points from Arkano. So 23-point performance by the Mavericks there for the team standings on the women's side. Over at pole vault at the heptathlon, right now the only event actually in action at the moment. Bars at 4.15 meters, 13 feet, 7.5 inches for the heptathletes. As we're trying to try to get a handle on which events have actually been scored. As right now we're seeing team scores updated, but we're not seeing the individual results to correlate with them, so at least give you what we have. Like I said earlier, men's team scores 71 points for UCCS, 46 for Colorado School of Mines, Western Colorado in third at 34. On the women's side, 61.5 points for UCCS. As we see more warm-ups underway here in the pole vault for the heptathlon. So right now, a little bit of a break in the action. So let's go back to your women's team scores. UCCS, 61.5 points on the women's side. Adams in second at 46. Colorado Mines in third at 39. Clearly, that does not include the standings, the points from the women's 60-meter dash. Right now, going into that, looks like Mesa had 18 points. By my calculations, I got another 23 out of that event. So just off of that, that should put Mesa up into third, not accounting for the other athletes who were in that heat. Still no official results available in the men's shot put or the women's high jump. Triple jumpers are getting their final instructions for the finals in the women's triple jump. And now 5 minutes away or so, we'll have the finals of the 60-meter dash, and that'll close out all the straightaways. Then we'll get started on the oval at about 12:45 with the women's mile. These mile runs should be incredible to watch. Several athletes ranked in the top 20 on both the men's and women's side going into national championships in 2 weeks. As we continue to see warm-ups for the heptathlete pole vaulters who are going to be joining in at this height. NCAA championships this year will be held in Birmingham, Alabama at the Crossplex. Great facilities for track and field action with their bank track in Birmingham. It looks like we are getting started here with the finals in the women's triple jump. We'll do our best to get you who is competing. And it looks like to lead things off, that is Alexis Carroll for UCCS. We had roughly 11:31 for her, but I know we've missed at least one jump in there, so not 100% sure what she qualified with in finals. And first jump will be a foul for as I keep my notes straight, that'll be a foul for Alexis Carroll here to open up the finals of the women's triple jump. Looks like a Mesa jumper down at the end. Bar right now, we believe, is set at least 4.15 meters. And looks like that is going to be Tristan Hepp from Black Hill State, who will be continuing his climb. If that is Hepp, looks like he's surpassed his personal best. And this event came in at 3.91. As he is up and over, a good vault for him. And that is Hepp. So he's having a good day in the heptathlon, as now coming down the runway for Colorado Mesa is Cheyenne Deloach. That'll be a good mark for her. We believe her best in the prelims, 11:36. And we're going to see what the mark is. They're getting ready to post it up. So it looks like it's going to be 11.39. So an improvement for her on her first jump in finals for Cheyenne Deloach. And then that, I believe, is Hayden L, but I could be wrong. But right now on the triple jump runway, bib number 2807 means that's Mia Keller for UCCS. I believe she qualified with the best jump of 11.5 meters. She now makes her way down the triple jump runway. After this, we're going to go over and get you introduced to the finalists in the men's 60-meter dash. A good jump for Keller for UCCS. We're waiting for that. Keller talking to Coach Fellows as we wait for action. 11.30 meters for Keller. Let's go now over to the men's 60-meter dash. The start line for that. Finals will be getting started here in about 90 seconds. In lane 1, RJ Ramirez from CSU Pueblo, 7 seconds even in his prelims, the defending RMAC champion in this event. Lane 2, Elijah Williams from Colorado Mesa, qualified in 6.93 seconds. In third, in lane 3, Nicholas Polite from MSU Denver, qualified in 6.95 seconds. In fourth, Deshaun Elcock has the fastest time coming into this meet in the conference, qualified for this event at 6.81 meters from yesterday's prelims. In fifth, Tyrell Smith from CSU Pueblo, there in the white uniform. Tyrell Smith, 6.91 seconds. He came in fourth in the conference as we take a look at Deshaun Elcock coming in at 6.80, qualified for finals in 6.81. In lane 6 on the left side of your screen, Sam Repture, he's bouncing back and forth between this event and heptathlon at the moment. Fifth in the conference, 6.85 meters, or 6.85 seconds on his qualifying time. He qualified based on time. Lane 7, Michael Dyke from MSU Denver, qualified in 6.97 seconds. And in lane 8, you can barely see in the red uniform, Blaze Holland from MSU Denver, qualified for finals in 7.01 seconds. The entire field house is now quiet as we wait for the start of the men's 60-meter dash. And a fair start here in the men's 60-meter dash. Look, it's going to be Elcock, but Sam Repcher is also going to compete for it. Looks like it's going to be Elcock for sure. We're going to have to see who else comes in. Elcock, 6.80 seconds, matches his season best. In second, we're still waiting for results to populate in our boards on the arena. It was close. I'll give the timers that's for sure. And right now, you know all we need. Williams from Colorado Mesa, 6.94 seconds as a runner-up. Williams, an improvement for him, 6.95 seconds for Smith from CSU Pueblo. So you got Elcock, Williams, and Smith, 1, 2, 3 in the men's 60-meter dash. Tyrell Smith, Dyke from MSU Denver, followed by Ramirez from CSU Pueblo. But Deshaun Elcock, congratulations on the win. He is the 2020 RMAC 60-meter dash champion. As you can see, the results gradually start to populate here from our good friends at Rapid Results. As we see now in the triple jump runway for finals, I believe that is Blahnik going off of memory. And that is, she had a best jump of 11.64. We're seeing that getting posted right now, 11.69. So an improvement for her on her first jump of finals. We've missed a few jumpers in the triples jump as we are looking over at the men's 60. We apologize for that. On the runway right now, Hannah Meek for the Mountain Lions. As we go back over, that looks like that would be Connor McLean getting ready to go in the pole vault. We're not 100% sure. Hannah Meek getting the motivation going on the west side of the track as she gets ready for her first jump here in the finals at the women's triple jump, coming into this meet with the best mark in the conference. Looking to leave here with the best mark as well. It's going to be a fair jump for her to start her finals. We got a little bit of time before we get started with track events again at 12:45 with the first of two heats in the women's mile. 8 laps around the track for those competitors. As over, it looks like that was Chase McLean, my apologies. He clears the pole vault bar over in the men's heptathlon. We expected the men's heptathlon to take a while in the pole vault, and it has so far held up here today. As we are looking for updated results, still have not gotten official results posted. As over at the triple jump, over at the pole vault. Excitement there for Nick Apps from Western Colorado as here comes down the runway is Keena Jackson of Colorado Mesa University. That will be a good mark for her. She had a good mark in the prelims. I believe her best mark was 11.98. And we're going to see where. Looks like 12, so she improved already. 12 is her best mark of the day. Good mark for Keena Jackson for the Mavericks. So right now we're dividing our attention between women's triple and the heptathlon pole vault. I believe the bar is probably at 420 right now, maybe 425. Although with the performance standard, as you can see from our camera angle pointing the other direction, is hard for us to confirm from up here. That is Annie Topol, the two-time defending champion in this event from New Mexico Highlands. A good legal jump for her on her first jump. 12.68, I believe, was her last jump in prelims. And looks like it's going to be 12. We're looking at the performance board right there. 12.54. So not quite an improvement, but still a really good jump for her. She came in only with the best jump of the season from what I got, 11.74. So already she has gone almost a full meter based on what her seat time was this year. She was fourth in the Division II championships last year, so we're just looking at seat times coming into today for this year. As Now on the runway for UCCS. That looks like Alexis Carroll making she fouled on her first attempt from what we have. And looks like a second foul for her as we get started with the second round of jumps in the women's triple jump. I believe that is going to be Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State University. Getting ready for the pole vault portion of the heptathlon. He's up and can't quite get over. Takes a foul on that attempt. And right now at the pole vault, I believe that is Apps. That is not Apps, my apologies. That is Hayden L for the Mountaineers. Sporting one of the better haircuts here in the conference meet. Over at women's triple jump, second round of finals are underway. On the runway right now, there's Shion Deloach for Colorado Mesa. Based on what we've been able to keep track, 11:39, her best mark of the day. Over at pole vault, I believe that's going to be Spencer Jar. That is the RMAC and Division II national champion getting over as we are now continuing to get into the upper heights at the pole vault. Back over to Deloach as she comes down the runway. It's going to be a fair jump for her. Looking to improve on her 11:39 so far today. And coming in, I believe that's Chase McLean. He can't quite get over, catches it with his left leg. That is Chase. We're going to be looking for Connor to still come in a little bit too. 11:34 for Deloach, so I don't believe that's an improvement for her. I believe her best mark came in the first jump of finals. Sam Repture, he just wrapped up the 60-meter dash. As getting ready to come down the runway, Mia Keller, 11:50 is her best jump from prelims. And looks like she'll be okay. It'll be a legal jump for Mia Keller. Repture can't quite get over the bar at this height. And we're going to take a look for Keller, 11:62. That is an improvement for her based on what we're keeping track of up here. As we're just a little more than 5 minutes away from the first of two heats in the finals of the women's mile run. As track events will continue here in just a moment. Next round, the field events, as it looks like we've got, I believe that is Apps. Can't quite clear it. I believe that's his first attempt at this height. That is Nick Apps for the Mountaineers. As Emma Summer with the jump. I'm sorry, probably Reagan Andrews for CSU Pueblo. That is Andrews, 11:67. We missed her first jump of the finals. But based on what we have so far, that's 11:67. That's her best jump of the day. Again, pending what the unknown is in the first jump. So we're still waiting for final results to be delivered to us in the men's shot put. As getting ready to come down the runway for UCCS, that is Audrey Bloomquist. Thought we missed about 2 jumpers. I think this is going to be it. We don't know what she jumped on her first jump of the finals. We also missed one of her jumps in the prelims while trying to keep track of everything. As for Bloomquist, 11:61. That looks like an improvement for her, again, based on what we have. And it sounds like based on the reaction from her cheering section, probably not a bad way to judge that. As coming down the runway, I believe that is going to be Blahnik. 11:69 is her best performance. I believe this is her second jump of the finals. It's going to be a good jump. As they measure that, I believe that's Chase McLean. I believe this is his second attempt, and he's getting over. Bounces a little bit, but it'll be good enough. They put up the white flag. Good for him. Over at triple jump, Blahnik, 11:41. I do not believe that's an improvement for her. And it looks like, if we're looking down at the runway, that's Hannah Meek with the white headband. We have 11:67 as her best mark. She'll need to improve on that, though. We do know Topol 12:68 is the best mark for Highlands. As Hannah Meek, she'll be at the national tournament no matter what. Over at pole vault, we got, I believe that's Repture for UCCS, able to clear that height. Last we heard, official confirmed was 4.15 meters. We could be up to 4.20 by now. But you see Repture very happy with that performance right there. And as he continues to climb up, Meek, a good legal jump for her, 11 point as they work on that, 1190 even. Best jump we have for Meek, although it looks like we missed the first one of her finals as well. All right, over at the pole vault pit as heptathlon action continues still. For Western Colorado, a good clearance over there. That is Nick Apps. For at 420, that is his best performance of the year. As Keena Jackson from Colorado Mesa, using all the runway and plus some for this attempt here in the finals. Looks like it's going to be a clean jump. It is. White flag goes up. Looks like she's okay. Maybe a little bit of a tweak. Looks like she's avoiding putting weight on that left foot. 12 meters even for Keena Jackson. I believe that is still second to her first jump in prelims. That is Hep. He can't quite get over the bar. As we're getting ready here in just over a minute, the women's mile run, heat 1 of 2, getting back going on the track. In the meantime, we've got action in the triple jump coming down the runway for New Mexico Highlands. That I believe is, I don't believe that's Topol. I believe that's Elliston. As, no, it should be Topol. I apologize. So we wait for the time to be rendered, the mark to be rendered. We see Topol right there talking to a member of the Highlands coaching staff. Still waiting for that to be posted as the bar has moved up. So we believe we're at least 425. There you see the eight competitors. Looks like Sierra Della Rova from Colorado School of Mines not competing. just based on number 2 as we get started there. Let's see if we can get, before we introduce you, 12:79 for Topol. That's an improvement for her for the 2-time defending champion. Let's get you caught up on action on the track. First of 2 heats in a women's mile run, a final hip number 1. Courtney McAlladin from Westminster. In lane number 3, hip number 3, Vanessa Court is coming down the runway now. And that'll be a foul for, I believe, Audrey Bloomquist. As we see coming down the straightaway for the first of 8 laps in the mile run. That is Courtney McAlden for Westminster. And second place, Amanda Foster, the freshman from Adams State. Going through the lineup real quick. Lane 3, as you see right there. Hip 1, Courtney McAlden. De La Rova is scratched. Hip number 3, Court from MSU Denver. Hip number 4, Maloney from Adams State. Hip 5, Rackert from Mines. Hip number 6, Emily Gentry from UCCS. Hip 7, Ruby Lindquist from Black Hill State. And in hip 8, McKenna Kemp from MSU Denver. As we mentioned, Amanda Foster currently retaking the lead over on the backside for Adams State, wearing hip number 9. 45-second clip for the runners, high 45s, low 46s as they come through, as it looks like we have on the triple jump runway now. I believe that's Deloach from Mesa. This is the last round of jumps in the finals. Quarter of the way through the women's mile run as Spencer Jarr clears the new height over at the pole vault, now at 4.45 meters confirmed. For the remaining jumpers, Spencer Jarr, his season best is 4.62. Coming up on 3 laps down in the women's mile run. As we try to keep an eye on what Deloach, looks like a foul for her. So we missed that as we were reporting on mile run. 3 laps down, and it's going to be Amanda Foster from Adams State pacing this group. Right off her shoulder is Courtney McAlden from Westminster. Triple jump runway, back to the finals we go. As Mia Keller getting ready to come down, and Chase McLean misses his first attempt at 4.45. A foul for Keller. I believe her press jump is going to be 11.62. Starting to get down to the final jumpers over in the pole vault, 4.45. McLean misses that one. Retaking the lead now is McAlden from Westminster College. I believe we're at the halfway point here in the women's mile run. Right now, action going on underway with the women's triple heptathlon pole vault and the first of 2 heats in the women's mile run. Timed finals in these 2 heats. The second heat is going to be one to watch. There's a lot of nationally ranked athletes in that. As we see Reagan Andrews coming down the triple jump runway for CSU Pueblo. A fair mark for her. 3:28 mark. It is still McAlden in the lead here in the second flight. Repshire misses at 4.45. We believe his first attempts over at the heptathlon. 10.89 for Andrews. That we believe her best is 11.67 from up here. As across the way, still a packed group there. It is McAlden, but it looks like it's right on her shoulder is Foster from Adams State. I stand corrected. Maloney now from Adams State. And so McAllen is still in the lead, but a new second place as Maloney for the Grizzlies. As going up apps on his first attempt at 4.45, can't quite clear it. Already a season best performance for him though. He's got to be pleased with how his day is going. Coming down the runway for the Mountain Lions. Very happy with that based on the crowd. We're going to see what the mark is as we keep action here in the first of 2 heats. And coming along the outside, that is Emily Gentry from UCCS taking the lead, 11.81 meters on that jump in the triple jump. Very happy emotions there for the Mountain Lions as we're on the bell lap here on the first of 2 heats and the mile run. That is Emily Gentry from UCCS opening up a lead here in the final 200 meters. It's going to be a battle for second, barring a massive kick. Here, 100 meters left to go for Gentry here in the opening heat. Adams State, that is Maloney trying to make it interesting, and a big kick here. That is Colorado School of Mines' Rakert, and Rakert will take it. Fading hard is Gentry, so Rakert with the win here in 5 minutes, 25.05 seconds. Great kick for her. Emily Gentry for UCCS finishing a second, 5:25.64. Maloney, 5:25.81. We're going to have to see how those times stack up in the finals in the heat number 2, as looks like we're getting ready to close out here. Reichert again for Mines, 5:25.05. Gentry, 5:25.06. And Maloney, we're keeping track on the top 3 from this heat, 5:25.84 going into the second heat. As over at 4.45 meters, Repsher can't quite clear that. I believe that was his second attempt at this height. This is essentially his season best. His season best is 4.47 on the triple jump runway. That's Hannah Meek for UCCS. We'll get you caught up. This is going to be a great race on the track. The women's mile run, as Meek will close out her triple jump with a good mark. We're trying to make sure we get the time. Here we go in heat number 2. Again, we have one more athlete who looks like we have 2 athletes who didn't start. We're going to introduce them all while we catch up on who didn't start. Hip 1, Nicole Lawrence from Adams State, 10th in the conference coming into this meet. Hip 2, Madeline Geston from Colorado School of Mines, finished 8th in the championships last year. In third, in hip 3, Layla Almasiri from UCCS, provisional qualifier, is 7th in the conference coming into this meet. In hip number 4, Brooke Eberly from Mines, 8th in the conference, provisional qualifier, was 5th in this event 2 years ago. Coming across, we're going to introduce the leader through the first lap of 8, Kayla Witten from UCCS, 7th at this meet 2 seasons ago, was 6th at the D2 championships 3 and 2 years ago. Hip number 5, Abby Frederick from Black Hill State, 14th in the conference, 4th in the conference, 14th in Division 2. Stephanie Cotta wearing hip number 6. She is the national leader in this event at a seed time of 4 minutes, 38.04 seconds. Back on the triple jump runway, that is Keena Jackson with the good jump to close out her triple jump. But as we said, Stephanie Cotter, the national leader, the defending RMAC, the defending national champion, was runner-up in the RMAC championships last year. Wearing hip number 6, Maya Austin, the RMAC Summit Award winner. As we see Chase McLean clear at 4.45 for the Orediggers. Maya Austin, 5th in the conference, 16th in the nation, 12.26, 12.23 for Keena Jackson. Her best mark of the day. She is clearly excited, as you can see there, in the women's triple jump. As we continue with the last runner over in the mile run, that's Haley Streff wearing hip number 8, second in the country. Second in the conference, 11th in the country. As we come through about the 2-minute mark, it is still Wooten leading the pack. Right off her shoulder is Streff of CSU Pueblo. And the final stretches here, as looks like that is Sam Repsher getting over at 4.45. Like I said earlier, essentially his best mark of his career, as we see there, New Mexico Highlands. I believe that's Topol probably rounding it out. We'll go back over to the mile run. That's still Wooten and Streef starting to spread out just a little bit. The high 38s are the lap times here on this 200-meter track at 6,200 feet. 2:36 as Wooten crosses the finish line. Here in Mount Lion Fieldhouse, the second of 2 heats in the women's mile run. Over at the triple jump. A great performance by Nick Apps. That's a big reaction. You see, he is clearly excited. He is having a great day. Came in with the best mark of 4.17 meters. He just cleared 4.45. He's almost 30 centimeters, almost a full foot off of better than his personal best. As we wait for Annie Topol, I don't believe they reported the results there. I'm not quite sure what the delay is there. It's still Wooten and Streff But keep in mind, hip number 6, Cotter. And 12.92 for Topol. That's her best jump. I believe that will win it for them. But again, I haven't been able to keep track of every single one of those jumps. That is the end of the women's triple jump. As we come across, it is still Wooten. Still Wooten and now Maya Austin. So 1-2 for the Mountain Lions here. And looking at hip numbers, we were saying there was 2 that we didn't have. Looks like Stephanie Cotter from Adams State is one of those. I do not see a 6 out there. And we were just missing one. So Stephanie Cotter, the national champion from last year, doesn't look like she started this race. As now Maya Austin taking over the lead ahead of teammate Kayla Wooten. Austin 5th in the conference, 16th in the nation. As they come across to the start-finish line, the bell lap for the Mountain Lions as they take a 1-2 lead going into the final lap of the women's mile run here in Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. In second place, don't discount her, that's Haley Streff from CSU Pueblo. She has the 11th fastest time in the nation. Coming down the runway, that looks like over up pole vault. Yeah, just almost got it, but that was for Western Colorado. But here we go. We're coming down to the finish line in the women's mile run. It's going to be between Maya Austin and Kayla Wooten. From our angle, we couldn't see Kayla Wooten though with the win. 5 minutes, 5.26 seconds, 200ths of a second ahead of her teammate Maya Austin, and 5 minutes, 5.28 seconds. In third, Nicole Lawrence from the Grizzlies, 5 minutes, 5.99 seconds. The top 8 finishers looks like they are going to come from everyone from this heat. But Kayla Wooten, the RMAC champion of the women's mile run, and 5:05.26. That is a new Fieldhouse record set last year by Casey Donner at Wyoming, or from Wyoming in the Mountain Lion Open. But a great 1-2 finish for the Mountain Lions. They get 18 points. Throw in Leia El-Masiri for another 5 points. That's a 23-point performance for the Mountain Lions just right there. Adams State, Nicole Lawrence, she came on strong at the end. 32-second split on that last lap to finish the race in 5 minutes, 5.99 seconds. Next running event on the track will be the finals of the finals of the men's mile at 1:05. So we've got a little bit of time to get some focus over at the heptathlon pole vault. I believe that was Chase McLean. I believe the bar has now been upped. If that is Chase, that would be at least 4.50, if not 4.55. But yeah, it looks like we have gone up to at least 4.5, if not 4.55, as Sam Repsher now on the runway. This would be a personal, or at least a season best for him coming into this meet. And he hits it on with his legs on the way up. And it is Repsher for UCCS. Heptathlon, we're closing in on about, well, it has been more now than 2 hours since we started the heptathlon portion of or at least the pole vault portion of the heptathlon. As it looks like we're giving out medals in the women's high jump. We just got final results posted. So let's go ahead and match it with there. As you can see, Faith Noves will be the champion, 1.72 meters for her. In second to her right, Sarah Cerrone from Colorado Mesa University, 1.69 meters, and Megan King from Mesa at 1.66 meters. Not on the podium, but getting all RMAC second team honors. Alexandra Anderson and 1.58 meters, along with Kaya Crow. They tie for fourth. As we see Nick Apps can't quite clear it, but Nick Apps having a fantastic day for him at the pole vault as we see the high jump medalist step off the podium. Continuing with the high jump results in 6th, Ali Williamson, 1.58 meters based on a judge's decision. And then tying for 7th, Abigail Butler of New Mexico Highlands and Hannah Martin of Colorado School of Mines, both with 1.53 meters, as you see the two Mesa high jumpers right there. Let's also get you the final results of the men's shot put. I believe they've already handed out medals, but let's see what we can get you. Arvid Wiedmark, the winner in 16.91 meters. As we see there for Western Colorado, I believe that's Hayden L. For the Mountaineers, at what I believe, we got 14 feet, 11 inches confirmed over at the pole vault. Continuing with men's shot put final results, we had Wiedmark of Mines at 16.91, Rise Reba from Western Colorado, 16.47 meters. And third, Breck Van Weiss from Adams State, 15.23 meters. Those are your top three for the podium. Finishing a second team all conference, Parker Bays from UCCS, 14.96 meters on his final throw in finals. And fifth, on the tiebreaker, also with 14.96 meters, Shane Collins from Chadron State. In 6th, from Black Hill State, Hoyt Nicholas, 14.91. Also finishing in the tiebreaker. In 7th, Justin Loper in 14.91 meters. And in 8th, in the men's shot put, Colton Homuth, 14.90 meters for UCCS. But again, Arvid Wiedmark, the winner in the 2020 RMAC champion in the men's shot put, a final throw of 16.91 meters. As you just saw there, Spencer Jar of Colorado Mesa clearing at 14 feet, 11 inches over in the heptathlon men's pole vault. Final results are finally starting to get posted for us. We've already given you the final results for the hurdles and dashes, but let's go ahead and get you caught up on the team score since they're starting to populate here quickly. But let's go over that. Sam Repsher getting the encouragement from the crowd. He had it, and he knows he had it. 14 feet, 11 inches. This would be a new season best for him. And that just bounced in just the wrong ways for it to come down. Let's get you caught up on team scores real quick. Leading the way on the men's side, UCCS with 91 points. In 2nd, Colorado School of Mines with 56 points. In 3rd, Western Colorado with 42 points. 4th, CSU Pueblo with 35. And rounding out the top 5, Colorado Mesa with 24. Over on the women's side, UCCS with a big lead right now, 113.5 points for the Mount Lions. In 2nd, Colorado Mesa University with 55 points. In 3rd, Adams State with 52. In 4th, Colorado School of Mines with 43.5. And then rounding out the top 5, Black Hill State 31. So right now on the men's women's side, UCCS with the leads in the team scoring as more and more events start to get filtered in to the system. We're still going to be looking for final results in the miles, 400, 800, 200, 3K, 4x4. Those are your last running events as Apps can't quite get over the bar on there for Western Colorado. We still have final events that need to be scored and inputted for the triple jump on both the men's and women's side. And the men's high jump and women's shot put. So 2 field events still outstanding, plus the heptathlon that is still going on right now. So we have 8 events left to be scored on the women's track side, 9 on the men's side. Mile run just posted. As we said, Kayla Wooten, all of the top 8 came from that second heat. With the exception of 8th, Alice Reichert from Colorado Mines able to get in at 5:25.05 in the number 8 spot. Just about a minute away, we're going to get you started on the first of 2 heats in the men's mile run. But as we said, in the women's mile run, your champion, Kayla Wooten, 5:05.26. The runner-up from UCCS, 5:05.28. That's Maya Austin. And a great vault over there. That is Hayden L. for the Mountaineers. A new season best for him. He's got a lot to be excited for. If you were looking at the initial schedule, we were supposed to get started about with the 1,000-meter run for the heptathlon now. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Great competition going on in the pole vault. Great to see over on the east side of the field house. As we get ready, first of 2 heats here in the men's mile run. Just like the women's race, we're expecting some fireworks here in the second heat of the men's mile. As we got Sam Repsher getting the encouragement, we're going to follow him as we get started here in the first of 2 heats in the men's mile run. Sam Repsher coming down, can't quite get it going. He will foul off his second attempt at 14:11. Let's get introduced to the runners here in the first of 2 heats in the men's mile. Hip number 1, Sam Knopfsinger from UCCS. Hip 2, Paul Matthews from Westminster. Hip 3, Trevor Smith from Colorado Mesa University. Hip number 4, Paulo Vasquez from Adams State. Hip number 5, Ross Husk from Western Colorado. Runner-up in this event at the RMAC Championships last year, 15th at the National Championships this year. If that tells you anything, all the fastest times were in the second heat, and he was a National Championship qualifier last year and is still in this first heat. Hip number 6, Willie Moore from UCCS. Hip number 7, James Freeman from Adams State. Hip number 8, Evan Graff from UCCS. And then hip number 9, Brody Bittner from Colorado School of Mines. Looks like Nick Apps not able to get over on that on 14:11. As we are coming through the second lap now, that is Ross Husk, I believe it is, for the Mountaineers, leading the way through the first 2 laps. Close on his shoulder, Paulo Vasquez from Adams State University. 8-lap race here in the men's mile run, first of 2 heats here. As I said, we've got Ross Hush. He's currently leading it. He was a national competitor last year for the Mountaineers. That just tells you just how stacked the second heat is and just how tough it is to compete in the men's mile run in the RMAC. One of these almost easier probably to get All-American than All-Conference in this event. As it is still Husk and Vasquez through 3.5 laps here in the men's mile run. Coming down to the halfway point here in the men's mile run, it is still going to be Ross Husk of Western Colorado entering with a seed time of 4 minutes, 12.03 seconds. Right behind him, though, Paulo Vasquez of Adams State had a slower seed time at 4 minutes, 19.60 seconds. As you can hear the crowd starting to get fired up here halfway through this men's mile run. And we can't forget, in about 22 minutes, the last round of the field events. Men's triple, men's high jump, women's shot will get started here at the bottom of the hour. 5 laps in, 3 laps to go. It is still Husk and Vasquez, but now in third for UCCS, that looks like Evan Graff going into third for the Mountain Lions. 3 laps, now closer to 2.5 laps left to go for our leaders. As Husk is starting to open up a little bit of lead, and now it's a close battle between Vasquez and Graff for second. Here with about 2 laps left to go in the men's mile run. And Graff taking over second place here. 2 laps left to go, 400 meters. It is still Husk setting the pace for Mountaineers, but for the Mountain Lions, this Evan Graff, 32.74 on that split for him, almost exactly a second and a half faster than Paulo Vasquez. And Vasquez starting to fade a little bit, as it's now about evenly spaced between 1 to 2 to 3. It'll be a belt lap here for Ross Husk, the senior from Western Colorado, when he comes across the start-finish line. Evan Graff, though, definitely going to try to compete for this here for the Mountain Lions. In third is Paulo Vasquez, and fourth from Westminster, moving up from 5th after the last lap, it's Paul Matthews. And here we go in the backstretch. It's Evan Graff taking over for Ross Husk, who led start to finish with the exception of these last 125 meters. And it is going to be Evan Graff kicking big here for the Mountain Lions, looking to get into the point standings against the times in the second heat. He comes down the final straightaway. It's going to be his. Evan Graff from UCCS taking the win here in the first of 2 heats in the men's mile run. We're going to look for the official time, 4 minutes, 22.49 seconds for Evan Graff. Willie Moore in UCCS in second with a big kick, at least according to initial results. And a great way to open up the men's mile run here in the 2020 RMAC Championships. So we're going to keep an eye on the top 4, Graf, Moore, Husk, and Vasquez, as we go into the second heat of the men's mile run. They're already lined up. They're ready to get going. All 9 athletes who declared and entered are competing here, as you can see right here. However, keep in mind the top 3 athletes in this event: Carson Bix of Adams State, Luke Hagan of Colorado Mines, and Marcelo Laguero of CSU Pueblo opted to compete in the 3,000-meter run later today. RMAC has 8 of the top 20 times in the nation in the mile run. 5 of them are competing in this heat. We mentioned those other 3 opting to compete in the 3,000-meter run later today. And 8 of the 9 athletes here have run a provisional qualifying time as they jockey for position here at the start of the second heat of the men's mile run. Let's get you introduced to them. Wearing hip number 1, Evan Sutherland from Western Colorado, 9th in Division II, 9th in the conference, 20th in Division II. Wearing hip number 2, Vencer Wookman from Colorado School of Mines. Top athlete in the field with 4th best time in the conference this season. He is 9th in the nation, 7th in this event last year in the conference, 16th at the 2018 National Championships. In 3rd, Woodrow Murray Wood from Western Colorado, 3rd in the conference championships last year, 10th in the national championships last year. Wearing hip number 4 through 1 lap, Jonathan Spike, a senior from Western Colorado, 8th in the conference, 16th in the nation. And wearing hip number 5, Patty Robb from Adams State, 7th in the conference, 15th in the nation, 7th at this event 3 years ago. Wearing hip number 6, Dylan Day of CSU Pueblo, 5th in the conference, 10th in the nation. As we see the top 3 finishers being recognized, Kayla Wooten and Maya Austin, as well as in the mile run, Nicole Lawrence from Adams State right there. Let's get you caught up still. We've got 3 athletes left to introduce in the men's mile. Wearing hip number 7, Tony Torres from Colorado Mesa, provisional qualifier in this event. Jordan Thiessen, a senior from Black Hills, 4th at the conference championships last year. And wearing hip number 9, Austin Spear from Adams State, a provisional qualifier who was 6th in the RMAC championships last year. We're through 2 laps, coming up on 3 laps down here in the men's mile run here in the 2020 RMAC championships. And so far taking the lead through the first 3 laps is Evan Sutherland of Western Colorado. It is Sutherland and then Day of CSU Pueblo here through 3 laps in the men's mile run. Spencer Jar over at the pole vault. I believe the bar has gone up at this point. But we're starting to get to the final stretches here in the men's pole vault heptathlon. Coming up on the halfway point here in the men's mile run, it is still Sutherland for the Mountaineers, Day for the Thunderwolves, and we're going to say from up here at least that is Torres from Mesa in 3rd, but shoulder and shoulder along with Workman from Colorado School of Mines. Halfway point here, it is 2:14.19 for Evan Sutherland. Dylan Day, 2:14.44. This pack is putting in low 33s. Patty Robb getting under 33 at 32.94, the fastest on that lap. 5 laps down, 3 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line. As we look over, I believe that is Chase McLean going over at the pole vault. 3 laps left to go. Chase McLean, that bar is going to stay. A great performance for him so far today. As now, Ore Diggers, I believe that is Workman with the lead now for the Ore Diggers, coming up on 2 laps left to go here in the men's mile run. It is Workman, followed by Day, followed by Sutherland. As we come across 400 meters left to go, Day now with the lead here in the men's mile run. It is Day, Workman, and Sutherland, your top 3 right now in the men's mile. Less than 400 meters to go, closing in on 300. As we continue here, we got to look at the pole vault. That is Hayden L coming down. We're on the bell lap, though, in the men's mile run. Let's see if L can get over on the pole vault. He can't. Bell lap now. That is Dylan Day for CSU Pueblo, 10th in the nation right now, and he is kicking. He wants to win this race here at Mountain Fieldhouse. This senior for the Thunderwolves, 100 meters to go from his Conference Championship. It's going to be a battle for second, and it looks like it's going to be Torres kicking at the end for Mesa. Coming down the straightaway, it's going to be Dylan Day, the 2020 RMAC champion, in 4 minutes, 21 seconds. That is Tony Torres second, and I believe they're going to go Jordan Thiessen from Black Hills in third. But there's going to be times from that first heat that are going to make it. Dylan Day, your 2020 RMAC champion of the mile from CSU Pueblo, a time of 4 minutes, 20.83 seconds. Just off the facility record. Oh, no, that is the just off facility record here. You see the results on your screen right now. Tony Torres, 4:21.62 for Colorado Mesa. He had a 29-second lap. He led all runners there, as you can see, on that last lap. 4:22.63. That will finish in fourth overall as Evan Graff snuck in from the first heat with 4:22.49. So you got fourth is Thiessen. Fifth will be Woodrow Murray Wood from Western Colorado. Sixth will be Willie Moore from UCCS. And those are your top five in the men's mile run. Probably a good preview of what can be expected at the national championships. Spencer Jar over at the high jump, or over at the pole vault for the heptathlon. And just barely brings it down on him as he comes out. And we're getting into our final competitors here in the heptathlon for the pole vault portion of that. Next running event is going to be at 1:20, so we don't have a whole lot of time before we get to the women's 400-meter dash. 8 competitors. It'll be run in 2 separate heats because it's only a 4-lane track going around. We get to introduce those athletes as they get their blocks set up. We have 2 heats of this race, so a few last-minute changes from what was initially posted. If you were checking them last night, the heats have changed, so please keep an eye on that. It'll be Ali Beach in lane 1, Layla Moriarty in lane 2, Charity Johnson in lane 3, and Tiana Terrell in lane 4. As we get ready, we're about 10 minutes away from the next round of field events getting started. That'll be men's high, men's triple, and women's shot. As we get ready here in the women's 400-meter dash, heat 1 of 2. As we're about to get really busy again with competition, as the last round of field events get going. As we reset up in our broadcast area for another round of busy events. A little bit of a break in action here in the men's pole vault as we get ready to continue that for the heptathlon. They still have the 1,000-meter run to complete after this. As just about 11 o'clock, if you were here for us tuning in, you understand how busy it was. Kudos to our broadcast team for pulling it off as well as they did. As we get ready for here, it looks like that is Chase McLean getting ready for the vault over at the pole vault. Men's high jump in the background getting ready. And see if we have any other results. We do have women's triple jump results to give to you. Okay. So in 8th place, women's triple jump, Sheena Deloge, Colorado Mesa, 11.39 meters. In 7th, Mia Keller from UCCS, 11.62 meters. In 6th, Jessica Blodnick from Western Colorado, 11.69. In 5th, Reagan Andrews, 11.72. And that is McLean, can't quite get over the bar on that attempt. In 4th, in the women's triple jump, Audrey Bloomquist, 11.81 from UCCS. In 3rd, Hannah Meek from UCCS at 11.96. In 2nd, with 12.23 meters, Kiana Jackson of Colorado Mesa, and the winner for the third straight year in the women's triple jump, Annie Topol from New Mexico Highlands, automatic mark of 12.92 meters. Looking at updated team scores, it's still UCCS on the women's side dominating with 126.5 points. Mesa in second with 64 points. Adams in third with 52 points. Here we have a good look at the starters here in the women's 400-meter dash. In lane 1, Allie Beach qualified at the time of 60.06 seconds. In lane 2, Layla Moriarty of Colorado Mesa qualified for the finals in 59.81 seconds. In lane 3, Charity Johnson from New Mexico Highlands qualified by winning her heat in 59.62 seconds. And in lane 4 on the outside, Tiana Terrell from Western Colorado, qualifying time of 59.47 seconds, coming in with the 7th fastest time in the conference. And here we are underway here in the first of two timed finals in the women's 400-meter dash. They will go about 3/4 of the way around before they cut in after the second turn, and it looks like that is Beach already making the move and making up a stagger. She looks like she will take the lead coming into the cut point on the far side. It'll be Beach. 1 lap left to go for the Ore Diggers. Tiana Terrell for Western Colorado in second. So we got Beach, Terrell, Johnson, and Moriarty, but now it's going to be Terrell taking over the lead with 100 meters left to go here in the 400. Two-time finals here to decide the conference champion. And that'll be Tiana Terrell coming down for the mountain lions. But make sure you look out. Charity Johnson on the outside finishing a strong second for the Cowgirls. Terrell 58.45. Johnson 58.97. .59.67 for Beach. And as you see on the screen, 1 minute, .41 for Moriarty. We'll keep an eye on those as we get ready for the second of two timed finals here in the women's 200. Lane number 1, Sophie Beach from Western Colorado qualified with a time of 59.83 seconds. In lane 2, Brandy Higashi from Colorado School of Mines, 1 minute, 0.13 seconds, came into this 9th in the conference, already guaranteed the finish in the top 8 today. In lane 3, Zoe Langseth, a senior from Black Hill State, came in at the 5th fastest time in the conference, qualified for the finals in 59.22 seconds. And on the outside of lane 4, Deja Glover from UCCS, 4th in the conference, coming into the championships, was 6th in the conference meet the last 2 seasons as a freshman and a sophomore from UCCS. Those are your lane assignments for the second of two timed finals in the women's 400-meter dash. As you see there, I believe that is the podium presentation in the men's mile run. That is, you got Dylan Day for CSU Pueblo, Tony Torres from Colorado Mesa, and Evan Graff for UCCS. As over at the pole vault, got the encouragement going on. Last we heard was at 14:11. I'm pretty sure it's over 14 feet by this point, as I believe that is Chase McLean for Colorado School of Mines. Hits it with his legs on the way up. And that is McLean. He'll head back and go again. Sprinter is being told to start getting into their blocks now for the second of 2 heats in the women's 400-meter dash. And a clean start here in the second of 2 heats in the women's 400-meter dash. Once again, Purse, Higashi, Langseth, and Glover, lanes 1, 2, and 3. Purse already making up the stagger going into the second turn, but Glover is still maintaining her lead going into the second corner. It's going to be Purse coming in on the inside. It's going to be between Glover and Purse to see who has the lead going into the first lap. It's going to be Deja Glover from UCCS coming out from lane number 4 in second with a lap to go. It's going to be Sophie Purse from Western Colorado. then Zoe Langseth, and then Randy Higassi. Again, timed finals. We're going to see how they stack up against the first heat. Just over 100 meters left to go. It is Deja Glover, followed by Sophie Purse for the Mountaineers. Still Zoe Langseth and Randy Higassi about the same order as when they cross the start-finish line at the halfway point. Coming down the straightaway, you can hear the crowd here at UCCS getting behind Deja Glover. She's going to cross the finish line. We'll see how this time matches up to the first heat. Deja Glover, 57-35. That is your RMAC champion right there, Deja Glover from UCCS. Runner-up in the conference, Randy Higassi, 58.86 seconds. In third, and actually these are the top 4 finishers in the conference. Glover, Higassi in third, Purse for 59.13, and Langseth 59.38. Actually, I stand corrected. I'm sorry. 58.45. Tiana Terrell from Western Colorado, your second place finisher. Third, Randy Higassi from Colorado School of Mines, 58.86. In fourth, 58.97 seconds. That's Charity Johnson. In fifth and sixth, Purse and Langseth. Seventh, Beach, and eighth, Moriarty. But Deja Glover, your 2020 RMAC 400-meter champion. We're about 4 minutes away from getting really busy once again as pole vault competition there warming up. That is Connor McLean. He is third in the conference. He is third in the nation, in the open pole vault. He is now starting to come in over at the heptathlon. Bar is now set to 15 feet, 7 inches. For comparison, Connor McLean, his season best in this field house, 17 feet, 2 inches. As we get ready for action to begin here in a few moments. Women's shot put, 1 of 2 flights about to get ready. Men's high jump at the far northeast corner of the track. Men's triple jump, flight 1 of 2 about to get started. We are still underway in the heptathlon pole vault. And at 1:30, we're going to have the finals of the 200-meter dash. That looks like the top 3 finishers in the women's triple jump. That is atop Annie Tropel, her 3rd straight triple jump championship. Kiana Jackson from Colorado Mesa on the right, and on the 3rd, Hannah Meek from UCCS in 3rd. So right there on the track, you've got the first heat of 2 in the timed finals for the men's 400-meter dash. To the right of them, you can kind of see over at the triple jump. Women's shot putters getting their final instructions for the first of 2 flights. Once again, those lines that you saw, starting at the 40-foot mark and then every 10 feet after that. So you got 40, 50, 60 for judging on approximate throws. As you have right there, the men's 400-meter dash, first of 2 heats. Again, if you looked at heat sheets last night, they are not correct. They were changed this morning as we continue to move forward here in the 2020 RMAC Indoor Championships. You've got right there Vihel and Rodin from Adams and Chadron stretching and getting ready to start here. Just under 2 minutes left to go here before we get started here in the first of 2 timed finals. Pole vault is now set at 15 feet, 7 inches for the heptathletes in the high jump. In the pole vault. Going on 3 hours of competition in that event right now. Updated men's team scores for UCCS. They're still leading with 100 points. In second, Colorado School of Mines with 58, and in third, Western Colorado 47. There you see the pole vault, I believe, just based on what's on the right knee. That is Connor McLean for Colorado School of Mines making his first appearance here today. We can see in the background, looks like high jump is going to start at 1.84 meters. McLean not able to clear on his first attempt at 15 feet 7. But as we saw, looks like high jump is going to start at 1.84 meters. We're going to try to keep an eye on competition there as it gets started here in about 30 seconds. Let's get you introduced to the athletes here in the first of 2 time finals in the women's 400. Lane 1, Augie Larangaga from Adams State, RMAC runner-up last season, qualified for the finals in 50.43. Lane 2, Adrian Uribe from Western Colorado, 49.87 seconds in the prelims yesterday, had the 5th fastest time in the conference this year, with his 5th in the conference last year. In Lane 3, Jonah Vigil from Adams State. He is 1st in the RMAC and 10th in the nation. Top freshman in the nation, qualified for finals in 50.12 seconds. And over there on the bottom of your screen, in lane number 4, Brody Roden from Chadron State College holds the fieldhouse record, qualified for the finals in 50.03 seconds. He is 2nd in the conference, 15th in the nation. Those are your lane assignments for the first of 2 time finals in the men's 400-meter dash. And a clean start here after a little bit longer than normal pause for a lot of these sprinters. And we're underway here in the first of 2 time finals in the men's 400. Staggers for the most part holding steady. We're going to see who has the lead coming into the cut. And it's going to be Roden and Vigil. 1 and 2, 1 lap left to go. Vigil definitely taking a little bit wider there on the edge between lanes 1 and 2 as we get underway competition. Connor McLean can't get over on his 2nd attempt at 15 feet 7 inches. 100 meters left to go. It is going to be Roden, but Vigil right there, you can't count him out. These are some of the top 2 400 sprinters in the nation. Vigil's going to try to make it on the outside, but it's going to be Brody Roden for the first heat of the men's 400, crossing in 47.93. Vigil in 2nd. So we wait for times to scroll back through. 47.93, a new fieldhouse record here. Vigil, 48.93. .34 for Vigil. Iribe, 49.52. And Laranaga, 51.66. As we get started, like we said, it's going to be a busy next hour or so for our crews. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events in action right now. Women's shot put, I believe that was Emily Ortiz from Western Colorado, getting things kicked off just in the quick moment we got to see her. And here we are with your lane assignments here in the second of 2 heats of timed finals in the men's 400. In lane number 1, Tucker Bopp from Black Hills State, 10th in the RMAC, coming into this meet, qualified in 50.35 seconds. There you are. Looks like they got started a little earlier. They're either going out of order. That is Riley West from Colorado School of Mines. Which means that previous throw was probably from Shatter. But anyway, let's get you started here. Men's 400. We got you the Tucker Bopp. He's in lane 1. Taylor Hepp from Black Hill State. He's in lane 2, 6th in the conference this season, qualified with 50.26 seconds for the finals. In lane 3, Saeed Marino from MSU Denver, 7th in the conference 2 years ago, qualified for finals with 50.02 seconds. And on the outside, Angel Laka from UCCS, 9th in the conference, qualified with 49.86 seconds. That is Courtney Smith from Chadron State. She's going to take a scratch on her first throw here in the women's shot put, as action is getting underway quickly here in Mount Lion Fieldhouse. You see at the high jump bar set at 1.68 meters. As triple jump is now underway on the men's side. That was Chadron State. I believe that was the first jump that we've had of the day. They will mark it. We're going to see if we can keep up to date as we now have track events to handle in addition to the field events that we had to go through in the morning. 400-meter sprinters are getting into their blocks right now. And 1.68 meters over on the far side. Connor McLean getting over at, I believe that was 15 feet 7 inches in the heptathlon pole vault. And from the looks of it, he might be the last one standing here in the pole vault. And 400-meter sprinters will step back out of their blocks, and we get reset here in the second of two timed finals. 47.93 was Roden's time, as that looks like that is Anna Holland of UCCS. So at this point, looks like we might be out of order from what was posted initially. We're going to try to keep that up to date as best as we can over at the high jump. That was Sky Cicerelli. And just got an update. That was 15 feet 11 inches over at the pole vault for Connor McLean. And a clean start here in the second heat of the men's 400-meter dash. Those two Black Hills runners, then you got MSU Denver, and then on the outside, UCCS. Looks like that'll be in lane 2. Taylor Hepp already making up a stagger. Looks like he's gonna have the lead coming through to cutoff. That is Taylor Hepp. He was 6th in the RMAC this season, 4th in this event 2 years ago as he takes the lead going through the first lap. That is Angel Locke on his heels from UCCS. 47.93 is the time to beat an RMAC champion. 100 meters left to go. It is Taylor Hepp for the Yellow Jackets. Going back over for the Black Hills State, that is either Maddie Filler or Danielle Nober. But right now it is going to be for UCCS Angel Locke. I don't think that's going to be enough to win. 49.81 it is not. And so your RMAC champion, Brody Roden from Chadron State College, 47.93 seconds in second. Jonah Vigil from Adams State in third. Adrian Aribe. Top three finishers in the Heat 1 are your top three placers. Angel Locke, fourth in the conference in the compiled standings. Taylor Hepp in 50.75. He will finish in fifth. 51.16 seconds for Taylor Bopp. He will finish in sixth. In seventh is Saeed Marino in 51.56 seconds. And then eighth, Augie Larnaga from Adams State in 51.66. Action continues. That's at least the second jump that we know of over at the high jump for Jaden Lewis of UCCS. 1.68 meters is your leadoff time right now. Next event on the track will be at 1:40, the finals of the women's 800-meter run. So not a lot of time left here. 3 timed finals in the women's 800. Pole vault bar is now set at 16 feet 6 inches. For Connor McLean, he is the last one there. As we said, that first arc is about 40 feet. So use that for judging, 40 feet, 50 feet, and 60 feet as we come down the runway here in the men's triple jump. That is Dante Garza from Black Hills State University, a foul on his first attempt. That is Connor McLean. He is third in the country in the open pole vault. As you see behind him, pole high jump action going on underway behind him. But here's Connor McLean. He is already finishing first in this event, looking to add to his lead in the heptathlon. They still have a 1,000-meter run left to go. Here comes McLean down the runway at 16 feet 6 inches. He clears that with ease, and he's going to keep climbing. His season best was in this facility 3 weeks ago when he cleared 17 feet 2 inches. As here we are with Western Colorado's, I believe that is Emily Ortiz. And they will measure that just shy of 40 feet. Looks like, I would guess, 38, 39. Here comes down the runway in the men's triple jump for Western Colorado. This is Keilita Barambaye, the freshman for the Mountaineers, and a scratch on his first attempt. Doing our best to keep you up to date as we are about a minute and a half away from the finals of the women's 800. Clearing at 1.68 meters, that is Dante Garza for Black Hill State. Into the ring is South Dakota Mines in the women's shot put. First of 2 flights there for the Hard Rockers past the 40-foot mark. That is Jayla Jarnigan, the senior. She comes in with a season best mark of 40 foot 9 inches. Look like just based on that, she's going to go past that. Action continues over at the high jump. Bar is now set up to 1.89 meters, up from 1.89 4. Let's get you introduced. Let's get you over to the high jump. There's triple jump. I'm sorry. That is for Black Hill State, a fair jump. I believe for Reese Ulrey, the freshman. Garza double booked right now between the men's triple jump and the men's high jump. As we get you set now for the first of two heats of timed finals in the women's 800. There you see hip number 1, Eleanor Enderle from UCCS, 4th in the RMAC last season. Hip number 2, Alex Reichert of Colorado School of Mines. And wearing hip number 3, Mason Hudema of Black Hill State University, RMAC All-Academic Honor Roll. And wearing hip number 4, Melindy Congor from Western Colorado. Wearing hip number 5, Cassandra Porter, a sophomore from MSU Denver. And wearing hip number 6, Jessica Cusack, a senior from Western Colorado, finished 3rd in this event for the Mountaineers last season. 4 events around the track. We're just about finished with 1 here in the first of 3 heats in the women's 800-meter run. Waiting to see what the new pole is set at the heptathlon pole vault as we get a real quick check-in over at shot put. Up to the top of the track at 1.89 meters in the high jump. As we're coming across the halfway point here in the women's 800-meter run, the first of 4 laps, and it is going to be Western Colorado going 1 and 2 with Cusack and Congor for the Mountaineers. Followed them by Hudema of Black Hill State. Porter did not start for MSU Denver at hip number 5. Over in the south end of the track at the throwing rings, that is Rebecca Monahan, the freshman from Chadron State College, just shy of 40 feet. That's about what her season best time is. Over at the high jump, 1.89 meters. As we now come down the 1 lap left to go here in the women's 800-meter run, first of 3 timed finals. That is Jessica Cusick for the Mountaineers, followed by Melindy Congor. In 3rd, that's Eleanor Enderle from UCCS. Connor McLean, last we heard it was 16.6. He clears that with ease. We're not quite sure what that was. We're guessing at least 6'9", if not 12, 17 foot even. As over at the triple jump, you've got action underway there with Quishon Thomas coming in. He was 8th in RMAC last season. Final straightaway here in the women's 800-meter run. That is going to be Jessica Cusack for the Mountaineers, taking this first heat with Congor in 2nd. So we'll do our best to keep everyone updated on where the standings are. 222.43 for Cusack. Congor at 223.26. Enderle from UCCS, 224.21. And Reichert in 225.35. And there you are at the high jump. That is Drazen Murtaka of Black Hill State. And looks like shot put. Looks like they did get early. This is looks like warm-ups for flight number 2 already. As we go up to 1.89 meters at the high jump. Clips it with his back. Still waiting to see who exactly that is as we get set now for heat number 2 of 3 in the women's 800-meter run. Again, timed finals. Time to beat right now at 222.43 by Jessica Cusack. Here we go. Hip number 1, Katie Scott from Westminster. Hip number 2, Elizabeth Bender from UCCS. Hip number 3, Taylor Lundquist from Black Hill State. Hip number 4, Allison Van Pelt from CSU Pueblo. Hip number 5, Ashton Lokes from UCCS. And a hip number 6, Layla Almasiri from UCCS, the junior, 7th in the RMAC in this event last season. As taking the early lead, that is Van Pelt from CSU Pueblo. And so it would be Van Pelt and Scott from Westminster, 1 and 2 coming across the line. 3 laps left to go for these runners. "16 feet 10 inches now over at the pole vault. For Connor McLean, to wrap up that portion of the men's heptathlon. Looking over across the track, that is still Scott and Van Pelt from Westminster and CSU Pueblo, respectively, coming down to the halfway point here in the women's 800-meter run. In third, Ashton Lokes from UCCS. In fourth, that is Lundquist from Black Hills State. Fifth and sixth, that is Bindert and Almasiri. Great shot there at the triple jump, as that is Josh Lentz of Chadron State. I believe this is the second round of the preliminary jumps in the men's triple jump. I apologize, we have not been able to keep as good as track over on triple jump. And bell lap now here for Scott from Westminster. She's going to look to take the lead here. Again, 2 minutes, 22.43 seconds is the time to beat in these three timed finals in the women's 800-meter run. And taking the lead over again for CSU Pueblo, that is Allison Van Pelt. She's going to want to take the second heat. And second will be Katie Scott from Westminster. Again, 2:22.43. Right now in the lead, Allison Van Pelt for CSU Pueblo. And that is Connor McLean. I believe that's bars that set at 16:10. And so Van Pelt and Scott from Westminster right now 1 and 2 in these timed final events. Same thing with Lokes from UCCS. She's right now sitting in third with her time of 2:22.06. Warm-ups underway there in the second of two flights in the women's shot put. So a little bit of a break in action there, as it looks like the new time to beat, 2:18.63 after the first of two flights, or first of two heats, as going across the bar in the high jump is Sky Cicerelli. There are your lane of serious hip assignments for heat 3 of 3 in the women's 800. Hip number 1, Maya Austin from UCCS, 5th in the RMAC, 18th in the nation in this event. Hip number 2, Yasmin Hernandez from CSU Pueblo, 2nd in the conference, 4th in the nation. Hip number 3, Miranda Manfrey from College School of Mines, 7th in the conference. Bailey Sharon, 1st in the conference, 3rd in the nation, 4th in the championships last year, and 8th in the championships 2 years ago. As you see here in the triple jump coming down the runway, I believe that is Peyton Turnage for UCCS. Getting back to the women's 800 as they come around the first corner. Jessica Simon, Adams State, 4th in the conference, 17th in the nation, and wearing hip number 6, Mackenzie Duck from College School of Mines, 6th in the conference, was 6th in the conference the last 2 seasons. Through the first lap, it is Bailey Sharon, the 3rd fastest 800-meter runner in the nation this season. In second, Yasmin Anderson, she's 4th in the nation. 4 of the top 20 runners at Division II are in this heat right now on the track. Jessica Simon from Adams State, 33.59, going through the first 300 meters. Coming up to the halfway point when they come across, still the high jump bars, you can see there, 1.89 meters for our high jumpers. Halfway through, it is Bailey Sharon still for Western Colorado. As about to come down the runway, Dante Garza from Black Hills State. And a foul for him on that second attempt. 1.89 meters for that jumper for UCCS. 300 meters left to go. It is Bailey Sharon for Western Colorado, but close behind, Yasmin Hernandez. These are 2 of the top 4 runners in this event in the nation. Right here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Bell lap now for Bailey Sharon. The 3rd and 4th fastest runners in this event, battling it out for the RMAC championship right here in Colorado Springs. Bailey Sharon extending a little bit of a lead here in the final stretch. 100 meters left to go now for Sharon. She's opening up even a bigger lead. Looks like it's going to be Sharon with the RMAC championship. She was a runner-up in the RMAC the last 2 seasons. This year, she wins the championship, 2:13. That will win it. 2:14.96 for Yasmin Hernandez, finishing in third overall. Jessica Simon, 2:16.19. In fourth, Mackenzie Duck, 2:17.67. In fifth from the second heat will be Van Pelt in 2:18.63. In sixth, Scott from Westminster, 2:20.35. In sixth, Miranda Manfrey from this heat in 2:20.44. And it looks like, as we continue to compare all of our notes here, seventh, Lokes from UCCS, and eighth, Jessica Cusack from Western Colorado. Unofficial results, but we do know Bailey Sharon from Western Colorado, the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Champion for the 800-meter run. And coming down the runway, as you just saw him land, Reese Ulrey from Black Hills State University fouls on that attempt for the Yellow Jackets. Second of three jumps for him in the preliminaries. We got to look over there at high jump as well as the pole vault area. Pole vault still in action here. Connor McLean. As they continue here, that is South Dakota School of Mines at 1.89 meters. As you can see there, just about 6'3". Let's get a better conversion on that time, on that mark. 1.89, 6 foot 2.5 inches. As we continue here, 1.89 meters, a good jump there for South Dakota School of Mines. That looks like that is Jade Cass for the Hard Rockers. Warm-ups underway here in the second of two flights in the women's shot put. On the runway here, first of two flights in the women's triple jump from Western Colorado. That is Dominic Anselmo, coming in with the season best mark, 43 feet 7.25 inches. Next up on the track will be the finals of the men's 800. That won't be until 10 minutes. We got about 8 minutes left to catch up on field events and see what we can find out as we follow action across the field house. That would be a good mark for Anselmo for the mountain line, part of the Mountaineers. As over at the high jump, looks like bar has been moved up. We didn't quite see where it was. My assumption they moved up 1.93 meters now over at the high jump bar. As they measure, make sure everything is good to go for qualifying purposes. Last week, for qualifying for the NCAA Division II National Championships, that 1.93 meters, 6 foot 4 inches. Last we heard, it was 16:10 for Connor McLean, 16 feet 10 inches. Let's see if he can do it. I believe he has had 2 misses so far. As we now go to the triple jump runway, that is Quishawn Thomas for UCCS. And that is not looking good for him on his calf. As Connor McLean over at the pole vault. Quishawn Thomas struggling. Definitely a fail there as you see the trainers for UCCS on him instantly. Trying to keep that calf stretched out. Coach Fellows quickly coming in as well. Got confirmation. High pole vault bar is now at 17 feet 2 inches for Connor McLean. He is last one still jumping. Gives plenty of extra rest for the rest of the pole vault for the pole vaulters in the heptathlon as they get ready for the 1,000 meter run. Next on the track will be the 800 meter run as we see Chadron State's Joseph Dumsa clearing at 1.93 meters for the Eagles. As we're getting ready for second of 2 flights in the women's shot put. As you see right there, throwers getting their final instructions. Once again, as you look at those rings, the first one is about 40 feet. Going over to the men's triple jump. Second of 2, this is the final jumps of the second round. Stephen Alaska of South Dakota Mines now coming down the runway. A good jump for him as we go over to high jump. That was Wyatt Keynes of South Dakota Mines missing at 1.93 meters. Just about 6.5 feet for these jumpers. As we are getting action underway here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Already on the second of 2 flights in the women's shot put. Men's triple jump in the first of 2 flights, 1.93 meters. As that is Brian Schmidt from Western Colorado who fouls on that attempt. On Nolesko, 13.43 meters for him on his second jump. Not quite sure where that ranks him. Otherwise, for Mines, that is Grant Redmond clearing at 1.93 meters on his first attempt. Back to the top of the order, that was Joe's Lins of Chadron State. Here comes the first throw in the second flight for women's shot put. That is Kathleen Toman from Colorado School of Mines. You see Lins getting up from the pit on for his third jump. They will mark it. We'll try to see if we can at least get updates from these third set of jumps in the triple jump. And we are concluded over at the men's pole vault, so about a half hour away from the running of the 1,000-meter run for the heptathlon. Connor McLean, though, unofficially 16 feet 10 inches clearing to win that section of the heptathlon. He will extend his lead over in the standings. Right now you see Tanika Elliston. We saw her a lot yesterday in the pentathlon. Her first throw, right side is going to be about 37, 38 feet. Once again, that first line is 40 feet. Second one is 50. So if you look at 10-foot increments, keep that in mind. Over on the triple jump, that's Peter Greco from MSU Denver on the runway for his third attempt. He was 8th in this event 2 years ago for the Roadrunners. Here he comes now down the runway. And taking a while to adjudicate whether that is good. Tessa Anderson from Western Colorado, good throw, but steps out of the front of the ring, so that would be a scratch. And a scratch for Greco on his third attempt in the men's triple jump. Down at the women's shot put once again, Amber Gustafson of Western Colorado coming into this meet. 4th best throw in the conference. Gets that one off to the left side, just a little over 40 feet. Her season best 42 feet even. So that'd be close, but probably won't be a season best for her. Peyton Turnage now on the runway for UCCS. As we continue action here. Turnage now making his way down the triple jump runway. Legal jump for him. Is down at shot put. That is Heather Graham with CSU Pueblo. Just barely past the 40-foot mark. She comes in, season best mark, 42 feet, 5 3/4. We got three events in action right now. As you can see right there, women's shot put, second of 2 flights currently underway. We're near the end of the first of 2 flights in the men's triple jump. The bar is currently set at 1.93 meters at the men's high jump. On the triple jump runway right now, Dante Garza of Black Hills State. And 14.18 meters for Peyton Turnage on that last jump for him. And a scratch for Garza on his third attempt. Here is South Dakota School of Mines' Jenna Saylor with a legal throw, about, I guess, 36, 37 feet or so, as we get ready to get underway on the track for the first of 3 timed finals in the men's 800-meter run. There are 6 athletes, all of them that have been declared, have made it. 3 in the inside 2 lanes, 3 in the outside 2 lanes. As we get them set up, here you go. Here are your hip numbers right now. Lane 1, Tony Torres from Colorado Mesa. Hip number 2, Jonathan Speck from Western Colorado. Hip number 3, Jordan Thiessen from Black Hills State University. As we cut over shot put, that's Jasmine Koza from Adams State. Looks like about 41-foot throw for her. Back to the 800. Hip number 4, Bryce Kazuski of Western Colorado. Hip number 5, Michael Farah, a junior from Colorado Mesa, was 5th in this event last year. And then hip number 6, Keenan Cordova from CSU Pueblo. Those are your 6 runners in the first of 3 heats in the men's 800-meter run. Here we go to the triple jump. That's Kalita Bruimbaye of Western Colorado. A legal jump for him. And some excitement from the crowd here on that jump. Third jump of the preliminaries in the men's triple jump over at the shot put. That is Courtney Clark of Colorado School of Mines. Coming into this third in the conference, was runner-up last year to conference champion as a sophomore 2 years ago. 16th at the national championships 2 years ago. Her first throw, well, looks like that would be about 41, 42 feet, just a little bit shy of her season best. Here we go, underway in the men's 800-meter run, first of 3 heats. All of them timed to decide the conference champion. And looks like a big lead out in front. Looks like that'll be Kazuski. And so Western will be 1-2. It'll be Spike and Kazuski through the first lap. Spike, the senior, Kazuski, the freshman for the Mountaineers. There's Black Hills State's, I believe that's Kayla Solvel. And that is first in the RMAC coming into this event, was third in this event last year. Looks like a strong mid to upper 40s. I would guess 46, 47. That would be close to her personal best. Coming around for the second of 2 laps, halfway point when they cross the start-finish line. That is Spike and Kazuski, followed by Cordova. As we have lost a runner at some point here in the men's 800-meter run. Only 5 runners left on the track. Looks like it's from Colorado Mesa, but can't confirm right now. Back to the top of the order. This is Kathleen Toman for Colorado School of Mines. Past the 40-foot mark, looks at about 44. That's close to her personal best. Coming through, 1 lap left to go for Spec for UCCS, for Western Colorado, and that is Tony Torres from Colorado Mesa. So it looks like it's Michael Farah who we're missing from the initial start. It's Kazuski, it is Spike with the lead though. Runners in the high 29s, mid 30s, coming on the final straightaway. That is Jonathan Spike, the senior from Western Colorado. But closing hard and trying to push for it is Tony Torres of Colorado Mesa. He won't get it, but it will be Spec and Torres, 1-2 in that flight. As we see now Tanika Ellison from Mexico Highlands with her second throw in the women's shot put. 156.98 for Spec. 157.16 for Torres. And for Cordova, 157.94. We'll keep an eye and give you results as they come through to keep you updated, since these are all timed finals, and let you know the times to beat as we move forward. Look there at the shot put. That looks like that is Amber Gustafson for the Mountaineers. Getting past the 40-foot mark here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse as we get ready on the track for heat number 2 of 3 in the men's 800-meter run. As men's triple jump and the last 2 jumpers here in the first flight, Quashawn Thomas on the runway for the Mountain Lions. But let's get you started. Hip number 1, Patrick Scoggins of CSU Pueblo. Hip number 2, Zach Cooper of Western Colorado. Hip number 3, Ben Albog of Colorado Mines. He has the 10th fastest time in the conference. Hip number 4, Brandon Bodnar of MSU Denver. Hip 5, Kevin Thompson from Colorado School of Mines. 8th in the conference performance list, was 7th in this event 2 years ago. And then hip number 6, David Higgins from UCCS. That is Quashawn Thomas. He's going to leave a throw in there. You also see down at the shot put ring, Heather Graham for CSU Pueblo. Through the first lap, it is going to be from Colorado School of Mines. I believe that it's Ben Aboog. It is 28.83. Second, Patrick Scoggins from CSU Pueblo, 29.04. As it is still Mines through 300 meters, followed by Scoggins of Pueblo. As we continue here, final jump of prelims in the men's triple jump. That is Stephen Nolasco of South Dakota School of Mines. You see Black Hill State failing to clear that, and the spring, that is Heather Graham in the shot put. Through the halfway point, it was Ben Aboog, but now it is, looks like that is on the far side, Patrick Scoggins taking the lead with about 300 meters left to go. For the Thunderwolves, it is Scoggins, followed closely by, looks like Bodnar. Bodnar now takes the lead. So it's Bodnar, Thompson here in the final lap as they're competing here hard. Right now, so MSU at Denver, ball on the outside. Kevin Thompson trying to make a move for it in these final laps of this final lap of the men's 800. There you see South Dakota School of Mines, Nolasco. Clear, good jump for him as we come down the final straightaway. And it looks like that's going to be Bodnar from MSU Denver. MSU Denver with the win here in the second heat, followed by Thompson from Mines, and then Higgins from UCCS. 156.37. That's the new leader in the clubhouse in these time finals. 156.99. That is good for third at the moment for Thompson. And keeping everything updated, 157.66 for Higgins. As currently fifth in these timed races. Sixth in that heat, Scoggins at 157.77. So right now, time to beat 156.37. That is by Brandon Bodnar of MSU Denver. As we see here, I believe that's Courtney Clark, or at least that's Kathleen Toman over the men's or the women's shot put. You got a clearance there over at the high jump. That is Wyatt Keynes for South Dakota School of Mines. Let's get you to hip assignments here for heat number 3 of 3 in time finals for the men's 800. Hip number 1, Nathan Hood from CSU Pueblo. He's first in the RMAC, 7th in the nation. In hip number 2, 4th in the RMAC, also provisional qualifier. Hip number 3, Gage Mayo from Western Colorado, 2nd in the conference, 12th in the nation, was 3rd in this event last year. Hip number 4, Godfrey Kama from Adams State, 6th in the conference and provisional qualifier. Alec Hall wearing hip number 5, Adams State, 5th in the conference and a provisional qualifier. And hip number 6, Aiden Urban from Western Colorado, 3rd in the conference, a provisional qualifier. All 6 of these athletes have a provisional qualifying mark in the NCAA this season. As they come through to first lap, it's Aiden Urban from Western Colorado, followed by Nathan Hood of CSU Pueblo. 3 laps to go now here in the men's 800-meter run. As we continue action from across the track, warm-ups now underway between the two flights in the men's triple jump, high jump action continuing. Second flight of the women's shot put currently in action. That is Aiden Urban, who will take the lead here through the halfway point in the men's 800-meter run. That is Kathleen Toman, her third throw in the final and the prelims. Looks like that's about 43 or 44, just shy of her best point. As we see another miss here at the high jump. It is still going to be Aiden and Hood as we come across for the bell lap here in Mount Lion Fieldhouse. The time to beat, 1 minute 56.37 seconds. And now Nathan Hood takes the lead on the last lap for CSU Pueblo. That is Mayo from Western Colorado in second. Urban now in third after leading for most of the race. 100 meters left to go, and it is neck and neck between Hood and Mayo. Right now it is Hood for CSU Pueblo coming down the final straightaway for CSU Pueblo. 156 is the time to beat for a conference championship. Nathan Hood, that is your conference champion right there. First in the conference, 7th in the nation, time of 153.87. Gage Mayo, he will be a runner-up in the conference from Western Colorado, 154.40. In third, Aiden Urban, 154.95. In fourth, from this heat as well, Alec Hall from Adams State, 155.33. Fifth in the conference from the second heat, Brandon Bodnar from MSU Denver, 155.37. Those are your top 5 finishers in the men's 800. Congratulations, Nathan Hood. Came in as first in the conference. He will leave as first in the conference here as the champion in the men's 800-meter run. As we continue action now at the women's shot put, that is Tessa Anderson. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like that is Amber Gustafson for the Mountaineers. Next event on the track, we got a little bit of time, 2:25 until the finals of the women's 200. So let's try to get caught up here on field events. Just past the 40-foot mark, she will foul that off. We've still got the heptathlon 1,000-meter run left to go. As we continue action here, last we saw bar was at 1.93 meters. That's about 6.5 feet just based on the standards that we see. That is CSU Pueblo's Heather Graham. She's excited with that mark. Just about, I would guess, 42, 43 feet. For her, that's pretty close to her season best, if not a little bit better, depending on where they actually measure it. Back over to high jump. That is, I believe, Jade Cass of South Dakota School of Mines. Also for South Dakota School of Mines on the south end of the track for South in the shot put, just Jenna Saylor came in 8th in the conference. Looks like about 37, 38 feet for her. Again, that first line is 40 feet. Second line is 50. Third is 60, and fourth is 70. And looks like we're climbing up in the men's high jump. See if they can get us to turn these standards around for us. Eyeballing it, looks like at about 6'8", 6'7"-ish. But we're gonna try to get an official time so we can be accurate. Looking at the shot put on the south side, that is from Adams State, Jasmine Kaza. Is the second of 2 flights here in the women's shot put. Final throwing event of the championship weekend. Mid-40s for her. Came in with a 43 feet 2-inch throw. Bar at high jump now set at 1.99 meters. 6'6" and a quarter. As we continue action here, that is Courtney Clark from the Ore Digger stepping into the ring. And about a 45, big reaction from the crowd down to the throwing ring. And about 45, that would be a season best, if not a little bit more. 44.9 3/4 is what she came into this meet with. 2 events currently in action right now. You got the women's shot put right here, and the bar is still being set over at the high jump. Bar is at 1.99 meters, 6'6" and a quarter. Still trying to get everything sorted out in terms of who's left over there. Right here on the south side of the track, Kayla Salvel of Black Hills State University. Really nice throw for her. That would be in about a 47, 48 range. Looks like that is probably going to be a season best. Didn't see what her first 2 throws were, but just based on what she came in on, that's going to be a good throw for her. And it looks like that is the end of the preliminaries for the women's shot put. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. They're going to figure out who advances to finals. 3 more throws for our finalists, as now we just have 1 event in action right now. That is the men's high jump. Be a little bit of a break here over at the shot put as throwers from the first flight get a chance to warm up again. And here we go. First jumper is now at 1.99 meters. From South Dakota School of Mines, that is Wyatt Keynes, missing his first attempt at 1.99. RMAC, I'm sorry, the NCAA provisional mark in this event, 2.04 meters. Still waiting for updated standings in the men's HEP after the conclusion of the pole vault competition. Let's get you updated. We've had a lot of events go final. Let's get you caught up on team scores while we have a moment. UCCS on the men's side leading the way with 105 points. In second, Western Colorado 64. In third, Colorado School of Mines with 60. Top three on the women's side, UCCS 137.5 points. In second, Colorado Mesa University with 64. And in third, Colorado School of Mines with 59.5 points. As we see there, that looks like, I believe, Garza. That is Garza, missing on his first attempt at 1.99. So right now, starting to get a little bit firmer in the team standings. Some events that we still have yet to score. Obviously, we have the 200 to 3K and the 4x4. Those have yet to be run. Women's shot put is currently on action. We have 4 events left on the women's side. On the men's side, they have 6 events. We have the heptathlon, triple jump, and high jump. Those are all currently underway. Then we have the field to track events in the 200, 3K, and 4K. As we see over there, missing on the first attempt at 199. I believe that's Kobe Dudley of Colorado School of Mines coming in with the 4th best time in the conference. He was 6th in the conference last year, 7th 2 years ago. So on the women's side, things are starting to solidify a little bit. UCCS more than double the second place team right now in Colorado Mesa with only 4 events left to score. On the men's side, still a lot more flexibility for a team to make some big damage. UCCS, a 39-point advantage against Western Colorado, who is in second place with 64. .99 meters, that is Mesa's, looks like Justin Thompson for the Mavericks on his first attempt at 199. Looking at the best time, best marks coming in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jumpers who have cleared at least this height, if not more, this season. As we continue action here, we've got finals warming up in the women's shot put. We've got the second flight warming up in the men's triple jump. We've got action underway in the men's high jump. Right now, just men's high jump, the only one active at the moment, with the other 2 events and warm-ups. Also have the 1,000-meter run for the heptathlon, which should be coming momentarily. Next event on the track, we've still got about 8 minutes before that gets started. That'll be the 200-meter dash. And a clearance there for Sky Cicerelli, local athlete, tied for second in the conference. He is now over at 1.99. His best mark of the year, 2.05, and a provisional mark in the NCAA. As we can continue here, second flight of triple jump, getting their final instructions before getting started here. In this event, we're trying to get them as they happen, but just keep in mind we got the 4th best jumper in Division II and the 18th best jumper in Division II. That is Dakota Albert and William Ross, both of UCCS. You also have the defending RMAC champion and Brock Voth, as at 1.99 meters, I believe these are the second round of attempts. It is for Wyatt Keynes. And so down to the final few jumpers in the men's high jump competition. As we continue action here. Clips it with the back. That was Grant Woolman of Colorado School of Mines. And quickly moving on into finals at the women's shot put. See if we can at least get an idea of who is in there. That looks like Jayla Jarnigan of South Dakota School of Mines. First throw for her, just past the 40-foot mark here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. Trying to get some momentum over there on the high jump pit. I believe that's Garza. As he misses, I believe what we're counting his second attempt as far as we can tell from over here. So right now, action underway in 3 events now. We went from 1 to 3 in a matter of a few moments as men's triple jump flight 2 of 2 getting ready to get started on the inside of the track as well. Brendan Young from UCCS will be the first to jump for the Mount Lions. That looks like that is the second attempt for Kobe Dudley at 1.99. 1.93 is what they initially posted, but I believe it should have been 1.94. We'll see what the bar is actually set at in terms of what these jumpers have cleared. So right now we've got Keynes, Redmond, and Dudley both with 2 misses each as he hits the bar there. That is CSU Pueblo's Heather Graham in the finals in the men's shot put. As Young makes his way down the runway for his first attempt in the men's triple jump. Legal throw, they're going to count that as they're underway here in flight 2 of 2 in the men's triple. As it looks like around the 3rd set of attempts over at the men's high jump. And so I believe that'll put Keynes out 1.94, 1.93. Low discrepancy there. We'll hopefully get that in the final results. As for Western Colorado in the finals of the men's shot put, or the women's shot put, excuse me. I believe that is Amber Gustafson of Western Colorado. Clearance there for Colorado School of Mines. That is Grant Redmond, so he advances. So at least we have 2 that we're tracking that will advance. That's Grant Redmond and Sky Cicerelli, who will continue action. Dante Garza getting the signal here as on the triple jump runway is Nashwan Jernigan of Chadron State. We'll try to get what the mark was from Brendan Young based on our camera on the floor. And it'll be a legal jump for Nashwan as we're back over to the shot put area. Just past the 40-foot mark. Believe that's going to be Jasmine Choza. And we're not going to get a good read on Brendan Young, but we're going to get a good read on Nashwan Jernigan. 14.74 in his first jump in the triple jump. As back to the throwing ring. Very happy with that one for Colorado School of Mines. Mid-40s on that throw. As back on the triple jump runway, that is Spencer Purnell of Colorado Mesa University. A good mark, they're going to count that one. Lost track of high jump there for a little bit. We're not sure if Justin Thompson made it over or not. As the bar will now be raised, I believe, to 2.04 meters. That is the inside provisional mark, if indeed. We know we got 2 jumpers left, at least Grant Redmond and Sky Cicerelli. Not sure if any others made it in as well. Second thrower for Mines in the shot put. That is Courtney Clark. So Clark and Toman both making it in. We've got 5 of the 9 that we know of. As the women's 200 will begin here momentarily. All of those are timed finals. Next up on the runway in the triple jump, that looks like that's Michael Wiedemeyer. So we got 14.50 on the last jumper. Looks like we either missed a Mesa jumper or something like that, as Wiedemeyer gets a legal jump in right there. Going to see if we can get what the bar is at high jump. I believe it's going to be at 2.04. But we'll have to wait for confirmation there. We can see there Grant Redman for Colorado School of Mines back to the finals of the women's shot put. And stepping forward, I believe that's going to be Tessa Anderson. But we're going to need to wait for the bib number to confirm. And lost it there in the process. Chadron State's Derek Nwagu now on the triple jump runway here in the second of 2 flights in the men's triple. So 13.78 on that jump for Wiedemeyer. Nwagu coming in to 5th best mark in the conference. There is, looks like we're back to the top of the order, Jayla Jarnigan from South Dakota School of Mines. As here is Nwagu getting a legal throw here in the men's triple jump. First round of jumps in the second flight. And so let's go and get you introduced to the first of 3 heats, known as 200-meter dash time finals. After yesterday's prelims, lane 3, Sierra Arcano from Colorado Mesa came in with second best time in the conference, 27.70 in the prelims. And in lane 4, Brittany Fuchs of UCCS, 25.07 seconds. And they are pulling the athletes back. We'll see what the ruling is. Next up on the triple jump runway will be Brock Voth of Colorado Chadron State, the defending RMAC champion. Confirmation high jump is at 2.02 meters. And we're going to see, so it'll be a solo race now for Brittany Fuchs. She's going to be running alone for this 1 lap on the track. After Sierra Arcano, a false start, wraps up this competition. Over at the women's shot put now, that's Western Colorado. See if we can get a good look at the bib number. Looks like right about 40 feet, but she's going to opt to scratch. That's Guy Cicerelli for UCCS at 2.02 meters. Missing on that attempt. Still trying to figure out what they want to move forward with on the 200-meter dash. They're only using 2 to 3 lanes just because of the tight curves on lane 1. But almost looks like they're going to give her the option if she wants to move into another heat and condense this down to 2. This is Chadron State's Brock Voth, the defending RMAC champion, and he fouls in that first attempt. As looks like over at the high jump pit, that is Grant Richmond making it over at 2.02 meters. That matches his season best, as this looks like, I believe, Jasmine Choza. It is. In the finals. So there's a great shot at Grant Redmond right there. 2.02 meters for him. He'll move up to 2.5 after the next round of jumps in the high jump. I believe this is Kathleen Toman. She loses her balance and fouls. Would have been a great throw. Looks like mid to high 50s or 40s on that throw. As we're still figuring out action here at the 200. William Ross, 2-time RMAC champion in this event, 2017 and 2018. He makes his way down the track, has the second best jump in the RMAC this season, and that'll be a legal jump for the Mountain Lions. 18th best throw in Division II. There's Courtney Clark now for Mines, and she will scratch that one. Now into the ring as Chadron State, so there's a third jumper who we had missed in the process. Looks like that is Nishan Jernigan. Excuse me, Joseph Dumsa. So 3 athletes still in the mix here. And looks like they're going to opt to change it up a little bit. So they're going to pull Kayla Waterman. She was in lane 2 in the next heat, so they're going to bring her up into lane 3 of this one. Enjoy a little bit better curves as she makes her way around the track. So after some resettling, it's going to be Waterman and Fuchs here in the first of 2 timed heats in the women's 200. As we see here, Brendan Young, that is, I believe, Justin Thompson of Colorado Mesa. He's third in the RMAC in the top freshman. He's 20th in Division II, as I believe we're now on the 3rd round of throws here. Jalen Jarnigan of South Dakota Mines. 3rd attempt now over at the men's high jump at 2.02 meters for Sky Cicerelli. And he misses that, so I believe he's going to finish at 1.99 meters. So I believe that leaves Dumsa and Redmond left. Dumsa 1 jump left in his race. And here on the runway is Brendan Young. 1 jump left over at the high jump. My apologies for Dumsa. Here we are at the triple jump, a legal jump for Brendan Young, his 2nd good jump of the day. As we got Waterman and Fuchs, and here is Dumsa, and he doesn't make it either. I believe that was his 3rd attempt over to high jump. So if I calculate it correct, we're going to wait for them to move it up. But I believe that means Grant Richmond will be the RMAC champion in the men's high jump. We're going to have to wait to see how things fall out, make sure we didn't miss anything in the process. As here we are in the first of 3 timed heats. We got Fuchs on the outside, Waterman on the inside. It looks like it's going to be Fuchs. These are timed finals. Only 8 athletes are in here, so we already got a top 7 performance guaranteed for these ladies. That is Fuchs with the win in that heat, 25-23, and Waterman at 26-26. Which means there'll just be 2 athletes in the next 200-meter dash, as we see there, Nishan Jernigan of Chadron State with his 2nd jump in the men's triple jump. So that was Tanner Walsh of UCCS. Not sure if we had missed him in the process. I believe that's Jasmine Koza of Adams State, throwing past the 40-foot line. And as we are getting set here for 2nd of 3 timed finals here in the women's 200, looks like they're going to continue that as Sky Cicerelli. He misses that one as well. And back over to the triple jump. This is Spencer Purnell of Colorado Mesa, 5th in the conference last season in this event. And looks like, just looking over at the high jump, we go back over to the shot put. I believe this is Kathleen Toman. Good throw for her. Looks like in the mid to high 40s. And it looks like, since that's the only one talking over at the high jump, Grant Redmond, we're going to let him pick his jump. And over at triple jump, 14:43 for Spencer Purnell. Didn't see what his first one was, but that would be a season best for him. I'm sorry, Nishan Jernigan. Purnell still on the runway. Courtney Clark now in the shot put ring in the finals of the women's shot put. Looks like about 44-45 for her, as we see Purnell coming down the triple jump runway for Colorado Mesa. A fair jump for him. Let's get you back onto the track. 200-meter dash, heat 2 of 3. In lane 3, Kayla Zink from UCCS qualified at 25.53 seconds. Kadesha Adams from New Mexico Highlands qualifying at 25.35. Kadesha Adams, 2nd fastest time in the prelims. Zink, third in this event last year, and it's a top returner from that championship race. As these two women sprint down the back straightaway. And that is, I believe, Katie Salvel. And coming down the front straightaway, that's Kadisha Adams of New Mexico Highlands. She will take this first one. And at 25.19, that is the new leader. And 25.81 for Zink would put her in fourth at the moment, with 8 sprinters next. As we just saw the jump there for Michael Wiedemeyer, I believe he had 13.78 on his first jump. Grant Redmond, pretty sure he's our conference champion in the high jump, as they figure out where he wants to go next in terms of height. Redmond, 2.02 is what he cleared. That is the season best. The provisional mark is 2.04 meters. Looks like he's trying to get an idea from coach on what his guidance would be as well. Over back on the track, heat 3 of 3 in the women's 200. Lane number 2 will be Brianne Fuller, Black Hill State University. She was 5th in the conference this season, came in with a preliminary time of 25.73. In lane 3, Deja Glover from UCCS, 25.41 seconds, 7th fastest time in the RMAC. She also has a conference championship already in the 400-meter dash from earlier today. And in lane 4, Rachel Crutcher from Colorado Mesa, first in the conference during the regular season, fastest time in the prelims with 25.13 seconds. As it looks like we have Derek Nawagu. And we still have competition going on at the high jump. So we can figure out, looks like we are finished up with the throwing events of the 2020 RMAC Championships. We'll try to get you final results as we have them. And as we get done, that is the end of shot put. And so we still have 3 events going on. We have men's high jump in the far northeast corner. They are on at least their last 1 or 2 athletes. We have men's triple jump currently in action in the second flight. And as you see here, we got Rachel Crutcher in lane 4, fastest time in the preliminaries here in the heat 3 of 3 in the women's 200-meter dash. Deja Glover already won conference championship to her name today, trying to make it 2. As we try to figure out who this jumper is still in, and if it's still at 2.02, or if we're, since we do have some doubling up between the triple jump and the high jump at the moment, see if that might be where we're getting our extra jumpers. Clean start here on the heat 3 of 3 in the the women's 200-meter dash. We got lane 2, Fuller, lane 3, Glover, lane 4, Crutcher. Already looks like Fuller making up the stagger in lane number 2 against Glover, but it's going to be Crutcher on the outside. Looks like she's going to have a commanding lead coming down. The time to beat is 25.19, and looks like she's going to get it. Crutcher for final 24.83. That is good for a conference championship for Rachel Crutcher for the Mavericks. And the Mavericks in second place in the team standings. That's going to help them tremendously. Congratulations, Rachel Crutcher, 24.89 for a conference championship. It'll be Kadisha Adams in second as runner-up in 25.19. Brittany Fuchs from UCCS in 25.23. And then Brianne Fuller of Black Hills State in 25.48. Followed by Glover in fifth in 25.50. Zink in 25.81. And Waterman in 26.60-26. Seventh place athlete, the eighth place athlete, and Sierra Arcano scratching after a false start. And so, congratulations, Kadisha Adams, RMAC champion in the women's 200-meter dash, as we continue action here at the men's triple jump. Believe that is a scratch no matter what. Trying to make sure we know who we're working with. As over there, you got Grant Redmond for Colorado School of Mines, as activity kind of starting to come together here for these teams in the final events of the championship weekend. We'll be starting the men's 200 soon. That delay and figuring out after that false start how to proceed, putting us a little bit behind, as men's 200 was supposed to start at 2:35. But in terms of keeping track, on the track, we have the men's 200, men's women's 3K, and then the men's women's 4K. We have the final field events going on right now in the men's high jump and the men's triple jump. And then we still have the 1,000-meter run left in the heptathlon, as it looks like, trying to see who that is down at triple jump. That is for Chadron State, I believe. That's Nishwan Jernigan. Fair jump for him as we get started here in the men's 200-meter dash. Only 2 athletes in this first heat. Lane 3, Elijah Williams, preliminary time of 22:56. Darian Wells of UCCS on the outside, 22.37. He had the 3rd fastest time in the prelims. As we are now underway here in the first of 3 heats in the timed finals for the men's 200-meter dash. We're seeing if we can get an update on where we're at high jump, as they just moved the bar up again. Coming down here to the finish line, it's going to be close. I think it's going to be Wells, but it will be Williams instead. 22:18 for Williams, 22:20 for Wells. Both of them improving big on their preliminary times from yesterday. For Colorado Mesa, it looks like Spencer Purnell getting his jump in. 2nd jump of the day for him in the men's triple jump preliminaries. So got athletes competing. We see Grant Redmond the most over at the high jump, although it looks like we had another Chadron State jumper competing. I believe that was Jernigan. Hard to confirm, but it looks like they have moved up the bar. We're trying to see where it is going. If they keep the 3-centimeter mark, it's 2.05. However, it looks like since his last one, he would have the ability to pick his height if he would like to. Looking over at the runway, that is Justin Thompson coming down for Colorado Mesa University. And a foul for him on that attempt here in the men's triple jump. As you see there, getting ready for the start of the 2nd of 3 heats in the men's 200-meter dash. In lane number 2, he's walking back to his blocks. That's Blaze Holland of MSU Denver, qualified of 22.70 seconds. In lane number 3, that's Brody Roden of Chadron State. Has the RMAC record in this event. As that over there, that's Grant Redmond. Not quite sure what he cleared. If it was 2:05, but he is definitely excited, as is everyone on that side of the track. It's a season best no matter what, just because he came in at 2:02. That's what he cleared before this height. Still not sure what he's at right now. We're going to see if we can pan up and get the standards. Thank you, cameraman. 7 foot, roughly, for Grant Redmond. Looks like about a 4-inch improvement for him. Just based on that, as we see CSU Pueblo's Wiedemeyer. We've got Holland, Blake Brody Roden in lane 3 here in heat number 2, 22:51 in the finals. And Angel Locke on the outside in lane number 4, 22:32 in the finals. As that's Brody right there, already making up a stagger against Locke, going into the final turn here in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's 200-meter dash. It's going to be Brody Roden. He already has the fieldhouse record in this event. He's going to try to lower it some more as he comes across the finish line. And 21:81, so that is a new fieldhouse record and the new time to beat here in the men's 200-meter dash. 21:81 for Roden. Locke currently in the number 4 spot. at 22.30, and Holland in the number 5 spot in the standings at 22.79. So right now, going into the final final heat is Roden, and then Elijah Williams, Darian Wells in your 2 and 3 spot. Here for Chadron State College, that is, I believe, Nishan Jernigan of Chadron State. I am corrected, that is Derek Nwagu for the Eagles. As Barr continues, he just cleared, we just got confirmation, he just cleared 2.11 meters. That's why he's so excited. He's 9 centimeters over. That's what, a good 3 or 4 inches over his personal best time. 2.11 meters. Looking at the NCAA automatic qualifying time is 2.16. As we get back to the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash, lane 2, Ty Grant of Mesa qualified in 22.61 seconds. Nigel Mitchell of CSU Pueblo qualifying in 22.42, and Deshaun Elcock in lane 4, 22.25. Not quite sure what this attempt is. He just cleared 2:11. Bars, we got confirmation. Bars now set at 2.14. For Redmond, already a conference champion, 2.14. We're going to take a look and see where that ranks nationally and see where he's at in terms of standings. 2.11, already good for 8th in the nation. 2.14 would put him at 6th. And Grant Redmond, I don't even think had a qualifying mark before today. He did not. So he's gone from not in it to basically confirmed for the Orediggers as we get ready here for the third of 3 heats in the men's 200. There is William Ross from UCCS, a 2-time champion this event in his freshman and sophomore years. That's going to be a legal jump for him, and one that he is excited about. As we are underway now in the final heat of the men's 200-meter dash, the time to beat, 21.81 by Brody Roden of Chadron State. We've got, reminding you, we've got Grant, Mitchell, and Elcock in this heat, and looks like it's going to be between Mitchell and Elcock. Coming down, it's going to be Elcock, though, for the Mountain Lions. Is it going to be enough to win? I don't think it was, but we're going to see. 22.09, that is good for second. Runner-up performance for Elcock in the overall standings, but Brody Roden of Chadron State with the win in the men's 200-meter dash at 21.81 seconds. Mitchell, 22.24. That is going to be good for 5th. As we wait for somebody, and Grant, 22.66. That'll be good for 7th. And so we've got Brody Roden, your RMAC champion, with a fieldhouse time of 21.81. Deshaun Elcock, your runner-up in the men's 200-meter dash, 22.09 seconds in this heat. Williams, 22.18. Wells, 22.20. Mitchell, 22.24. Laka at 22.30. Grant and then Holland rounding out your top 8 in the men's 200-meter dash. Congratulations, Brody Roden of Chadron State College. We know we saw one attempt over at 2.14 for Redmond. We'll see what more we can get as we are, looks like, through the preliminaries of the men's triple jump. We're seeing if we can get you an idea of who is in the finals. We also have, I believe this would be the men's 1,000-meter run for the heptathlon. It is. Let's see if we've got updated updated standings, and we do. So coming into this heat, Connor McLean, a right on 200-point lead in the men's heptathlon, after he cleared 5.15 meters in the pole vault section. Spencer Jar in second, 4,587 points. In third, Sam Repsher of UCCS, 4,501 points. And fourth in the heptathlon, Tristan Hepp from Black Hills State University, 4,483 points. In 5th, Chase McLean from Colorado School of Mines, 4,156 points. In 6th, Grant Butcher of Western Colorado, 3,930 points. As we go over to the high jump, this is Grant Redmond of Colorado School of Mines. He's already won the championship. He's trying to get a good spot at the national performance. We know that's at least his 2nd, but based on the reaction, I think that was his 3rd. He cleared 2.11 meters. Obviously, there's a lot of action across the nation this weekend. He right now is tied for 8th in the nation. That should be a good shot to get him into nationals. He hadn't even qualified. He hadn't even reached a provisional qualifying mark before today. And now he gets to go to Birmingham, Alabama in 2 weeks. Looks like he's going to get still talking to the officials over there. I know that was at least his 2nd. I don't know if it was his 3rd. As right now, no action on the track at the moment. We think we just wrapped up men's high jump. We're getting ready for finals in the men's triple jump, and we have the 1,000 meter runs portion of the heptathlon getting ready to take the track. It looks like it is going to be, as it usually is, they will sort out and go with the bottom 7 athletes. So in this heat, you're going to have, looks like Wyatt Ewer wearing hip number 1. Hayden Sather, who I don't see out there, but he would be wearing hip number 2. And hip number 3 is Seth Richmond. Hip number 4, Eric Sierra. Hip number 5, Seth Hills. Hip number 6, Pete Brown. And hip number 15, Casey McDaniel. For scoring purposes in the team standings, as we start to get closer to a trophy being presented, there is a more than 100-point gap, about 119-point gap between 9th and 8th as we are starting here in the men's 1,000 meter run. Looking like they have the pole down at high jump. We are finished with high jump. Congratulations to our high jump champion, Grant Redmond, 2.11 meters. He's going to Birmingham. As we get set here, first of 5 laps in the men's 1,000 meter run for the heptathlon. Four laps left to go. That is Casey McDaniel of Colorado Mesa with a pretty good lead here in this field. A provisional qualifying mark for nationals, 4,760 points. Right now, McLean already there. He was already leading the nation in the heptathlon already, but he has already hit the provisional mark with 1 event left to go. Here is Casey McDaniel after wrapping up his 2nd of 5 laps in the men's 1,000 meter run. Right behind him, leading the pack, is Wyatt Ewer of Western Colorado. Right off his shoulder is Eric Sierra of UCCS. We talked about these guys a lot. This is the 7th event that they've done the last 2 days. A lot of them have also doubled up in the open events. As about the halfway point now, it is still Casey McDaniel with a strong lead. He's only about, let me do the math in my head, 24 points behind 14th. And that's Pete Brown of Chadron State, who is right now at the tail end looking for his hair. He's at the tail end of this pack. So there's a chance that McDaniel could move from 15th up in this race. 2 laps left to go now for these gentlemen and their 7th scored event of the heptathlon. As we continue to see a big lead grow even bigger for Casey McDaniel. Not quite a full corner lead for him, but he will continue to take it. Bell lap now for Casey McDaniel here in the first of 2 heats in the men's 1,000 meter run for the heptathlon final event of the weekend for them. McDaniel, a freshman, competing in his first RMAC Indoor Championship event. 100 meters left to go for him as we continue to move forward. Now on the final straightaway, and he's actually kicking it, looks like. He's looking at the clock. He knows what he needs to get. Casey McDaniel with a big win in this first heat of the men's 1,000-meter run for the heptathlon. 2 minutes, 50.79 seconds. Dwight Ewer in second and 2:56.76. Eric Sierra, 2:58.11 for the Mount Lions. Seth Hills for Black Hills State in fourth. And Seth Richmond in third. Again, it's all about the times. It's not about the placing at this point. It's all about the time and what that gets you in terms of points. Now we have the top 8 athletes in the heptathlon based on scoring. Let's go through them. And hip number 1, that is Connor McLean. He's got a 200-point lead against hip number 2, Spencer Jar. 4,087 points. Jar leading by 86 points over Sam Repshire of UCCS, who's wearing hip number 3. You have hip number 4, Tristan Hepp. It's a 18-point difference between Hepp and Repshire. In hip number 5, that is Chase McLean, a big jump, more than 300 points behind Hepp with 4,156 points. Wearing hip number 6, Grant Butcher of Western Colorado, 3,930 points. As it looks like we are underway with action here, or just warm-ups, I should say, in the men's triple jump. Hip number 7, Hayden L. of Western Colorado, 3,929 points, just 1 point behind Butcher. So they're going to try to obviously beat each other up a little bit. They're teammates, but whoever finishes higher probably will get the edge on the 6th versus 7th spot. And then another one from Western Colorado, Nick Apps, 3,878 points. Those are your 8 competitors and their hip numbers here in the final event of the men's heptathlon, the 1,000-meter run. And as we already mentioned, Connor McLean, wearing hip number 1, already has a provisional qualifying mark. If he didn't even compete in this race, he's leading the country in the heptathlon with 5,630 points as we continue warm-ups here in the men's triple jump. Just 2 events left as we continue here. Just 2 events running. We've got the men's triple warming up for finals, and on the track right now, the 1,000-meter run of the men's heptathlon. That is Tristan Hepp with the lead for the Yellow Jackets. He's only 18 points behind Repshire of UCCS in the standings. He's going to try to get a big enough margin of victory to get onto the podium here in the heptathlon. 4 laps left to go for these gentlemen. As you hear the Western chant going, they have 3 athletes in this heat. As they go through the far corner, it is still going to be Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State with the lead with 3 laps left to go. And then in that next pack, it's the McLean gentlemen, Connor and Chase, in second and third. Going to keep an eye on what the qualifying marks are here in the heptathlon and the total point total, as Tristan Hepp continuing to do well for the Yellow Jackets here in this final heat of the 1,000-meter run. He has 5,103 points, good for 13th in the Division II performance lists. Right now coming in, he's got 44.83, a good chance to increase that 5,100 point total here for him and solidify a shot at Nationals. 13th should be okay to make it to Nationals, but every little bit helps at this point. A lot of heptathlons going across the country this week with conference championships. Bell lap now for Tristan Hepp. He leads by almost a full straightaway here in the final lap of the men's 5,000-meter run heptathlon. And there you are right now. That is Chase McLean leading the runners, followed by 2 from Western Colorado. 100 meters left to go now for Tristan Hepp at Black Hills State. Connor McLean, all but certain to get his RMAC championship. Down the straightaway you see right there, Tristan Hepp for Black Hills State. He's going to cross the finish line. 7 events, he should be tired. 2 minutes, 48.25 seconds. And it's going to be Western Apps and L in second and third. Sam Repshire in third. It'll be interesting to see. I would imagine that Hepp will pass Repshire in the standings for 4th and 3rd. But in all likelihood, Connor McLean, your RMAC champion in the men's heptathlon, will wait for the final standings to confirm and give you the updates as we see everything come through. Once again, a provisional qualifying mark is 4,760 points. Automatic mark is 5,355 points. As we keep an eye out for what else is going on around the country or around the track. That's Connor Marshall right there. He retired about 10 years ago. I'm going to tell his wife he's working still. That's Sam Repsher being helped up. He had a very good weekend for the Mountain Lions. A lot of smiles there from coaches, Fellows, and Schroet. And getting congratulations. There's Eric Sierra for the Mountain Lions right there, finishing up the heptathlon. Still waiting for final standings to be posted. In the meantime, we're going to get ready here pretty soon. But 2:55, so about 5 minutes late in the women's 3,000 meter run. 2 timed finals of 9 athletes each. As looks like we're about to get ready for the start of the finals in the men's triple jump. Just past 3 o'clock, we are beginning our 6th hour of coverage. I want to welcome you all, if you are just joining us, to the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships on the UCCS network. I'm Jared Verner. Thank you so much for joining us. We've had a blast in Mountain Lion Fieldhouse the last 2 days with covering some great events here. We're on the air for about 8.5 hours yesterday. Like I said, we're going through and pushing through for our finals today. As the men's triple jump, you can see behind, they're getting their final instructions. But it's been a blast. I want to commend our great camera crew. I want to commend everyone in the truck. It's been a long day, but it's been a blast. I hope they've had as much fun as I have. As we get started here for the first of 2 heats in the women's 3K, we've also got the finals of the men's triple jump. They have just received their final instructions. And my stack of papers is growing thinner and thinner, as it means we're getting closer and closer to handing out team trophies here at the 2020 RMAC Indoor Championships. And so while we have a moment, we are recognizing shot put right now. Let's go ahead and recognize them with them. So let's go through the 8th. Jayla Jarnigan from South Dakota Mines, 12.66 meters. In 7th, Tanika Elliston, 12.71 meters from New Mexico Highlands. In 5th, Amber Gustafson of Western Colorado, 13.30 meters. In 4th, Jasmine Chosa from Adams State, 13.36 meters. And in 3rd, as you see, as we get over to our podium, in 3rd, Courtney Clark from Colorado School of Mines, 13.69 meters. Runner-up, Kathleen Toman from Colorado School of Mines, 14.08 meters. And the champion in the women's shot put, Kayla Salvel from Black Hills State, 14.50 meters. As we see right there on the triple jump, that is Khalida Barambe leading things off here in the finals of the men's triple jump. We're trying to keep up to date. We don't have a good record on who did what during the prelims. As we get started here with the first of 2 heats in the women's 3,000 meter run. 9 athletes were scheduled. I only see 6 on the track. We're trying to get you caught up on who didn't start, but let's go ahead and get you who are supposed to start. Wearing hip number 1, Melina Ensley of Colorado Mines. Wearing hip number 2, Madeline Giesen of Colorado School of Mines. In hip number 3 is Ziramara Robinson from Black Hills State. In hip number 4, Elizabeth Williams from Western Colorado. Hip number 5, Kitty Novak from UCCS. Hip number 6, Cheney Singer from Colorado Mesa. Hip number 7, Sorcha Maloney from Adams State. Hip number 8, Kayla Wooten from UCCS. And wearing hip number 9, Heather Kinry from Colorado Mines. They have 15 laps to make here. They have just completed 14 laps left to go. Let's see if we can get an idea on who that jumper is from UCCS. I believe that could be, no, it wouldn't be him. Anyway, we're trying to get an idea on who that is. 2 laps down, and that is Heather Kinry of Colorado School of Mines. 14.16 for that jumper from UCCS. I believe Peyton Turnage, but don't quote me on that. Next up on the runway for Chadron State, and coming down the runway right now, see if we have a good idea on him with our floor camera right there. Last jump was 14.16 meters, and a foul no matter what for that Chadron State runner. Three laps in, we're winner who didn't start. That'd be Melinda Inslee, Madeline Geeson, and Shani Singer from Mines, and Mesa, respectively. Elizabeth Williams from Western Colorado leading the runners through that split at 2:14.99. 3 laps down, 12 to go here in the women's 3,000 meter run. As action continuing on the men's triple jump. That's the only action we've got. We're coming down to our final field event of the day. That is the men's triple jump. You see a shot of the runway right there. That is Elizabeth Williams leading the crew through the 4th lap of 12, 11 laps left to go. And so far, all 6 runners staying within a pack. All within, we're going to try to look at the times here. And a foul there for Colorado Mesa. That is, looks like Justin Thompson, I'm sorry. As Williams bringing him down at, I believe, if my memory serves me right, this should be the 1K mark here of the women's 3,000 meter run timed finals. This is 1 of 2. But it is Williams followed by Wooten. All these athletes right now within just over a second gap. At least that was on the last lap. We'll see how that continues. In the meantime, let's go and give you final results in the men's heptathlon. As we expected, Connor McLean of Colorado School of Mines winning that event with 5,481 points. For looking at my notes here, I apologize. Connor McLean shy of his best time of 50 for best mark of 5,630. Tristan Hepp, he had a big lead in that first. He goes all the way up to second, 5,261 points for Hepp. 52.67, that's an improvement for him. Pending other results, that puts him into 10th in the nation. Spencer Jar, 52.62. He's going to finish in second, and that is his first qualifying mark of the season. And that'll put him into nationals more than likely. Sam Repsher of UCCS, 5,199 points. He could be on the bubble to get in for nationals as well with that performance in 4th. Chase McLean, 48.68. That is a provisional qualifying mark. However, that is not his best mark of the year. Hayden L. for Western Colorado in 6th, 4,647. In 7th, Nick Apps from Western Colorado, 46.02. And Graham Butcher with 45.42. As there we see in the triple jump, that is Michael Wiedemeyer, his first jump of the finals. But Connor McLean with a more than 200-point victory in the men's heptathlon, helped by that strong performance in the pole vault. And now we're starting to get down to the final events here in the men's competition. Right now, still outstanding results in the men's high jump, men's triple jump, 3K and 4K. For the women, they just have these running events left, including this one in the 3,000 meter run, which is still being led by Western Colorado's Elizabeth Williams. 14.43 on that last jump by Michael Wiedemeyer in the men's triple jump. But 2 events left, and it is UCCS still more than double the second place team. UCCS 152.5 points. It's looking like they're going to take home their second indoor championship in the last 3 years, with Colorado Mesa in second at 74 points. Mines, though, they're going to be trying to push it. They're only a half point behind Mesa. As now coming down the runway for Chadron State in the men's triple jump finals. The men's side, still 4 events left, but so far a strong lead for UCCS in the team standings at 123. They're going for their first ever team championship in the indoor season, indoor or outdoor season for track and field. Western Colorado, 64 points behind them, 59 points behind the Mountain Lions. 45-second splits for this group as they continue to make their way through the women's 5,000-meter run, and we have a new leader to report as they come across the start-finish line. That is Katie Novak of UCCS and Kayla Wooten of UCCS going 1-2 for the Mountain Lions. As now competition continuing in the triple jump, that is Shattern States. That would be a good jump for him. As action continues here in the finals of the men's triple. Katie Novak, Kayla Wooten, 1-2 here in the first heat of the time finals in the women's 3,000-meter run. Followed by Kinry and then Ziramora Robertson of Black Hills State University. On the back end of that triple jump runway, that's William Ross of UCCS. Looking for his third RMAC title to close out his indoor career. As we are down to our final events on the women's side, 3K and 4x4 is all we have. There's Will Ross, a clean jump for him. And what I believe is still his first jump of the finals. And now coming down, now it's Kayla Wooten. And Katie Novak still 1-2, just teammates trading positions. Wooten, though, opening up a little bit of lead as the field starts to spread out a little bit here at the 9:30 mark at the women's 5K, or the women's 3K, I apologize. Wooten of second faster than anyone else in that last lap at 40.83 seconds. Now coming down the runway for the second round of the jumps, I believe that's Cleta Burumbaye of Western Colorado, and he will foul that one. Kayla Wooten, Novak sliding back a little bit as now coming down closer to our position. Bell lap now for Wooten. As Novak back into third for the Mountain Lions. That is for Black Hills State, Ziramara Robinson in second. Robinson, though, looks like she's going to try to make a run for this against Wooten. Wooten, 100 meters left to go for her. As second jump of the day under the belt for Peyton Turnage. Final straightaway for Kayla Wooten. She's going to take this first heat of the women's 3K. Robinson in second, and UCCS teammate Cody Novak in third. Heather Kinry of Mines in fourth. So we've got one more heat of the women's 5K, and as we kind of mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the mile and the 3K. The mile and the 3K are going to be the ones that probably had the most national level competition. And so for Kayla Wooten, as all results have finally gone final, the time to beat for the runners in the next heat, 10:47.46, as second round of finals jumps continues as Shattern State. That is Brock Voth, the defending RMAC champion. in that event, getting his second jump in. Legal jump, as you see that blue-green dot right in the middle of your screen. A laser measurement here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. And measurement is in. As we get started for second of 2 heats in the women's 3K, excuse me. As we wait for the runners to take to the track, it just leaves us being able to focus on men's triple jump, as you see right there from Colorado Mesa University, Justin Thompson for his second jump in the finals. And a foul for him on his second jump. And trying to get an eye on where looks like they're down at the other end for our second heat of the women's 3,000 meter run. As you get a shot there, the 3K runners coming down along with the triple jump runway on the right of those two pits. Receiving, see who that is. I believe it is Spencer Purnell of Mesa, but don't quote me. Just because there's only a couple Mesa jumpers to begin with. The first one is Thompson. That will leave Purnell there. Second jump for him here in the finals. .31 meters for Purnell for the Mavericks on his second jump of the finals. That would be Wiedemeyer at the end of that runway for the Thunderwolves of CSU Pueblo. As we await action to start on the track with the second of 2 heats of the women's 3K. 15 laps around the track. Kayla Wooten winning the first heat for UCCS. Time of 10 minutes, 47.48 seconds. As we see Wiedemeyer coming down the runway here in the second attempt in the finals of the men's triple jump. It'll be a good jump for him, as we are now lined up and ready to go for the second flight and the second heat of the women's 5K or 3K. And as we see there, hip numbers being shown there on the right. Hip number 1, Nicole Burma of CSU Pueblo, fourth in the conference, 16th in the nation. Hip number 2, Kaylee Bogina of Adams State, second in the conference, 8th in the nation. Finished 20th at the D2 championships last season. Wearing hip number 3, Brianna Robles of Adams State, third in the conference, 15th in the nation. Wearing hip number 4, Katie Duchette of Western Colorado, 6th in the conference in a provisional qualifier. Hip number 5, Piper Mewison of Adams State, 5th in the conference in a provisional qualifier. Wearing hip number 6, Zoe Baker of Colorado School of Mines, 7th in the RMAC and also a provisional qualifier. Hip number 7, Morgan Molesworth of Colorado Mines, 9th in the RMAC. 8th, wearing hip number 8, Haley Hunter Galvin of Adams State, first in the conference, 6th in the nation. And wearing hip number 9, Bryn Strauss of Colorado School of Mines, 10th in the RMAC. Those are your 9 competitors. 4 of the top 16 times in the nation are in this heat, as we just saw jump from Chadron State College, Derek Nuwagu. And through the first lap, that is Haley Hunter Galvin for Adams State. Top 4 runners are in the green of the Grizzlies. And as we see maybe in that shot a little bit. The athletes in the heptathlon being honored: Connor McLean, Tristan Hepp, and Spencer Jar finishing 1, 2, 3 there on the podium. That is Zoe Baker of Colorado School of Mines breaking up that block that was the Adams State Grizzlies in that top 4. As we go through 2 laps, it is still Haley Hunter Galvin. And looks like, I believe, Haley Bogina. We're waiting for the times, and that is Bogina. But like I said, Zoe Baker breaking up that block in 3rd for Colorado School of Mines. 2 laps down as action continues in the men's triple jump finals. Running into low to mid 40s here on lap times here through 2 laps. Coming up on 3 laps. Down 12 to go in the women's 3K. And it will be Adams taking 4 of the top 5 spots with Zoe Baker from Mines breaking that up there at the beginning. Tight pack here still. All the runners, as we're waiting for the latest times to scroll through. All the athletes within a second and a half of each other. As now in the triple jump runway, that looks like that's William Ross of UCCS in the finals for the men's triple jump. And that'll be a good mark for Will, 2-time conference champion in this event, as we are just through 4 laps, 11 laps left to go here in Colorado Springs. 2:45.95 through the first 800 meters for Kaylee Bogina now of Adams State. She takes the lead from Haley Hunter Galvin. .84 meters for Will Ross there in the men's triple jump finals. Coming down, they will be closing in on 1K when they cross the start-finish line here. That is Bogina for Adams, close, followed by Hunter Galvin. 5 laps in, 10 laps left to go here in the women's 3,000-meter run. And that is the person who started off the finals for the 3rd jumps now. That is Khalida Burumbaye of Western Colorado. Making his way down the runway for the 2nd time today. For the final time today. That'll be a legal jump. Looked like he gave up plenty on the jump when he took that over. New leader now here in the women's 3K. That is Zoe Baker of Colorado School of Mines. 9 laps left to go. She turned in a 39-second lap that time, nearly a second faster than anyone else on the track. It is Adams on these 2 through 5 spots. Again, these are timed finals. The time to beat, 10:47.48 from Kayla Wooten in the first heat. Next on the track will be the men's 3K. We're going to probably roll right into that, as it is Baker, and it looks like Bogina who are going to be battling out. Bogina will take the lead with 8 laps left to go. Baker right on her heels. Bogina, 8th fastest 3K time in Division II this season. 8th at the RMAC Championships 3 years ago when she was a freshman. Has the 2nd fastest time in the RMAC behind teammate Haley Hunter Galvin. As we come across the far line, that's still Bogina in the lead. When they cross, they'll have 7 laps left to go. Zoe Baker, 7th in the conference this season, coming into this race. As we see right there, Peyton Turnage getting ready for his final jump in the men's triple jump. 7 laps left to go, closing in on 6.5. As it looks like it's going to be a battle between Bogina and Baker. They get a little bit of separation against the 3, 4, 5 Adams State runners. A fair jump there for Turnage, as He wraps up his day for the Mountain Lions. Coming down, it'll be 6 laps left to go, 1,200 meters to go for Bogina and Baker. A little bit of separation, but it looks like we definitely got the top 5 of Bogina, Baker, Hunter, Galvin, Robles, and Muswison. Followed by from CSU Pueblo and Mines, that is Boma and Molesworth. And then running separately on their own, Duchette from Western Colorado and Strauss from Colorado School of Mines. 15.96 on Peyton Turnage's final jump of the day. 5 laps left to go, 1,000 meters to go here in the 3K. And it's Zoe Baker now with the lead. About a second or so lead for her. Past the 2K mark. As Brock Voth, the defending RMAC champion, gets his third jump in. That'll be a legal jump for him. As it is still Baker, 4.5 laps left to go here in the women's 3K. And looks like we've got a new second place runner. That will be Brianna Robos of Adams State, followed by Piper Mewison. Four laps left to go. 14:20 on that last jump from Voth. As Zoe Baker continuing to lead here in the final stages of the women's 3,000 meter run. Bryn Strauss of Colorado School of Mines still in the lead lap, but she's fallen off considerably. About a 28-second lead now for Baker over Strauss. 3 laps left to go now for Baker from Colorado School of Mines. Mewison and Robles for Adams State, still within striking distance. It'll be 400 meters left to go. 2 laps left for Zoe Baker, wearing hip number 6, as she crosses the start-finish line. Followed behind by Muswison, Robles, and Hunter Galvin. Hunter Galvin coming in to 6th fastest time in the country this season. And there is Colorado Mesa's Spencer Purnell, getting ready for his final jump as he makes his way down the runway here in the triple jump. A good jump for him to close out today. And that's the bell lap now for Zoe Baker, the freshman four-digger. Came in as the 7th fastest time in the conference. And right now with a sizable lead, more than 3 seconds against Piper Muswison of Adams State. Grizzlies holding positions 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're going to score some points. But Adams uncharacteristically behind in the team standings for them. 1 less than 100 meters left to go for Baker as she comes across the final turn. Lapping Nicole Buma of CSU Pueblo. The time to beat is 10:47. She will do that comfortably. Your RMAC champion, the women's 3,000 meter run, Zoe Baker. Congratulations to her, finishing in 2nd. Piper Mewison of Adams State, finishing in 3rd for the Grizzlies. Brianna Robles in 10:12.97. Finishing in 4th will be Kaylee Bokina. Again, time to beat was 10:47 as Wiedemeyer with his final jump in the finals. So as we continue to see results populate, again, anything over 10:47, you can consider your final standings in the event. And so Mogren Molesworth will finish 7th. And as we wait for Boozma, we can go ahead and say 8th place will go to Caleb Wooten of UCCS, 10:47.48 from the first heat. But congratulations, Zoe Baker, your champion in the RMAC women's 3,000 meter run. Over at the men's triple jump, final jumps are getting started. Failed to mention that women's 3K, Zoe Baker, a new fieldhouse record by more than 6 seconds at 10:05.14. There is for Chadron State, Derek Nwagu in his final round of jumps here in the finals. And that'll be a legal jump for him. We'll get you updated team scores on the women's side. All that will be left after they scored a 3K will be the 4x400 meter relays. It's the bottom of the hour here, 3:30 p.m. in Mount Lion Fieldhouse, and we're getting ready for the first of 2 heats in the men's 3,000 meter run. 14:52 for Nwagu on that final jump and the men's triple jump. Looks like we're going to have 2 athletes not start here. Let's see if we can get them out, get them figured out before we get started. And so what you see there is accurate, except for no start for Chelby or Munoz as we get started here in the first of 2 heats in the men's 3,000 meter run. It's going to get you introduced. You saw their names briefly there. Hip number 1, Afroworki Zuru of UCCS. Hip number 2, George Gage Mayo of Western Colorado. Hip number 4, Ross Hush of Western Colorado. Hip number 6, Evan Sutherland of Western Colorado. Hip 7, Derek Steele of Colorado Mines. Hip 8, Albert Hess of Western Colorado. And hip number 9, John O'Malley of Colorado Mines. As we see the warning flag go up for Chadron State here in the final jump for them in the men's triple jump. And a legal jump for Nishwan Jernigan for the Eagles. As we continue action here in the men's triple jump. It's all Western here through the first 2 laps of the first heat of the men's 3,000 meter run. In the meantime, let's go and get you final results in the men's high jump. Tying for 8th with 1.89 meters, Brian Schmidt of Western Colorado and Drazen Moritzka of Black Hills State. Tying for 6th, Justin Thompson of Colorado Mesa and Wyatt Caines of South Dakota Mines at 1.94 meters. That was based on the judge's decision. Also finishing in 5th, Dante Garza at 1.94 meters for Black Hills State. A 3-way tie for 2nd at 1.99 meters between Sky Cicerelli of UCCS, Joseph Dumza of Chadron State, and Tanner Walsh of UCCS. And your winner, we saw him quite a bit earlier, Grant Redmond, 2.11 meters for Colorado School of Mines. As we see Will Ross coming down the runway here, that'll be a good jump for him. As he closes out, I believe that'll wrap up competition here in the men's triple jump. We're going to get you final results, and we're not confident enough to be able to relay them and where all the athletes stand. As you see there, Mountaineers continue to dominate here. They already have 4 of the 7 runners in this field. 4.04 meters for Will Ross. His second jump, or his final jump here in Mount Lion Fieldhouse in competition. Came here when there wasn't even a field house. There wasn't even really hardly to guarantee that a field house would be built. Won the conference championship his freshman and sophomore years. And will go down as one of the best Mount Lions in the triple jump in the early career so far of the Mount Lion track and field program. And so now all we have left, track events. We're going to try to get you final results from the triple jump as soon as we can. That is Gage Mayo from Western Colorado continuing to lead the pack with teammate Heather Sutherland in second, Albert Hess and Ross Hush. Again, top 4 runners, all from Western Colorado University. As we get you updated team standings on the men's side, 3 events still outstanding. Men's triple jump, which just wrapped up. 3K, which is on the track, and then the 4x400 meter relay. UCCS, a little bit of a gap is closing now between UCCS and Colorado School of Mines. UCCS, 140 and 2/3 points, and second to Colorado School of Mines was the 84. Third, Western Colorado with 70.5, and fourth, CSU Pueblo with 60, and then fifth, 43.5 points is Colorado Mesa. Interesting to note, a 6-point difference between Chadron State and Colorado Mesa. Chadron at 43.33 points. Over on the women's side, we're going to see if they have scored. They have included 3Ks. So now this is women's team scores. There's one event left. It'll be UCCS. They have clinched their second RMAC team championship in the last 3 years, 153.50 points. Adams State with 86. No way for them to catch the Mountain Lions. But it will be a tight race for second. Adams State with 86, Colorado School of Mines 85.5. A half point separates the Grizzlies and Orediggers. In fourth in the team standings, Colorado Mesa 74 points, and in fifth, New Mexico Highlands with 52.5. Western Colorado with 50 points at 6, and Black Hills in 7th with 49. But we can already say with certainty UCCS on the women's side will be RMAC champions once again in indoor track and field. As we see now leading the field here, Albert Hess of Western Colorado University, crossing at about the 5:12 mark here in the men's 3K. Derek Steele from Colorado School of Mines, followed by Afroworky Zuru of UCCS. We see there Albert Hess putting in a fast time, 35 seconds in that last lap. We're going to see where he comes in on this lap. But you got Afroworky Zuru now in second behind him, taking the second place spot away from Derek Steele of Colorado School of Mines. Right there in fourth is, looks like, Ross Hush for Western Colorado. Afroworky Zuru, 34.79 seconds on that last lap. More than a second and a half faster than anyone else on the track. As now it is Zuru with the lead here in the men's 3,000 meter run. Second place is Steele, and then followed by Hess. And Zuru for the Mountain Lions continue to expand this lead out a little bit. Just more and more for the Mountain Lions here. This is a timed final, so we have to look at the second heat to determine your champion. Although we are expecting a good race in the men's 3,000 meter run, heat number 2. 7 of the 9 athletes in that heat ranked in the top 20 in Division II this season. As we wait for triple jump results to be reported and posted, or keep an eye on that. 3 events left to score on the men's side, just 1 on the women's side. The 4x400 meter relay. As now coming down the straightaway, Afroworky Zuru going through that UCCS team area on the northwest corner of the track. 7:37 for Zuru as he crosses the start-finish line. 35:26 on that last lap. Again, half a second faster than Steele for Colorado School of Mines. Next event on the track will be the 4x400 meter relay. That's supposed to start at 3:50. May start just a few minutes late. We are expecting team presentations at 5 o'clock for the trophy presentation. Afterworky Zero with the bell lap here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse, his home competition facility, as he has opened up a massive lead here, 5+ seconds against Derek Steele of Colorado School of Mines. Zuru already a provisional qualifier this season. Came in with a seed time of 8 minutes, 21.13 seconds. And here he comes. He will take heat number 1 of the men's 3,000 meter run. Time of roughly 8:48. We got official time 8:48.32 for Afterworky Zero. Derek Steele for Colorado School of Mines finishing in second, 8:56.17. And coming down the straightaway now, also from Mines, that'll be John O'Malley. O'Malley for Colorado School of Mines finishing in 9:08.35. And then the next 3 will be from Western Colorado. Hessa 9:14.02, Sutherland 9:14.25, as well as Hush and 9:16.77. As you see those results populate on the screen right there. Again, time to beat for this next heat will be 8:48.32 by Afterworky Zero. 9 athletes in this second heat. 7 of them ranked in the top 20 of Division II. All of them are provisional qualifiers for the national championships. As you see, Carson Bix there, number 2 right there, first in the RMAC, 3rd in the nation with the automatic qualifier. And we already know from that close-up, Charlie Sweeney of UCCS, who was 12th in the nation, will not be racing in this race as well. Let's go and get you introduced to the full field. Hip number 1, Luke Hagan from Colorado School of Mines. Hip number 2, we already saw him, Carson Bix of Adams State, first in the conference, 3rd in the nation. Hip number 4, Taylor Stack of Western Colorado, 4th in the conference, 6th in the nation. 6th in the conference in the national championships last year. In 5th, Vincent Workman of Colorado School of Mines, 6th in the conference, 11th in the nation. In 6th, Jake Mitchum of Colorado Mines, 9th in the conference, 18th in the nation. Wearing hip number 7, Grant Coulahan of Colorado School of Mines, 8th in the conference, 13th in the nation. He finished 12th at the D2 championships 2 years ago. And wearing hip number 8, Isaiah Rodarte of Adams State, 10th in the conference. He was 13th in the Division II championships last season. And wearing hip number 9, Marcelo Laguerra of CSU Pueblo, 3rd in the conference, 5th in the nation. As we come through 2 complete laps, that is the conference leader, both in the standings and in this race right now, Carson Bix of Adams State. 2 laps in, 13 laps to go here in the men's 3,000 meter run. Right now, high 34s, low 35s for these runners here in the second heat of the men's 3K. Coming up on 3 complete laps, that is Bix, as well as, looks like behind him, Laguerra of CSU Pueblo. 2 of the top 5 runners in the nation right there at the front. Right now, all the runners, for the most part, staying together, but we are starting to see, looks like Cole Munoz of CSU Pueblo start to fall off the pack a little bit. 3 laps down, almost 4 laps down when they come back across the start-finish line. Again, now looking at close to the upper 33s, mid 34s for these runners, at least on that last lap. 4 laps down, and it's still Carson Bix leading the way for the Grizzlies of Adams State University. Still Bix and Laguerra, 1-2, and then it's Mines, Mitchum, and Hagan, as well as, looks like Colligan now. They take over the spot from Rodarte. So it's Adams, Pueblo, and then 3 Mines runners in the 3, 4, and 5 spots. 1K down, and it's roughly 254, 253 for our leaders. As we start to see our runners, there they go through the far corner of the track. Again, we've got 7 runners on this lead lap. Charlie Sweeney did not start this race. And there's Carson Bix for Adams State University coming down with 9 laps to go as they cross the start-finish line. It's still Bix, Lugera, and then Culligan and Mitchum for Mines. Taylor Stack from Western Colorado up to 5th for the Mountaineers. And as we've said multiple times, as we see this angle coming down the track, that's still Bix. 3rd in the division. Automatic qualifier, so no matter what, he knows he's going to nationals. Sophomore for the Grizzlies came in with a seat time of 8 minutes, 3.02 seconds. 8 laps left to go now for our leaders, which includes that pack of 7, Bix, Lugera, Culligan, Mitchum, Stack, Rodarte, and Hagen. 7.5 laps left to go here as we reach the halfway point of the men's 3,000 meter run. And taking the lead now. Up from 3rd is Grant Culligan of Colorado School of Mines on that straightaway shot right there. 7 laps left to go as it's Culligan, and now Lugera from CSU Pueblo looks like he will take the 2nd spot. He's on the outside a little bit ahead of Bix, but it will still be Lugera as they come through the finals, as they come through that far turn. It'll be 6 laps to go when these leaders come to the start-finish line. And now it looks like another runner has fallen off the pack. We now have a lead group of 6 runners as Hagen has fallen off the lead as well. 6 laps left to go, and it's Culligan in first for the Orediggers. Orediggers need to score a lot of points here if they're going to try to contend for a team championship. Again, we don't know how the triple jump will go in there. We do have final results. Let's go ahead and share them with you as we try to keep an eye on the number of laps left. That is 5 for our leaders. Finishing in 8th in the men's triple jump, Brock Voth, 14.38 meters. In 7th, Justin Thompson from Mesa with 14.39 meters. In 6th in the men's triple jump, Peyton Turnage, 14.39 meters, based off the tiebreaker. In 5th, Spencer Purnell of Colorado Mesa, 14.50 meters. In 4th, Michael Wiedemeyer of CSU Pueblo, 14.52 meters. In 3rd on the podium will be Derek Nuegu of Chadron State, 14.91 meters. I believe that's 4 laps left to go now for our leader, Grant Culligan of Colorado School of Mines. Back to the triple jump. In 2nd, Chadron State's Nishan Jerrigan at 15.01 meters. And with his 3rd RMAC Indoor Championship as a senior, William Ross of UCCS, 15.36 meters with a new Fieldhouse record for our Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. And we'll try to get you updated team standings here in just a moment. 3 laps left to go, if I'm counting correctly, for our leaders, which have now bunched up considerably from the last time we saw them come around. Team standings for UCCS and Colorado School of Mines, which are the 2 that are going to be contending. 2 events left to score. This 3K and then the 4x4. Looks like UCCS in comfortable position. They could win their first team championship on the men's side, 153 and 2/3 points. In 2nd, Colorado School of Mines, 84 points. In 3rd, Western Colorado, 70.5 points. CSU Pueblo, we have 2 laps now left to go for our leaders. CSU Pueblo, 65 points, and in 5th with 58 1/3 points, Chadron State. Now I'm looking at 2 events. I don't see how Mines could catch UCCS, although it will be a close race to watch between Mines and Western Colorado. 2 laps left to go now, 1.5 laps left to go here in the 3,000 meter run. For the women, 4x400 meter relay is all that's left to compete in. For the men, we'll score this and the 4x4, and that'll call it good for the men's race as the bell lap now comes across for Jake Mitchum of Colorado School of Mines and Isaiah Rodarte I'm sorry. As we have 100 meters left to go, it's going to be a tight battle here between first and second. Mines and Pueblo. The time to beat, 8 minutes 48. Looks like they will get it, and it's going to be tight between Lagara and Mitchum. We're going to have to wait to see what they say. Results have yet to be posted here in the arena. As we're going to try to get, it will be Ligero, Marcelo Ligero, the RMAC champion, 8:30, 27 200ths of a second ahead of Jake Mitchum as you see the results start to scroll in on your screen. Again, 8:48 was the time from the first heat, so you got your top finishers, at least for the first 5. 8:30.27 for Ligero. He's the RMAC champion for the Thunderwolves. Jake Mitchum, Colorado School of Mines, 8:30.29. He will be the runner-up. In third, Isaiah Rodarte of Adams State, 8 minutes 33.63 seconds. In fourth, Taylor Stack of Western Colorado, 8 minutes 42.88 seconds. In fifth, Carson Bix of Adams State, 8 minutes 46.31 seconds. Finishing in sixth from the first heat, Afewerki Zuru from UCCS, 8 minutes 48.32 seconds. In seventh, Derek Steele of Colorado School of Mines, 8 minutes 56.17 seconds. And in eighth, your final scoring athlete, John O'Malley from Colorado School of Mines, 9 minutes 8.35 seconds. Those are your unofficial results in the men's 3K. As we will get ready to start here momentarily in the women's 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats of the 4x4 will be contested here today, as we're now down to our final events of the championship. We'll wait for the scores to be calculated through the men's 3K and give you an idea of what we can expect for results for team standings going into the final stages. Let's go and give you the full team scores on the women's side going into this last event. For UCCS, 153.5 points, they lead the conference. In second, Adams State University, 86 points. In third, with a half a point behind, Colorado School of Mines and 85.5 points. Likely whoever finishes higher in this 4x4 will get the edge here in that second spot. In fourth, Colorado Mesa University in 74 points. In fifth, New Mexico Highlands with 52.5 points, 2.5 points ahead of Western Colorado with 50 points. Western Colorado a point ahead of Black Hills State in seventh. In eighth, CSU Pueblo with 32. In ninth, South Dakota Mines with 22.5 points. In 10th, Westminster College of Utah with 11 points. In 11th, Colorado Christian with 4 points. And Chadron State in 12th with 3 points. Those are your complete women's scores going into the final event of the day. On the women's side, the 4x400 meter relay. We have 3 heats in this event. Starting first will be wearing hip number 1 in lane 1, MSU Denver. Their team will be made up of Tegan Garand, Cameron Scott, Summer Jerelman, and Abigail Schmidt. In lane number 2, Westminster College. They will be made up of Madison Hooper, Courtney McAlden, Emily Warline, and Katie Scott. In lane number 3, Chadron State with Celeste Cardona, Carly Collier, Michaela Hill, and Emma Willisden. And in lane number 4, South Dakota School of Mines, Kayla Gagan, Erica Keeble, Catherine Matthew, and Karen Scully. Those are your 4 teams and all the athletes on them who will be competing here in the first heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Updated team standings, UCCS men also will be guaranteed to win their first conference championship in school history, now with 156.66 points. Colorado School of Mines, 95 points. That is through the final scored results of the men's 3,000 meter run. We'll give you complete scores on the men's side after we complete the women's 4x400 meter relay. If you would like to see those ahead of time, rapidresultslive.com has all the results for the conference championships. As we get ready here for the first of 3 heats in the women's 4x400 meter relay, you see the 2, 3, and 4 runners staging on the side of the track right there. But right now you see the leadoff runners right here getting ready to start here in the final race on the women's side of competition for the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. The leadoff runners here, let's go ahead and get you started. MSU Denver, it'll be Tegan Grand. She's in lane number 1. For Westminster, it'll be Madison Hooper in lane number 2. For Chadron State, it'll be Celeste Cardona in lane number 3. And in lane number 4 for South Dakota School of Mines, that's Kayla Gagan. As the gun is up, and the athletes will be going to their marks here momentarily. No blocks going to be used for Gagan in lane number 4 as you get a look there at Grand and Hooper for MSU Denver and Westminster. And a clean start here in the heat number 1 of 3 in the women's 4x400 meter relay. And already it looks like making up to stagger in lane 3 is Celeste Cardona of Chadron State, but also at the same time it looks like Westminster's Madison Hooper also making a strong contention. It's going to be Westminster and Chadron State going through the final turn, and it looks like coming out is going to be Hooper of Westminster. 2 laps each for each of these runners, and it's going to be Hooper through the first 200 meters, Chadron and MSU Denver, and a close tie for second. Looks like Grand having to go on the outside through that third turn for her. As we get ready to make the first exchange, 100 meters left to go in this opening leg. And coming around, looks like it's going to be Westminster making the exchange first. It'll be Madison Hooper to Courtney McElden. Closely though, it's going to be MSU Denver. That's Tegan Grant getting over to Cameron Scott. For Chadron State, they get it from Celeste Cardona to Carly Collier. And for South Dakota School of Mines, it's Kayla Gagan over to Erica Keeble. Keeble, as we saw yesterday, RMAC champion in the pole vault, who's on the track right now for the Hard Rockers. As we get you set up going through that first corner, through that far corner, it is Westminster Metro, and it looks like South Dakota Mines. That is Erica Keeble making up some big ground for the Hard Rockers as Chadron State's in third, and Keeble able to get the Hard Rockers into second after they made the exchange late. It is still Westminster, and that's Courtney McElden leading the way for the Griffins as they come into the second exchange zone in the second to third runners here in the women's 4x400 meter relay. Going through the final corner for this leg is Courtney McElden of Westminster with the lead as they come around the corner right there. That is McElden. She will be handing it off to Emily Warline for Westminster. Hard Rockers now in second. It is Keeble going it over to Catherine Matthew. And Westminster, but closely behind, is South Dakota School of Mines. In third, Carly Collier getting off to Michaela Hill. And then fourth, it is Cameron Scott getting over to Summer Geraldman. All 4 teams on their third runners here in the women's 4x400 relay heat 1 of 3. Westminster going through that final corner still with the lead, but it is Hard Rockers close behind, along with Chadron State. And right now, it looks like Chadron State taking second and trying to do first. She's going to wait to make the pass, looks like on the back straightaway. 1 lap to go now for these runners going into the anchor leg. It is Westminster's Emily Warline with the lead for the Griffins. But it is Chadron State's Michaela Hill pushing to try to take the lead away from Westminster. MSU Denver failing off a little bit. Looks like it's going to be a battle among these top 3 teams of Westminster, South Dakota Mines, and Chadron. And as they come into the final exchange zone, it is Westminster. Emily Warline would get the handoff over to Katie Scott. It's going to be close between Chadron State. Michaela Hill over to Emma Willison. It is still Westminster on the anchor leg. South Dakota Mines in third. Catherine Matthew getting the handoff safely over to Cameron Scully. And for MSU Denver, Summer Geraldman getting it off to Abigail Smith. Anchor legs now the race on the track now. for the 4x400 meter relay. And it looks like it's going to be, is that South Dakota Mines? It is. That is Cameron Scully taking the lead over from Westminster. I believe they had the handoff at third. It was Chadron and Westminster at the final exchange. Last lap now, and it is Cameron Scully for South Dakota School of Mines with the lead for the Hard Rockers. In second, Katie Scott for Westminster. In third, Emma Willitson for Chadron State. Crossing the start-finish line with 1 lap to go is Abigail Smith of MSU Denver. 100 meters left to go now for our leaders. It is South Dakota School of Mines and Westminster. Cameron Scully and Katie Scott respectively as they come across through the final turn. And it's going to be close, folks. Westminster trying to retake the lead. That is Katie Scott, and she will retake the lead here in the final meters of the 4x400 meter relay and take the win for the Griffins here in the first heat. And looks like it'll be South Dakota School of Mines in second, Chadron in third, but that was close. We'll wait for the official time. It will be South Dakota School of Mines getting second over Chadron State as MSU Denver now finishes Westminster 4:06:33. As we see the times populate now on the screen. Westminster with the lead at 4:06:33. That'll be the time to beat as we go into the next two heats of the women's 4x400 meter relay. And now let's get you set up for the second of two heats here in the women's 4x400 meter relay. As you see, lane assignments will be Black Hill State and lane number 1 to start the first lap. Lane number 2, New Mexico Highlands. Lane number 3, Colorado Mesa University. And then lane number 4, Adams State University. Let's introduce you to the teams collectively. Black Hill State will be running with Michaela Tracy, Samantha Bass, Taylor Lundquist, and Zoe Langseth. Highlands will be running with Abigail Butler, Kadisha Adams, Annie Topol, and Charity Johnson. Running for the Mavericks, Rachel Crutcher, Avery Griffith, Sydney Treichler, and Haley Golden. And running for the Grizzlies, Oneka Watson, Renee Denny, Nicole Lawrence, and Jessica Simpson. All names we've talked about a lot in multiple events this season, or this weekend, between long jumps, triple jumps, and sprints. The leadoff, and as you see, the number 2 runners staged right there with a few of the number 3s ready to go. Leading off here in lane number 1 for Blackville State, that would be Michaela Tracy. In lane number 2 for Highlands, that would be Abigail Butler. In lane number 3 for Colorado Mesa is Rachel Crutcher. And in lane number 4, it looks like Adams will scratch. So no Adams State here. So it would just be Black Hills, Highlands, and Mesa here in the second heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay. And a clean start here for our athletes. Here to start the second of 3 heats in the women's 4x400 meter relay. And it looks like already Tracy from Black Hill State doing a good job of making up that stagger against Butler from New Mexico Highlands. And it's going to be close as they come to the cutoff point, but it looks like it's going to be Black Hill State. That's Michaela Tracy. And that'll be 1 lap in for the Yellow Jackets. Good pace there as that's Tracy, Butler, and Crutcher for Black Hills, Highlands, and Mesa, respectively. Roughly 100 meters left to go here in the first leg of the second heat of the 4x400 meter relay. And it looks like New Mexico Highlands takes over the lead in the back straightaway. That is Abigail Butler. They will get the lead. They will get the handoff first at the same time as about Mesa. Abigail Butler gets it off to Kadisha Adams. Highlands will maintain this lead through the first exchange zone, but that's Colorado Mesa. Rachel Crutcher getting it off to Avery Griffith, who spent most of that first corner in the second lane. New Black Hills State is now Samantha Bates getting the handoff from Michaela Tracy. As we are now on the second leg of the 4x400 meter relay, and it's turning into a race between Highlands and Mesa. And looks like Mesa, Avery Griffith will try to take the lead here, as she does. 1 lap left to go in this leg of the 4x4. But it is Griffith and Adams, 1 and 2 here in the second heat of the 4x4. Roughly 100 meters left to go before we make the second exchange zone, and it is Adams retaking the lead for Highlands and kicking hard. She will have a strong lead coming into the exchange zone as Kadisha Adams right there will get it off to Annie Topol. The long jump champion, triple jump champion, Mesa making the exchange from Avery Griffin to Sydney Treichler, and Black Hills State the exchange from Samantha Bates to Taylor Lundquist. But the Highlands, Annie Topol getting a commanding lead here. 300 meters left to go in her leg of this race. New Mexico Highlands came in with a seat time collectively of 4 minutes, 0.2 seconds. Mesa with a seat time of 3 minutes, 58.73 seconds. Again, that's based on all the team performances of the year with different combinations. But that is Annie Topol from Mexico Highlands with a big lead for the Cowgirls. It's now a battle for second with Sydney Treichler of Mesa and Taylor Lundquist of Black Hills State. 100 meters left to go, and it is Annie Topol. Not quite the lead, doesn't look like that she had, but she will still have the lead nonetheless in this final exchange. Annie Topol now will hand it off to Charity Johnson for the Cowgirls. They will make the exchange first. They get the handoff off. It is Colorado Mesa now behind Sydney Treichler, getting off to Haley Golden, and the teams have spread back out again as Black Hills State gets a baton from Taylor Lundquist to Zoe Langfleth. We are on the anchor leg right now with the women's 4x400 meter relay, heat 2 of 3 in the 2020 RMAC Indoor Championships. And that is Charity Johnson for the Cowgirls, followed closely behind by Haley Golden. And it looks like that is going to be Sydney Treichler. They changed the order. So that is now Treichler from Mesa and Langseth from Black Hills State. So that is still accurate. Bell lap now for Johnson. For New Mexico Highlands, it is going to be Treichler trying to close the gap here for Colorado Mesa. 100 meters left to go for the Cowgirls of New Mexico Highlands. And Charity Johnson will bring it home for the Cowgirls. As look at that focus and determination. She is going to win this race. As New Mexico Highlands wins that, they will take the lead, 3:57.60. As we look at the other results coming in, Mesa, 4 minutes 98. Black Hills State, 4:03.08. And right now, those are your top 3 times to beat going into the final heat. And so right now, time to beat. So right now the standings in the 4x400 meter relay, that is Highlands right there. They have the top time at 3 minutes 57.60. All the top times so far from this second heat, that is Colorado Mesa at 4 minutes 0.98 seconds and Black Hills State at 4 minutes 3.98 seconds. All the times from the first heat are the 4, 5, 6, and 7 times. That is in order of Westminster, South Dakota Mines, Chadron, and MSU Denver. Now getting into the blocks on the track are the teams in the third of 3 heats and the women's 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1 will be CSU Pueblo, Lane 2, Colorado School of Mines, Lane 3, UCCS, and Lane 4, Western Colorado. For CSU Pueblo, running on this team will be Emma Summer, Haley Streff, Allison Van Pelt, and Yasmin Hernandez. For Mines, they will be made up of Ariel Wright, Randy Higashi, Layla Moriarty, and Miranda Manfrey. For the Mountain Lions of UCCS, it would be Deja Glover, Kaya Crow, Jalen Jordan, and Michaela Hewitt. And for Western Colorado, Chelsea Murphy, Tiana Terrell, Sophie Purse, and Bailey Sharon for the Mountaineers. As runners are getting into their blocks. And you see the 2, 3, 4 runners. And we are on a clean start here in the third and final heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Time to beat for New Mexico Highlands, 3 minutes 57.60 seconds. You heard a Western chant going on in the northeast corner of the track as it is Chelsea Murphy with the lead for the Mountaineers. Going in, they will have the lead at the cutoff. That is Murphy And then for UCCS, a change in the lineup. That is Erica Timbang leading things off for Mountain Lions. And then Colorado School of Mines in third. That is Ariel Wright for the Ore Diggers. In a fourth place, relatively distant, CSU Pueblo for the Thunderwolves. 100 meters left to go. It is Western, UCCS, and Mines coming into their first exchange zone. On paper, it should be Chelsea Murphy giving over to Tiana Terrell. This is Timbang, and looks like that is getting off. And that'll get off to it looks like Jalen Jordan. Mines with a good handoff. They will get it from Wright to Randy Higashi, and for CSU Pueblo, Emma Summer and Haley Streff. We got confirmation when they come across the final curve to make sure that we have who we think we have on the track. Western Colorado, that should be Terrell. It is for Colorado School of Mines in second. That is 2644. We'll have to see who that is. Allie Beach for the Ore Diggers on that second lap. But it's right now Western State taking a good lead through the first 100 meters and through the second exchange zone as they come up. And that is Jalen Jordan. She'll be making the exchange zone. Western Colorado gets the exchange from Terrell to Sophie Purse. For UCCS, they retake second. It is Jalen Jordan handing it off to what looks like Michaela Hewitt. For Colorado School of Mines, it is Beach who should have given off to Moriarty. And for CSU Pueblo, it was Streff who should have given off to Allison Van Pelt. We're trying to get a confirmation as they come through the final turn. 28.72 for Western State. That is Kaya Führer for the Mountaineers. UCCS still in second, Mines still in third, coming into the final exchange zone here in the final race of the women's championship race. And that is Führer, and that is Hewitt for the UCCS. Coming into the final exchange zone, that is Bailey Sharon who will get the anchor leg for Western Colorado. And it is Mines retaking second place. CSU Pueblo finally getting the handoff there. We're on the final anchor leg of the women's 4x400 meter relay. We do know that's Bailey Sharon for Western Colorado leading that anchor leg for the Mountaineers. And in second place, that is Mines. That is Miranda Manfrey. And for UCCS, that is Brenna Kuski for the Mountain Lions. Yasmin Hernandez for CSU Pueblo. 100 meters left to go for Western Colorado University. The time to beat to be a conference champion, 3:57.60. They looks like they will meet that with going on the final straightaway at 3:44. This is Bailey Sharon for Western Colorado, and the Mountaineers win the 4x400 meter relay. Final time 3:50.85. Second place is Mines. Third place is UCCS. Mines 3:56. That'll be good for second. UCCS finishing in fourth with 3:58. That'll be fourth behind Highlands. And the 4:06 mark as we continue to look at everything. But we got Western Colorado winning the women's 4x400 meter relay. Colorado School of Mines in second. Highlands in third. UCCS in fourth. Mesa in fifth. Pueblo in sixth, Westminster in seventh, South Dakota School of Mines in eighth. Unofficial times just based on my chicken scratch, but that's what I've got from up here. But no matter what, Western Colorado, congratulations. They have won the 4x400 meter relay. And it's just a formality at this point, but UCCS women have won their second RMAC indoor championship in the last 3 years. And it will be one of the higher point totals in recent memory in conference history. As we look at times at 3:50.85 for Western Colorado, a new Fieldhouse record by more than 4 seconds. Broke the record set by the Mountain Lions last January in the Power 5 meet. As we got about 2 minutes left, we're back on time now in the men's 4x400 meter relay. 3 heats in this one as well. As we get started, although it looks like Adams State has also scratched out of this one. So it just being lanes 3 and 4. Westminster and South Dakota School of Mines in lane 4. Westminster right there in lane 3. Team members, or at least they should have been, based on what was submitted: Justice Keelander, Ryan Murphy, Tony Nickerson, and Aiden Urban. For South Dakota School of Mines, Corder Cropsey, Austin Hammer, Kevin Pack, and Adam Nentz. Leading off for these two teams, that'll be Ryan Murphy for Westminster and Corder Cropsey for South Dakota School of Mines. And they will go ahead and get started about a minute early as we wait for the final. And we do have final scores now to report. Let's go ahead and get you men's team scores. UCCS 156 and 2/3 points. Colorado School of Mines 95 points. Western Colorado 75.5 points. CSU Pueblo 75 points. Chadron State in 5th 58 and 1/3 points. Colorado Mesa 6th with 49.5 points. 7th is Adams State with 40 points. 8th is Black Hill State with 38.5 points. And 9th, MSU Denver with 19 points. And 10th, South Dakota School of Mines with 7.5 points. And 11th, Westminster with 7 points. As we go into the final event of the men's championship, the 4x400 meter relay, and it is going to be Corder Cropsey with the lead through the first lap for South Dakota School of Mines against Ryan Murphy of Westminster. And coming into the first exchange, that'll be Corder Cropsey for the Hard Rockers. He will hand it off in the lead, but not much of a lead as he gets it over to Austin Hammer for South Dakota School of Mines. Westminster, that was Ryan Murphy. He was supposed to be the number 2 runner based on our charts, so we're going to have to take a look at whether it's Keelander, Nickerson, and Urban, or someone else for the Westminster Griffins. As you see Austin Hammer coming around, 29:31, that is Tony Nickerson, the original number 3 runner for Griffins, as he takes the lead with 1 lap left to go in his leg here in the second leg of the 4x400 meter relay, heat 1 of 3. As Westminster able to retake the lead here on the second leg of the relay. Coming into the next exchange zone, and it looks like something's not up. Something is up with Tony Nickerson. He's going to be able to finish, but that was a big drop for him. South Dakota School of Mines will get it from Hammer, and it was supposed to be over to Pack. We'll see if that's the case. Well, I hope everything's okay with Tony Nickerson. He slowed down tremendously on that final corner. And coming through for South Dakota School of Mines, that looks like it is Kevin Pack, the number 3 runner, and 29:27, a different runner for Westminster. We're going to see who that is for them, for the Griffins. And not quite sure who that is. 2927 ends up popping up. Anyway, it is Kevin Pack with the lead from South Dakota School of Mines coming to the final exchange. They're supposed to be handed off to Adam Nips for the Hard Rockers, and it is. In the meantime, this is the final exchange for Westminster. That looks like it is going to be going to Aiden Urban. Looks like Justin Keelander was the number 3 runner for the Griffins there in the 4x4. Coming up in the bell lap now, this is Adam Niss for South Dakota School of Mines. 3 minutes even as they cross the start-finish line. Here comes Aiden Urban for Westminster. Here in the first of 3 heats in the men's 4x400 meter relay. And coming through the final turn, here for Nips, it'll be South Dakota School of Mines, a team of Corder Cropsey, Austin Hammer, Kevin Pack, and Adam Nitz with the lead, with the win here in the first heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. The Hard Rockers closing out their championships. Looks like they will be able to keep off Westminster in the team standings. 3:28.62 for the Hard Rockers, Westminster in 3:32.24. As we get ready for heat number 2 of 3 in the men's 4x400 meter relay. All 4 lanes in action right here as Western Colorado in lane 1, Colorado Mesa in lane 2, UCCS in lane 3, and Black Hills State in lane 4. As you see the winning team there from the first heat in the second place team in the 4x400 meter relay, the first heat as Westminster. At least who was scheduled to compete: Adrian Uribe, Eric Fick, Jaron Donaldson, and Cole Jaquette for Western Colorado. In lane 2, Colorado Mesa, it should be Jared Ammon, Casey McDaniel, Ty Grant, and Elijah Williams. In lane number 3 for UCCS, Dylan Andrews, Darian Wells, Deshaun Elcock, and Angel Laka. And in lane number 4 for Black Hills State, Brian Kerstad, Taylor Hepp, Tucker Bob, and Tristan Hepp. Leadoff runners here, and it looks like Western Colorado. Oh, there he is. Okay. As we see right there, the second and third runners for these relay teams getting staged along the outside of the track here at Mount Line Fieldhouse. After this, we'll be sticking around. Awards presentations are scheduled to start at 5 p.m. and we will take them live. RMAC Commissioner Chris Graham, supposed to talk with him earlier, had a little bit of a family emergency he had to deal with. Everything is okay, but he is on hand to present the team trophies to the winning teams as we get ready here for heat number 2 of 3 in the men's 4x400 meter relay. And we'll try our best to get confirmation that these leadoff runners are who they say they are, based on what was submitted to the coaches. And a clean start here in the second heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Once again, it should be a relay of Western, Ammon of Mesa, Andrews of UCCS, and Kirkstad of Black Hills State. As already it looks like the 1, 2, and 3 lanes have already condensed, but that is Brian Kirkstad of Black Hills State, and that is able to maintain that lead. And it looks like there's Jaron Donaldson. Oh, it almost loses it. Wow, UCCS able to maintain that. That's amazing. But they lose a lot of ground there. Still Black Hills State, Brian Kirkstad. He's able to stay inside looks like the barrier the entire time. So no disqualification there from what I can see. As this Colorado Mesa coming along to far corner and coming into the first exchange zone. That is Jared Ammond and Brian Kirkstad. And it will be Mesa hitting it off first. Mesa getting off to Casey McDaniel. Hills getting off to Taylor Hepp. And Western Colorado getting it off to Eric Fike for UCCS. Darian Wells. All the runners in the second leg now on the track for these 4 teams. It is Mesa, and it looks like Black Hills State going to try to take the lead on the outside as they come into 1 lap left to go here in the second leg. And it's going to be Mesa and Black Hills. Mesa is going to hold off Black Hills State. That's McDaniel holding off Taylor Hepp. Western Colorado looking to kind of take advantage of that with Eric Fike right there. But Darian Wells of UCCS trying to maintain that for UCCS. And it's going to be Mesa and Black Hills State. And it looks like Mesa changed up runners, as did Western Colorado. That was Joel Jaquette. And we know we got someone new for UCCS. So right now we've got Mesa and Western State 1-2. And Western's going to try to take the lead in the backstretch here on the first part of the third leg. And they're going to do it. Man, this is a fast runner for Western Colorado. We're going to try to make sure we get a name for him. 29:07. That is Jaden Omi for Western Colorado, but it is Colorado Mesa closely behind. Final lap here for the third leg runners in the 4x400 meter relay. It's clearly defined 1 and 2 between Western and Mesa, and clearly 3 and 4 between Black Hills and UCCS. Coming into the final exchange zones as that is Omi for Western Colorado. He will be handing it off. And they get the field off cleanly. It is still Western in first, Mesa in second. Here on the anchor leg, Black Hills State in third, UCCS in fourth. As they come through the back corner, we get confirmation on the numbers, 2901. That is Adrian Uribe for Western Colorado. But for Mesa, I believe that is for Mesa, Ty Grant. We'll try to get a better look at it as they come around. But right now it's Uribe and Mesa. Western and Mesa battling it out. It's going to be Western Colorado. And Black Hills State is going to be in second. They overtake Mesa late. Western Colorado 322.60. They take the lead. Black Hills State 323.53. That is good for second, as is 324.92 for Mesa. 327 for UCCS. So those are your top 4 times right now. Bumping off the first 2 times in the first heat as we get ready for the third and final heat, the last race of the day here at the 2020 RMAC Championships. As I'm writing just notes to myself. So as we said, Western, the time to beat right now, 322.60. But the top 4 times all from that heat with Western, Black Hills, Mesa, and UCCS. Right now, South Dakota Mines and Westminster sitting in 5th and 6th. As we get ready now for the third and final heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Lane 1 will be Chadron State, lane 2 CSU Pueblo, lane 3 Colorado School of Mines, and in lane 4 MSU Denver. For Chadron State, we already can see for Colorado Mines, they're going to be leading off with Gavin Webster. For CSU Pueblo, looks like that's going to be Marcel Lagura. Wasn't initially on. As we try to get at least a handle on who our leadoff runners are. For Chadron State, it looks like Osvaldo Cano. So initially listed as a number 2 runner. And then for Metro State, let's get an update. It looks like that's going to be Blaze Holland. Change on their roster as well. As we get ready to start here, you see the lane assignments for the third and final heat, the last race of the day for the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Teams are already starting to stage in the infield for presentations. Initially said they would be at 5. They do have a coaches meeting scheduled at 4:45, but we'll be ready to take it if they decide to go sooner. And we're good to go here in the third and final heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. And already it looks like that's Laguro making up the stagger against Webster of Colorado School of Mines. And Laguro also doing the same against Blaze Holland at MSU Denver. It'll be Laguro for CSU Pueblo with the lead at the cutoff for the Thunderwolves. Tight pack here. It'll still be Laguro, but then it'll be Chadron, Metro, and Mines. 1 lap left to go in this leadoff leg. CSU Pueblo, that's Laguro, followed closely by Cano, Osvaldo Cano of Chadron State. Blaze Holland in 3rd place right there, and then for Colorado School of Mines, Gavin Webster. But it'll be Lucero making a handoff first here, and they will get the handoff to CSU Pueblo. We're going to have to look for the number. As CSU Pueblo with the lead through the handoffs, I believe that is Alec Chori of CSU Pueblo. But we'll have to get a better look as they come across. But it's Pueblo shattered. Mines Mines gets into 3rd place. 27-17. That is Nathan Hood for CSU Pueblo. And it looks like Hayden Sather of Colorado School of Mines in that 1-2 spot. Chadron State in the number 3 spot, MSU Denver in number 4. But as they come across, it'll be Nathan Hood for CSU Pueblo making the exchange for the Thunderwolves. As CSU Pueblo able to make that exchange. Mines still in second, so still Pueblo and Mines, and then Chadron and Metro here on the third leg of the 4x400 meter relay. And coming through, that looks like for CSU Pueblo, that could be Tyrell Smith. 27:01 for Colorado School of Mines. That'll be Joe Whitney. Chadron able to make up the gap a little bit to make it interesting here. Going into the final exchange of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Right now it is Pueblo, Mines, and now Chadron is in that mix. CSU Pueblo would get the handoff. That is going to be Michael Wiedemeyer getting off for Mines and Chadron. Chadron now taking second. Oh, maybe not. Looks like Mines is really going to take second place. But it's still CSU Pueblo. That's Wiedemeyer for the Thunderwolves. Here on the anchor leg of the 4x400 meter relay. 26:97 for Colorado School of Mines. That's Kevin Thompson. And I believe for Chadron State, it's unknown who that could be. But right now, CSU Pueblo with the lead on the bell lap. But that is Kevin Thompson trying to retake the lead, going on the outside in the final corner for the Ore Diggers. It will be Wiedemeyer and Thompson as they come down the final straightaway, and it looks like it's going to be Colorado School of Mines. Kevin Thompson winning the 4x400 meter relay in a time of 3:20 and change. That'll be good enough for them to win the conference championship. 3:20.34 for Mines, 3:29.7 for CSU Pueblo. They finished second. 3:22.07 for Chadron. That would be good for third. And Western will finish fourth out of the second heat with 3:22.60. Let's continue down the results. 3:23.49 would be good enough for fifth for MSU Denver, and then sixth for Black Hill, seventh for Mesa, and eighth for UCCS. And that 3:20 mark, just shy of the Fieldhouse record. Here, as you see, exhausted runners after that leg of the 4x400 meter relay. But you see right there with the shades on his shirt, that's Ross Fellows. His teams have just won both the men's and women's indoor track and field championships for UCCS. First time since 2017 that the same school has won both men's and women's indoor championships. As you can see, a crowd is already assembled in the infield. A lot of UCCS, understandably, a lot of Western Colorado people down there. Western, those trophies, their plan is to keep them here. As we are getting ready for awards here at the RMAC Championships. We're going to keep it here just because as things change, we may or may not have much of a break. But let's go and give you, we have final team scores to report for both the men and the women. On the women's side, finishing in 12th with 3 points, Chadron State College. In 11th, Colorado Christian University with 4 points. In 10th, Westminster with 12 points. In 9th, South Dakota School of Mines with 22.5 points. In 8th, CSU Pueblo with 34 points. In 7th, Black Hill State with 52 points. In 6th, New Mexico Highlands with 58.5 points. In 5th, Western Colorado with 60 points. In 4th, Colorado Mesa with 78 points. In 3rd, Adams State with 86 points. In 2nd, Colorado School of Mines, 93.5 points. And the champion on the women's side, they will do the team presentation in just a few moments. The University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, 158.5 points. That is the most in a conference championship since 159 points by New Mexico Highlands in 2009. and 15. On the men's side, final team standings to report: 11 points for Westminster and 7 points for Westminster in 11th place. In 10th, South Dakota School of Mines with 7.5 points. In 9th, MSU Denver with 23 points. In 8th, Adams State University with 40 points. In 7th, Black Hills State with 41.5 points. In 6th, Colorado Mesa University, 51.5 points. In 5th, Chadron State University, 64 1/3 points. In 4th, Western Colorado, 80.5 points. In 3rd, CSU Pueblo with 83 points. In 2nd, Colorado School of Mines with 105 points. And the team champion for the first time in RMAC in school history on the men's side, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. As you can see, both teams assembled right there. 157 2/3 points. UCCS and Mines, they entered today 1-2. They will finish today 1-2 in the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. While we have a moment and we're waiting, thank you all for watching. It's been a great 2 days of action here at the RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. First time that they've been hosted at Mount Lion Fieldhouse, and of course, green turf, what better place? What can be more attractive for a kid other than dirt? But for this great facility to be showcased, we're excited that we could help bring you the action and help you live some of the action here as we get ready. Looks like it'll be 4x400 meter relay presentation in the infield to New Mexico Highlands, the number 3rd team. It was Abigail Butler, Kadisha Adams, Annie Topol, and Charity Johnson. Person handing out as you see there, the Highlands team posing with their medal. And now the 2nd place team, that is Commissioner Chris Graham of the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. 2nd place team of the women's 4x4, Colorado School of Mines, Ariel Wright, Ali Beach, Randy Higashi, and Miranda Manfrey. They finished in a time of 3 minutes 56.73 seconds. And now getting ready, the champions in the women's 4x400 meter relay from Western Colorado. They're getting up to the award stand right now. That is Chelsea Murphy, Tiana Terrell, Kayla Ferrer, and Bailey Sharon with a time of 3 minutes 50.85 seconds. As the top 3 teams recognized right there, you see the final standings as they move the podium into a little more central location near the finish area for the straightaways. But for a lot of these athletes, they're going to transition outdoor season. For a lot of the top athletes, though, they're going to keep training. The NCAA Division II Indoor Championships from Birmingham, Alabama in 2 weeks at the Crossplex facility at Birmingham, a multiple host facility for the indoor championships, one of the better ones in the country. As we get ready to recognize the men's 4x400 meter relay teams. And so, as we get ready here for the team trophy presentation, we are now getting ready to look at the finalists, or the top 3 teams in the 4x400 meter relay right now. Right now getting awarded is Chadron State by Commissioner Chris Graham. Chadron State, Osvaldo Cano, Ozio Cano, Brody Roden, and Haley Rhodes for the Eagles. And then we got CSU Pueblo over on the right side, that team of Carl Schmidt, Nathan Hood, Tyrell Smith, and Michael Wiedemeyer, a time of 3 minutes, 20.97 seconds. And soon to make their way up to the podium will be the Colorado School of Mines Ore Diggers Gavin Webster, Hayden Sather, Joe Whitney, and Kevin Thompson. A time of 3 minutes, 20.34 seconds. Sure. And we're back here up in our broadcast area, getting ready for the team trophy presentations that I'll be giving to UCCS. But just to kind of sum up a great week of great weekend of RMAC track and field action here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. This was a UCCS program that a couple of years ago only had a few distance athletes, and then a few, specialty athletes in the sprints, jumps, and throws in the field events. This is a team that was far from a complete team. Now the women today have won their second team title in the last 3 years. Their third overall, counting an outdoor title last year. And for the men's team, their first one ever in school history. But we're going to see a ton of athletes who are going to be competing in the next 2 weeks in Birmingham, Alabama, and representing the RMAC championships as well. We saw great performances today in the 3,000-meter run and the mile run. We saw a lot of success here today from a lot of athletes who are closing out their careers, and they're hopefully closing them out with success. But at the same time, there's going to be athletes who didn't perform like they wanted to, or didn't meet the expectations they had set for themselves. And that's the reality of sports, but it's what makes sports such a great thing for us to cover. I want to take a moment before we get to the team championships, thank the people back in the truck. We got Kelsey, we got Garrett, we got Jeff. I know we've got more back there that did a fantastic job. It's not easy to do a track and field meet, especially when you do 16 hours of coverage over 2 days. There's a lot of preparation that went into it. I want to thank all the crew on the cameras. We've got 4 of them up here with me right now. Hey guys. And then we've got more on the field as they cover this championship event. A lot of you new things that we tried out, and they did a fantastic job. Like I said, this is not the easiest thing to do. As we see right there, the RMAC Summit Awards being presented. That went to Maya Austin of UCCS by the RMAC Commissioner, Chris Graham. And that's the nice thing about the RMAC. They still take the academic side very seriously. It's RMAC Summit Award being presented to the athlete with the top overall GPA at this final site. On the men's side, that'll go to South Dakota School of Mines. I believe his name was Patrick Track. But a great celebration of academics here as the commissioner of the conference who was able to be on hand to present those awards. We have a lot of great memories that we're going to take with us here after these championships. A lot of things to learn, a lot of things to improve on as these teams start to make that transition into the outdoor season. But as we continue to move forward, it was a bunch of fun as we continue to wait for these team trophy presentations. They'll both be going to UCCS. You see right there, Ross Fellows, head coach for the UCCS track and field team. A lot of smiles, and they've been well earned. As I said, it was a couple years ago that we didn't have a whole lot going on for UCCS track and field. And now, both teams win conference championships. Kevin Pack, I'm sorry, I butchered his name earlier, but Kevin Pack, right there, South Dakota School of Mines, being recognized as the RMAC Summit Award as the top student athlete with the top grades at competition. And as you see, UCCS starting to gather en masse. Looks like we're probably going to jump ahead a little bit and get these trophy presentations done sooner rather than later. But a great team effort. Like I said, one of the best team performances on the women's side since 2015. On the men's side, the 157 2/3 points, most since Adams State since 158. But before that, it was 229 points for the Grizzlies. And we see that. Looks like that is from a UCCS. You see more UCCS track and field athletes gathering as we prepare for this trophy presentation by Commissioner Chris Graham. In his 7th year, we're going to talk about it, but In his 7th year with the RMAC, just named chair of the Division II Management Council, one of the top governing bodies in Division II athletics. He will be working on a multitude of issues that will pertain to the success of Division II in the long term. But for the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference, in the midst of their winter championship season, swimming and diving a few weeks ago, they got basketball tournament next week, and then national championships in wrestling, swimming and diving, and track and field, along with the first rounds of competition in the men's and women's national tournament. As we are getting ready to be at stage down on the field, the t-shirts are ready, the trophies are ready. It's a moment these athletes remember for a long time. As the Mountain Lions have a lot to celebrate, not only for the success of this track and field meet. Track and field meets are not the easiest thing to operate, much less a championship level event. And then to do so and really claim dominating wins in the team standings, a more than 22-point victory, margin of victory on the men's side, and a more than, looks like 65-point margin of victory on the women's side. So it looks like we're moving ahead, which I don't think anyone would be too upset about. Other teams are probably already on the road, but for UCCS, they got to stay at home, and they will get to enjoy this for a long time. It's not easy to win a team championship. Just ask any of the other sports. But for UCCS, their third RMAC title of the academic year after they won the women's soccer regular season championship back in the fall. And a great moment. You see Athletic Director Nate Gibson just in the corner of that shot right there. As the team gets ready, you can see Nate Gibson talking to Coach Fellows right there. Nate Gibson in the black and gray pullover. He's going to enjoy this as much as he can as well. You got Alex Kohler to the left, Associate Athletic Director. To the right, Sarah Meyer, Associate Athletic Director. And so a great celebration as they get ready to make this team trophy presentation. Hopefully in just a few minutes. I know they've been staging for quite a while now. As we're going to keep it here and capture that moment. But as we continue to wait here at Mountain Lion Fieldhouse for the team trophy presentations, I see they've got the trophy, they've got the shirts. Still getting everything staged here for this moment. Once again, UCCS claiming the men's and women's team championship, first time since 2017 that the same school has won both men's and women's team titles at the indoor championships. But a nice way to kind of enjoy the moment as we get ready to kind of close out what was a great weekend here. I know there was a coaches meeting scheduled for 4:45. I'm not sure if that was why we were waiting, but the commissioner and at least and the UCCS coach is still in the mix. So if there's a coaches meeting without Ross, yeah. See in the background, a lot of athletes coming together to make this happen. A lot of great performances in the throws, the jumps, the vault, the sprints, the distance. Not very many weak spots for this UCCS team. You see athletes from Chadron State and Black Hills State. They've got a long drive ahead of them tonight, back up north to Nebraska and South Dakota. But UCCS winning both team titles. Colorado School of Mines finishing both on both sides. As we pan over, just people waiting. We got New Mexico Highlands on the pole vault pit. Behind them, Western Colorado. Western Colorado 5th on the women's side and 4th on the men's side. And everyone waiting patiently, including that dog. As we get ready, got a few Mesa athletes, looks like, in the foreground there. As we continue to wait here for the team trophy presentations. But as we continue here, just kind of thinking after what was a crazy period of time at about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, when you had all these field events and running events going on at the same time. Same thing when the next round of the field events got started at 1:30. You know, we're bouncing back and forth, covering about 5 or 6 different events at once, and this is a nice way to bring it all together here at the RMAC Championships and close out the day. And as we see it right there, awards coming up as soon as they're ready. I think they've been ready for a while. I know, like I said, there was a meeting scheduled at 4:45. I'm not sure what the topic of that meeting was, but it was part of the meet schedule that was posted weeks and months ago. As we get ready to do the trophy presentations here at Mount Lion Fieldhouse. And so we are back. Looks like they are presenting the individual awards for outstanding athlete. We're going to see who that was. That is Kaya Crow. I'm going to guess as we get a zoom in, that is the athlete of the meet. For Kaya Crow, a pentathlon championship for her, along with several points and a lot of other events, the long jump, the high jump, As we get ready, they're now about to present the women's team trophies. The PA announcer, Lauren Ahonen, going through the team standings right now. Chris Graham from the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference preparing to welcome the team. As they're now doing to recognize the 4th place team of Colorado Mesa University, 78 points for the Mavericks. And recognizing now Adams State, the 3rd place team with 86. And as Lauren Ahonen, the PA announcer, just announced, that is the team trophy presentation for the women's championship to the University of Colorado Springs, their 2nd indoor championship in the last 3 years, 2nd in team history, as the t-shirts are being passed out here on the floor of Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. Oh, just about lost the banner there. But for the Mount Lions, they get Athlete of the Meet with Kaya Crow, and also team trophy presentation for 158.5-point performance. 2nd championship in team history, the 1st since 2018. A great performance. And there is Kaya Crow, RMAC Athlete of the Week. Athlete of the Meet, Well earned for her. She would have been on the camera if she wasn't already competing. And as you see there, the conference trophy presentation and banner being made to the UCCS women's track and field team. 158.5 points for the Mount Lions right there. A lot to be happy about for UCCS. And now they go with number 1 pose. And their 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field champions,
to the Mountain Lions there.
The University of Colorado Springs Mountain Lions.
Alike.
I have a feeling that's going to be popular on Instagram later tonight.
In 11th place with
as they now do the men's team standings. Wolves go with them. An echo of Lauren Ahonen on the public address system. Westminster College of Utah, 7 points.
Male athlete of the meet, folks,
they had 11 points.
Brody Roden of Chadron
and they are going to do the men's athlete of the meet. That is Brody Roden of Chadron State College. You can see a successful meet for him, the sprinter for Chadron State. Men's 200-meter dash, he won that with 21.81 seconds. And now we start on the team scores. 11th place, Westminster College of Utah with 7 points. 10th, South Dakota School of Mines with 7.5. 9th, MSU Denver with 23. And 8th, Adams State with 40. In 7th, Black Hill State with 41.5. In 6th, Colorado Mesa, 51.5 points. In 5th, Chadron State, 64 1/3 points. In 4th, Western Colorado with 80.5 points. In 3rd, Colorado State University Pueblo with 83 points. The runner-up on the men's side, Colorado School of Mines, 105 points. And with 157 2/3 points, the 2020 RMAC Indoor Track and Field champions the University of Colorado Springs men's track and field team. Their first RMAC championship in program history. That is Charlie Forbes, the winner in the men's 60-meter hurdles right there, receiving the trophy from Commissioner Chris Graham. He is going back to the Indoor National Championships to defend his national title. But you had Will Ross in the men's triple jump, winning his third triple jump championship. You see the team there getting everything put on. A few of the distance runners, a few of the sprinters. As the team gets ready to pose for their pictures, just like the women, I would expect we could also see a joint picture coming up. But a lot of good work there by the Mountain Lions. As you can see, plenty of medals around their necks. A good 2 days of action here at Mountain Lion Fieldhouse for both the men's and women's championship. Kirsten McGowan giving the team their banner. Got a pretty good collection of those going on campus as the team comes together for the first team championship picture in program history right here. And everyone gets on the same page. And congratulations once again to the University of Colorado Springs men's and women's RMAC Indoor Track and Field Championships as a chant breaks out on the ground here at UCCS. And as we see there, the shot of the Mountain Lions, looks like they're going to get together for a big picture. But once again here at Mountain Lion Fieldhouse, I want to thank everyone for taking their time to enjoy the championships with us. It was a long weekend. Trust me, probably no one knows that better than the coaches, athletes, and the crew and the facilities management folks who made this happen. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad you were able to enjoy it with us. For the next time when we host the conference championships, we'll see in probably about 4 or 5 years from now. I'm Jared Werner on behalf of the entire crew here at UCCS Media Services. Thank you so much for watching. I want to extend a personal thank you to the crew for their great work over the weekend. We literally could not do it without you. Thank you so much for watching. For that does it for us from Mountain Lion Fieldhouse. Have a great weekend.